angles and like lip injections.
Wiggle,
and you're
wiggle,
like,
wiggle,
bro,
wiggle,
that's
wiggle.
not true. And the guy's like, I live on Miami Beach. Like, I know that's true. And you're like, okay, but you can't extrapolate that to the whole world.
Oh, I didn't go
And he's like,
diagonal.
yes, I
Fuck.
can.
I'm an
And
idiot.
you're like, well, no, because girls are different in other places.
too.
No, they're not. I haven't
I'll
seen
Get
get-
it.
over here, Kim, first. Get
I was
over here,
like, okay,
Kim.
but do you think they could be different? No, they're all the same. Like,
Well,
like how would you even have
I'll
a
get Sal.
conversation like
Okay.
and that guy might even be
I
like a
get
decent
you.
smart guy, but like that other dude was like that was the level that conversation was on. Like, and then
Wait,
he's
no,
even
we're
bringing up
in
like
the
things
same
like
spot, too.
anytime somebody, not to be mean, but like when somebody references the petrodollar, like that's like a whole like Pandora's box of weird conspiratorial nonsense about the USD being like the reserve currency for
Not
why petroleum is priced in USD. Like, there's just like a whole bunch of like dumb
drink
shit
after.
that this guy, and then like they're going back to the 1700s and shit, and like, oh god. Sorry, hold on, I'm rambling.
And then
I don't
beyond
think
your
that guy was
poof.
dumb, but there were severe methodological flaws with how he analyzed the world.
damage
and
on
it
my
was like
poof.
impossible. Like, I don't know how I would ever
Beyond your
break
poof, beyond
through
your
to a
poof.
person.
Yeah, so how, like, I would personally
the
proceed in a
left.
situation like that. I would be like, hey, listen, I'm extremely not convinced of your premise.
the-
One
but
to
for
the
the
right.
sake of argument,
How the
let's assume
fuck
your
did
premise
that
is
happen?
true. Here's
I
what
don't-
I
might
be able to
think about
live.
the idea, blah,
Do
blah,
shit.
blah, blah, blah.
Well, like, have you?
I don't-
So if I say deduction, does that mean anything to you?
Wow.
Or let me explain real quick. I'm not calling you dumb. I just,
It's like
Total wash,
Just,
isn't
it?
just explain to me.
It's
Battle's
the
still
doc-
on.
philosophy,
Oh.
essentially talks about how a conclusion logically follows from the premises.
I don't
think I got my
So
bell
for instance,
out
if I say,
fast enough.
if
I've got
A,
one.
Then always B.
could, get
Right? And then if I
Jake.
say if
Limit
B,
break.
then always C, then I can deduce that given A, if A,
I don't have
then
one.
always
Oh, shit.
C. Right? That would be like a form of deduction. Right? If I say something like, if Dad every
Almost.
time Dad comes home
Yeah.
at 4 o'clock, he beats the shit out of me. Tomorrow,
I feel
Dad,
like we're
is
remembering.
coming home at 4 o'clock. Therefore, Dad is going to beat the shit out of
Happening.
me, right? That's like deduction.
Never
things that
forget the
logically follow.
diagonals.
The
Starting
problem is
to
that
believe.
a lot of arguments,
Starting to
in a way,
believe.
they
I know.
truly, if we're all rational beings, a lot of arguments hinge on deduction, right? And I can't, if you grant enough premises to somebody, then the conclusion will almost always logically follow.
I can't wait for the
So you're not
second
usually
boss
fighting
because,
over the
like,
validity of an argument.
I
meaning-
half understand his mechanic. You do not need to
We're
go
talking
out
about
right now.
Alarm. I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about.
How do
You
you know?
do not need to go out right now.
Sorry, I don't know what the fuck my chat was talking about.
Don't
the
you
problem
dare.
is that, like, if people are being, if they have enough of a certain type of premise, you're not going to be able to fight the conclusion, right?
Well, the
Phone is-
major
wait, hold on,
problem
one
you
second.
have-
Hold on, wait. Hold on, sorry. Wait. What?
Dude, I feel like I've got my opener down pretty pat.
Yeah, I wonder only if he's a fragment.
Summon Bahamut.
I messed it up. I messed
Stefan
it up.
Bahamut, then press
I
the
messed
same
it up.
button 5 times.
I fucked up my
Hey,
mistake.
it's actually Shevin,
This guy,
and
he
you
thinks
weave
that
in
he's,
Akmorn.
has invalid conclusions.
I'm
We're gonna
so
set his
proud of
apartment on fire.
myself and you'll just shit all over me. Oh, I'm doing such a good job. Fuck you, Baka. Oh.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
You're good? You're not burning alive?
No, I'm fine. Sorry. But anyway, I was gonna say, yeah. Let's say real quick. Let's say that.
Right.
Okay, I say
Here
that,
now.
okay.
Bahamut,
here's
worm
a
way,
fact.
worm way,
All
worm
men
way,
are
worm way,
violent,
worm way,
number
worm
one.
way.
And number two,
Are you,
all men murder women if they're
is
in
there
women.
zero
And that's
downtime
okay.
at
Now,
90
let's just grant that.
for
I don't think
Summoner?
that men and women should ever be
Like, do
alone.
you ever have to cast
You're not
Ruin?
going to be able to say, like, okay,
I
think if you
that's
have
my
enough
conclusion. You're going to have to fight
If you
me
go
on
with
that
higher
basis,
CC
right?
buff, I think you get one.
Right, but the major issue you have with his premises is
You're
that
not
he didn't
supposed
have like any
Yeah,
kind of
but
research
it's-
for
I was
it.
playing
Zero
a super
idea.
high spell
And I think
speed
you're
in
right, like,
UCAB,
a
and
chart is a
granted, I didn't have like
improving
the
something.
extra
You can make a chart about anything, right?
primal
So
phase.
It wasn't that you
So,
necessarily.
like,
can
I had to
prove that
weave
his,
in 3
premises
runes
weren't
every
correct.
time.
Although I would agree with you that they probably, just from a common sense perspective, they don't sound right. But it was
Yeah,
a
I
lack
don't
of
know, I'm
research
just
that
in
he
the
had.
crafted
So, like,
gear
yeah, like personally, me, like if I was in this situation,
and
with my
melded
approach, I'd
in
be like,
and
hey,
it
listen, man,
seems-
I don't think you did nearly enough research to come to the premises that you have. So
If I played
have
Summoner right
some
now, it would
doubts
be
about
a
what you're saying
Giga
is
Spell
true.
Speed Summoner, it
You
would be
know,
Black Mage
what I
gear.
might do is I might be like, well, actually, let me
Middle
let
is
me
not
look this
safe.
up.
Yeah,
To
you'd
be fair, you
probably
did
have
offer
to
that.
if you've
I might
got
have pushed harder on that. Be like,
if
okay,
you spell
Middle
speed.
not safe.
I'm not spell
information
speed.
to know
Shit,
whether
Daniel.
the premise
I
is
think I'm at like
true or
2K
not.
spell
Let's
speed or
actually go
something.
to research this right
Diagonals.
now and try to
Diagonals.
find some sources, right? At the very least, I would approach it like that. Or on the flip side is I might just be like, okay, I really think your premise is false
Yellow
because
corners
there's
are
enough
safe.
research.
Melee
but,
range.
You know, we can skip that part. We can, discuss that later
We're
date.
really
Let's
lucky we've been
talk
just getting
about
the
this
hard one
conclusion
over
you have,
there.
which we did, but for a very small part of the debate, his idea of like only letting people who are net
This is gonna be
earners,
stay in after?
like vote,
Stack
right?
up?
Like I would engage with that a little bit
I don't
more and be
know,
like, okay,
that's
well, this is
awkward.
why that
Be
doesn't
in
make
it,
sense
be
to
in
me.
it, be in
Well,
it,
but the
be in it.
problem is that, like,
Like,
I think if you accept all
Be in
those
it.
premises, it does make sense, right? If you really truly believe that anybody that is not a net earner is going to vote for the destruction of society, which was essentially what he was arguing
the
for,
one in the wall.
then yeah, they probably shouldn't vote. Like I agree with his conclusion
have
that the
anything for this
premises
one.
are true, right?
Yeah, my reprisal went off.
I would agree with that. You would too. I think most of us would, right?
I think so.
If they're gonna vote for the wrong thing, I mean,
If they're always going to vote not for the wrong thing, but for the destruction of society, they're
Or
going to
you're
vote for the
just the
destruction of
fucking
society.
best.
Fuck, they probably shouldn't be allowed to vote at all. Right.
yeah, I mean, I would make the counter argument that the what's it called, the net earners, the reason they're going to be net earners is because they're
Gonna
the
go
ones
to
that have
that
all the
green
voting power.
pub.
They're going to just basically do shit that benefits them financially, so they're giving themselves like kickbacks and all these like tax.
Yeah, but
cuts
he
for
already
themselves.
had a response to that. He said if they give themselves too many
Don't
kickbacks, they're not
go
gonna be managing
catching
it. So they essentially get rid of their
waterfalls.
ability to vote.
Something
So
in
they'll
your
let themselves have
heart is
kickbacks up to the point to
true.
where they're like a
Yeah.
wash, basically.
Same.
And if people that are poor want to be able to vote them out of power, then those poor people just have to say, I don't want to take any welfare or anything like that. No, I'm going to get to vote.
Don't
I'm
forget the
vote you out of
wiggle.
power. So a
Don't
bunch
forget
of
the
poor-
diagonal. Don't forget the
Oh,
wiggle,
because you
then
just give yourself
diagonal,
like government
wiggle, then
contracts and
diagonal.
stuff like that. Like you just give yourself like a crazy government contract, and you're still at the
Swear
end
to
of the day,
fuck.
like
I swear to fuck.
But you're
I
just
got it.
engaged in extreme
I wasn't
capitalism, and no one can challenge you
After I
on
get
it,
to the
right,
safe
again, because
spot.
you don't have checks and
Yeah.
balances, because it's only you and your like
God
elite
damn.
Safe
bodies
spot,
who
we
can
done?
vote.
Yeah, we're here.
She's not in range
Yeah,
now.
I think didn't
Like, you
I
fucking
bring up
saw
something
where
like
I
that, like
was. I was
subsidies
not-
to the rich or whatever, and he was saying that that's a different thing. I thought
Do
he
it
didn't
after
want
all
to
this
engage with
bullshit.
that. Am I wrong?
I got her.
No, you might be right. I don't remember
Because
that
I
part.
think I asked him. I was like, well, don't like corporations and rich people already get like a ton of
Oh.
handouts
Oh,
as
actually,
part
I
of
don't
like the
need
home
those.
deduction for
Uh,
like interest or whatever. But I thought he said that like, well, that's a different thing, or we'd have to get
I
rid
had
of
to
that or
hit a
something. I don't
thing.
remember.
Hopefully I don't
Yeah,
die.
I mean, there's like no way you can get rid of
You
that.
would still
when you have
fucking
a
lucky.
select group of people who are in power.
We don't have limit break
Like,
yet,
why
so
would they not do
Steve's-
things that are financially beneficial to themselves when there's no like
Do you have time to do it
accountability,
right now?
no checks and
No,
balances?
we're in
Right?
mode.
So
No,
that would be
we don't
like,
have it.
there's no way you can do that
Get
with
on our
that system.
spot.
So the system inherently would have a flaw.
Alright, where's
the second
Backlands?
thing
The way you're
was,
going, right?
The second part of the debate with
Oh, I
the
went to the
Annalise
wrong side, I
girl,
think.
That was an interesting one.
Yeah.
Because I feel like she
What?
completely like my
Alright,
whole
we're
chat
good.
was saying this also, so I don't think it's just me being crazy. I feel like she completely
Yeah, tank
changed
limit?
her position
Like a hero? Is that what happened?
to make it seem
Yeah.
like it was exactly with mine. So she started off.
It
by
didn't
saying
fucking
that,
save you?
Yeah, you know,
Weak
I
ass
think
tank
that,
bullshit. Bitch
I get
ass,
him.
weak ass.
I got him, 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 I
It was
got him, I
something
got him,
like,
I
oh,
got him.
think people make logical decisions. Women and men
Oh.
decide logically or primarily through logic.
I think 1 and 2 are
And
only
then she was
10
like,
to
well, I think
20%
there's a little bit of
GR.
logic that's being used, but I agree with you. It's primarily emotional.
They just
Yeah,
last
Is
forever.
a wild card. I literally just brought her in to troll the fuck out of you guys. I'm sorry, because she was asking to come in. I was like,
Wiggle.
oh, okay, go for it.
I'm dead
sorry.
again.
Yeah, I was laughing at that.
So
Well,
as
I think
soon
people
as
should
he's in the
decide
air,
through logic.
as soon as his
God,
back
no
goes
fucking shit.
on the
You know, he
ground,
said
he's
that
not
from
even
the
wiggling
beginning,
yet.
there's no
He
debate.
just
That's not-
on the ground.
Sure.
That's
Look.
the direction.
I thought that was
Linda,
interesting.
listen.
But
Linda.
yeah, man, I just wanted
Linda,
to
you
jump
fight
on
this
and
like
give
3
my
times
thoughts.
that you were
If
so
you
okay.
fucking, if you fucking
I'll
watched
talk to you
my
later.
screen and what
Yeah,
I'm
buddy.
dealing with lag, alright? That's,
Alright, thank you for having
I
me
don't
on,
know what to
I'll
tell
see
you.
you
Certain
another time.
mechanics
problem,
just
good
lag
luck.
me the fuck out. 2 seconds. I'll just start moving early. It's fine.
You running Dalo mode?
Get the, get the pre-wiggles going.
Yes, I
okay,
have
plug in.
Valamed. No, I don't use. Oh, fuck. Do I need to do that?
I don't know.
I
I
only
don't-
have. I only have one plugin.
You download assholes always say you lag on stuff.
That's not
Don't
it.
ever
It's
say
my
I lag.
computer, you piece of shit.
I was about to say, I have Diamond and I never lag, so.
If you don't want to
Y'all
Computer
know
diff.
my computer is crap. That's the whole reason I'm buying a new one.
Tag me in DGG. I'm Vix fan as well.
All right.
Alright, come on.
Yeah, thanks
Yeah,
a lot.
Jamie,
Have a
did
good
you
one.
know she's getting a new computer?
Bye-bye.
At some point, she's not mailing her shit in. She
Allegedly.
can't get anything.
I'm gonna do it on Tuesday. Also, I need to get dog food for the dog.
Don't go chasing waterfalls.
Is the new computer the waterfall? What did Zama mean by this?
It's a prophecy.
What?
It's a prophecy?
What do you mean?
I don't know. What do you think I mean?
I don't like it.
Left.
You trying to say my
So
computer?
see, the second his back hit the ground, y'all should go left. If you didn't, I'm worried you're gonna kill us again.
You're gonna kill us again.
Ooh.
Oh. Wait. Is it that one? Yeah, I
Spitting
picked right.
bars.
Wiggle, wiggle. No. That's not a that.
No, Zama, come back.
Diagonal is only a recommendation for you guys. I don't need to go diagonal. I'm a tank. I can go wherever I want.
Fucking tank.
Go to hell.
I don't want to go there, so I'm not going to. Chasing waterfalls. Middle safe.
I don't
Let's
know where to
go.
these.
Just
kinda
don't
know
fuck
where to
the
go with
middle.
these.
Just don't fuck the middle.
Yes, don't fuck the middle.
Yellow is straight back.
I feel like right here. This is a safe spot for me.
Yep. Be kind of north on me, on me, on me.
No,
On you was the worst spot.
I
You're
was
good in the middle.
Yeah.
Damn it.
I was
Whoa, what
safer
the
where
fuck?
I was.
Damn,
God,
I can't
now
believe
you're-
Zambo
Yeah.
wiped you guys.
Limit
Yeah.
down.
Well, somebody did their
I got
thing
Jamie.
wrong.
Middle was safe.
And can't believe you guys did it right. Zama messed you up. Now he's trying to blame someone else.
I got
This
nothing.
guy.
That blue shot diagonally
Uh.
through us.
Okay.
Can't
Yeah, but
believe
it
he's
would've
done this.
Fine, where we were sitting.
Should I res? Do you ever res that? Nah, I'm not res. Fuck this.
I've
Let's get
got
outta here.
one.
Just died.
Clean to me.
Fucking Zamba,
just
Jesus,
wanna
who
be
invited this
sure.
guy? Who let us sprout in our raid?
I invited you.
Yeah.
This was
Seriously?
my idea.
Holy
I said,
moly,
"Let's do
that's
this."
toxic. Picking
I
on the
said, hey guys, we
sprouts.
have
What
4
the
people. We
fuck?
should do this thing.
It's true.
How foolish of me.
Very foolish. You should have known.
Actually, no, it was all part of the plan to finally get you in here and kill you all.
I knew it.
It
I
sounds
knew
like
it.
sounds like it's going pretty well.
There you go. You can watch us now.
Let's go.
One of the blues didn't go straight down though, it went like diagonally down, so it turned weird, and that's what I misread.
Or so he'd like you to think.
This is all his plan all along.
I'm not even in there, and I'm feeling pretty gaslit right now.
Is it getting darker in here?
Described exactly
No.
what happened. Right.
Front one, right?
Yep.
Oh, it's me.
Wiggle, wiggle, jump, diagonal, wiggle, diagonal.
No, no, no!
Yes. Why did you want to die? What? Oh no.
You know.
I missed my Falcon. Actually, I'm probably gonna save my shaking off for the next one.
I think they changed Garuda's ability. I don't understand, but it's been
It'll
like
not safe.
really weird.
Diagonal.
Let him
I
die.
heard.
I don't have to go this far, but I'm gonna.
Yellow diagonals.
So anyways,
Talking about Garuda's Doton?
did they change Garuda's, yeah, the thing, her AoE she throws on the ground?
Spread after.
Right after you
Think
could,
so?
you're gonna be on a diagonal.
That one's easy.
Yes.
I don't have problems with that one.
You shouldn't.
I don't have nothing.
I'll use my heal over time.
I saved mine for that. I'm also gonna give Hal some extra healing.
Damn it, I should have
He's
tested.
my little baby boy. I gotta protect my baby boy. Like Page Healer.
I just limit
This
two
one,
now.
Baby bird. Good.
Just do it.
Um,
Oh no! Can I just do it now?
Protect your baby bird.
Oh. Oh, don't. Yeah, come here. Come here. Hey, buddy.
What? Everything's fine. I don't see.
You don't have to do a dodge roll every time it's time to avoid. You just walk.
That's not the mechanic I have problems with.
Jump, dodge, diagonal.
This one.
Wiggle, wiggle.
Jump, dodge, diagonal.
Don't.
Oh.
Don't. Okay.
Oh, I charged back into it.
I thought the other things were going off for some reason.
Oh.
We need to be down here. I don't know about right there. Yeah, over here. There you go. You were pulling boss. Never mind. Shut up. Quit talking to me.
Selling. Selling. Scaring me
We're
so.
selling.
Scaring me now, my little baby bird. He's falling off the tree.
Oh, you got his ammo. What the fuck, man?
No, I got hit before.
Oh.
Well, I mean, yeah, but yeah, it was earlier before. I charged back into the diagonal.
Oh! I wasted a heal over time.
Get ready to go to your puff.
Soon as his back plops, that's the direction.
To your puff.
Right.
One step. Yeah, look at that fucking nice. And then stay on the right. Oh my god.
Holy, let's go.
Total wash. Painting.
Oh my god, I had to like fucking quadruple leap.
What? Everything's fine. I don't know what y'all.
Be
are
another
doing.
knockback. This is gonna be another knockback into it. Stay in it. Go straight back. Came back up. Okay, that's fine.
I gotta fucking
Make sure
back
you're in
up.
it. Make sure you're in it. I was just because I wanted to make sure you were hitting everybody.
Oh, I know that fizzle shit.
Kill.
This is the spread one.
Oh, Jamie.
Why would you come west?
It's fine. I moved really far away.
Why would you almost kill us right at the end?
It's a YouTube video.
It's
For
fine.
the content.
Did you die though?
How to do
No.
it for the clicks.
You corrected. I'm proud of you. You were like, oh shit, I went the wrong way. I better go deep. Or maybe you go deep no matter what. It was an accidental correction, which would be worse. Don't admit that.
You'll never know. Which one makes me look better?
I'm doing one.
Oh no. Oh.
We're gonna get real slow, then you're gonna have to dodge.
All these mobs want you to hug them a lot.
I marked the wrong one. I did mark the wrong one. Fuck.
Oh,
That scared me.
flank.
I did not expect him to come around the corner.
Yeah, that's one.
There's another one coming. Can we put these to
No.
sleep?
We're good. Yeah, you can put it to sleep. Get out. You're actually guessing sleep. You're dead.
Shit!
You can't put it to sleep, dummy.
Dang.
Damn.
Absolutely BM.
Should I just run back? Oh, okay. I wanted to try. Look. Oh no. Oh no. Okay.
Bleed.
We have to wait.
I'm bleeding.
We have to wait for
I'm fine.
it to go away.
This is fine. I'm fine. I had to try. God damn it, Sama.
God damn it, Damma.
These bunny ladies are crazy.
Look, in my defense, one raid, Zama says, do you want to wipe or not? And then at the last second, he tells me to limit break, so I obviously think that he's fucking, you know, full of shit. No, he wasn't.
I was there for that raid.
He was telling the truth. I really
Gotta
didn't mean
faint this
to.
bleed.
Oh, I didn't know that's a bleed. What was it called?
This is a get out.
I don't think I've ever been in a scenario when someone tells me to limit break and I was like, ah, no, they're fucking with me. We actually don't need this.
Look,
It was
Like, I've known
the Elizabeth
Zamba.
fight, the Warrior Light.
I've known Zamba for like 15 years. Okay.
Oh my cooldown's real fucked.
He was just a wee little tarn.
He just
Should actually probably just immune it.
he trolls sometimes.
I'm just trying to think of a scenario where it'd be like, yeah, we had the limit break, but I don't think we need it.
Well, it was a tank limit break, so I don't know. I can't believe it.
Damn, that didn't break my shield, so it's not true damage. It's just a set.
Just
Sets
bring
your health.
Yeah, it just brings you to 1. Ouch.
I wish I had a boss fight that made use of like slow mechanics and stuff.
Oh,
Bards.
you know what I could have come in
Shot.
here as?
No, I'm good. I'm glad they don't do that.
Yeah,
I could have
Really?
gotten a dancer. Would that have helped?
you could have brought dance for sure.
That would have helped Jamie.
Oh,
True.
you're
Oh, yeah, that would help me a
gonna
lot.
you brought in Black Mage.
Okay. Hold on. How do you tell if he's going in front or behind?
What?
Huh? Nani?
They always attack in the front and then behind.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you mean when he does the thing? Yeah, they attack forward and then they turn around and attack back. So it's forward and back.
Okay, so always behind first and then in front. All right.
Yes.
Good job.
It's one of those fights where I can just follow Zama's shitload and be good.
Maybe.
Kinda.
Do it. Hey, look, no bleed.
Ooh, that was
Nice little AoE.
Ooh, that one stinks. Ooh. Ah.
Dude, don't be weird, dude. I don't know what this is. Oh, it's just a buff. Fuck you.
It's not a buff. Some of the statues.
Oh.
1. Well, 2. You're in the right.
Where the fuck are you going, Zama?
Over here.
Oh, and then I gotta go north. I went.
You wiggled on me.
What did I do? Oh, I did it. I'm
I
rusty
think I
as fuck.
picked the wrong one. I think it was the other side.
Yeah, it was.
How we kill ourselves.
Stand here and wait.
I dodged it.
You can't even kill yourself right.
I'm doing my best.
We got 30 minutes. We gotta hurry. How many more bosses are in here?
This one and another one.
Ah, we're fucked.
We haven't even.
Whatever.
We only like got halfway through this fight before.
Hey, wait a second. Okay, I'm good. Am I the only one potting?
Potting
I'm fine
now.
for learning.
Yeah, I potted
what are
for
you,
the last couple
insane?
of silky pulls. Yeah, why would you be potting now? You haven't
'Cause
even
I
seen half
don't-
the fight.
Look, I don't ever play this class, and I've got 7. Oh wait, I guess I use this for my. Okay. All right. You're right.
Two. 3.
Oh, is it the third one that you want to go to?
Wait, am I
Okay.
retarded? I think I'm.
I think you were retarded there.
I think I'm retarded.
Wait, so I was right? You want to go to the one that's in the back, right? The one that's farther back? Right? Am I wrong? Which one do you want to go towards? The one that's in the front or the one that's in the back? Or the one that's farther up or the one
I've forgotten how this game works.
Oh my god, I hate you.
I don't remember how to play anymore. Apparently.
I concur.
Maxie!
Uh,
DPS mode.
Maxie, we need your help.
What's happening?
Teach us how to play this game.
I think I
Um,
yeah, I know. I went to
you
1
just
instead of 2. That's why.
press your buttons in an order that makes sense. There you go.
Okay, with the blessing of Maxie, we move forward. Let's go.
Apparently, I don't remember what the low force can be. So I can go after you guys.
Oh, did I do that early? Yeah, no, that's fine.
My mouse has been double clicking, and it's fucked me up a couple times.
Why is it double clicking?
I don't know. Wear and tear, probably. I think I need a new mouse. This thing's probably 3 or 4 years old.
It's over here.
Yay!
That's the one I understand.
Do it again.
2. 3 on the left.
I think it's
Oh my
no,
god.
but
Slice
it's
me,
really
baby.
hard.
Why am
It's a hell of a lot harder to tell where they're gonna fucking.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Dude, look
Well,
at Pro
what can
Sal
you do?
though.
Hey, good job, Sal. I
Sal, call out,
Yeah.
please.
don't.
I don't know if I can call those out.
It is not fucking again.
I don't want to learn how they do it. Just someone do it for me.
Weren't it?
Put a mark on
watch for
Gemma's
the
head.
orange.
When the
Watch for the orange flash.
when the orange, yeah, when the one of them's gonna flash 3 times, that one is going all the way forward to slash, and then we have to line up with the other one going to either the first or second spot.
Look for the
Yeah.
look for the first orange flash, and then go to that line, and then you can
And
intersect
then
the
line
next
up with the
line.
next. Yes.
Okay, fine. I'll do it too.
You're like, I'm gonna roll in Zem, and Zem is like, I don't remember what the word. So
It is
Go to
what's
A.
happening.
Oh, we're all dead.
you're usually moving the boss around during this, so honestly, I get carried. Like I can
Okay,
see this
boys.
one, and then the second one I usually can't see. Both one. 2 on the left. 3 on the left. It's over here.
I can't really see the shit on the ground. Are the
It
lights
is hard to
already
see.
lit up?
It's see the notches. The first one's hard to see. 3 on the left.
Yeah, I can't barely see the notches, my man. I'm just gonna
Well.
turn off his fucking flowy purple
Yeah.
ground.
Line up behind me. Line up behind me. Line up behind me. Line up behind me.
Same.
Bless you.
You're
Don't
such
get
a way
mighty
with
split.
words.
Poet.
I think what I was fucking up was I was going to the one that wasn't flashing twice for some reason.
Curse. Curse. I got cursed. We gotta do shit with this.
Same
oh,
spread
shit.
spot spurts. I think it's actually I think it's stacked.
It's
First.
2 swings. I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm way
2.
out because it's 2 swings. So we just stay at it to 2.
I'm gonna die. Yeah.
Oh, I was the
What?
stack. Fuck, I'm an idiot.
I'm popping.
I
was
didn't
the stack,
realize I was
right?
it. No, I think I was.
I popped
Okay.
3 times.
Kim was the stack. You were the you
Run
dropped
away?
the thing that a thing that just stays there and pulses.
Yeah.
I'll get Jamie.
No, I got him.
Okay. Got a misclicked.
Now we all die.
Hey,
This is the easy
a
part.
lot of pots
What
and
the fuck
shit
is
here.
this?
Don't get hit by the lines.
What?
What the
Uh,
fuck
The
is
orbs.
this?
Don't get hit by the lines or the orbs or the and spreads.
What?
Oh yeah, Zamma, let's go.
This is when I wanted to quit this fight. I remember now.
That's the good part.
So I'm gonna show it to you again. So, okay, or you can all just
like it.
release and
I like
not.
Yes, sorry.
Alright, 'cause I can't actually die until now I can, but.
We all really-
Hey, I see it.
Yeah, so each of the faces are shooting an orb beam, like straight through.
Okay, so we gotta look out for the faces.
So it's
too.
faces and then orbs, or orbs and faces?
Yes.
The faces shoot the orbs.
Well,
Okay,
the orbs
blue
go
orbs
across
on the
the
outside,
room.
And then there's faces in the middle of the room. Who
The
fires
orbs
first?
that are doing the zigzag.
The orbs are the only
Uh,
thing that's firing. The faces control what color the orbs turn into. I guess
The faces fired a yellow.
He's talking about the crisscross part. The crisscross, the first crisscross will happen as the orbs shoot from the faces, and then the second crisscross happens.
Okay. So,
So,
just
like,
avoid
you wanna-
faces first.
Yeah, so the first spot you want to be in is a spot that's gonna avoid the faces and the crisscross, and then you can step into whatever safe spot is around.
Okay.
And there's also a spread marker on our head, so we should all generally be in a corner.
Be in our
each.
shape areas.
Well, a corner each. Like one of
yeah,
should a
Do we
corner.
have shape areas?
No, there's no shape. I don't know what shape you're talking about.
I'm sorry. Character areas?
Just
you mean,
normally,
like,
I'm
northwest,
generally
southeast?
on the right side.
Well, it's quadrants, so it's
And that's
corners.
it.
Like it's A, B, C, D.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I'm a B over there for reasons.
I'm gonna
The-
DPS.
It's because
I'm gonna
all the
see you at B.
all
Hate
the all
you
the
guys
good
so fucking much.
all the
That
good
was
body
the
parts
stupidest shit.
start with B.
But you
Cool.
worked it out, so.
But
now someone has to take the markers and spell out dickbag on the other side of the arena.
The part with the markers that killed us, it's either like we may have to spread first, or we may have to stack first. So whoever has to stack kind of has to look at what they have and tell us if they're first or not.
I don't even know what the fucking moves are called, man. I hope it says you will pulse damage once this goes off. Or something.
Does.
It's a debuff that if you can read it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go read it as soon as it comes
The
up.
red X one is the one that
both?
explodes, I believe.
Two on the left.
Or that needs like the
Two on
group
the
soak.
left.
Oh! It's that way. I went the wrong
Yeah,
way.
it's always like just straight down. Both one. Both two. Three on the left.
Wait. Yeah, I misread that.
Oh, whoops.
oh,
I
that
still
one you
lived.
gotta go a little farther. Okay, it's the 2-3 that you have to go farther on.
Yeah, I went the wrong.
That's the one that has a different spot.
Yes. I think I know what you're talking about, so yes.
Yeah, the 1-3 you just go wherever the 3 is. If it's a 2-1 you go wherever the 2 is, but if it's a 2-3 it's different.
4. I'm sucking real bad at reading them.
I don't know how to read that other. Oh shit, I didn't know. I don't know how to read that
Attaboy.
other one though.
I probably did a couple pulls to figure it back out again. I just always manip to Sean.
Man, I wish I could manip to Sean.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Both 1. 2 on the right. 2 on the right. One. Right. On the right. I think I also said the left before too. That's what confused me. Stack behind me.
Damn, with a feint and an addle? Shit.
Hurts. I think I might be able to tell from that number. 6. Okay.
Kurt! first.
Okay,
Yeah,
read
so
my
look at your
shit.
so
I think I've got the stack.
So I got one explosion.
Team has a stack. It's spread
Someone
first.
stack with
Spread
me.
first to your
Oh.
spots. Spread to your spots first. Two
Two.
rings.
That's 3.
Doesn't
Three.
Fuck, I have the solo. And
Oh fuck! I needed
Sal.
to get all the way up.
Oh, okay. I didn't. Sal had the stack.
Oh,
Yeah,
I had,
the
wait,
red-
I, had
I
two
thought the
buffs.
blue one was. I thought the blue one was the stack.
is it?
I never get the stack, so actually that makes sense. I never get the stack. Which is the
So wait, what color is it? I had 2 buffs. I just assumed one was the stack.
Everybody's always gonna have a spread, so you're always gonna have at least one buff.
Yeah, but I had 2.
Yeah, so
Oh,
you
so
have,
it's
with
like
either,
the spread
pulsing
after?
explosion or the stack.
Yeah.
and it
Okay,
can go
okay.
before or
My bad.
after the group stack. So it could be the group stack, or your personal thing explodes and then you stack, or you group stack and then you personally explode.
How do you tell that?
Based
I
on
know
the
the
timer.
buffs. I just looked up the buffs. The X is like the stack one,
The X is
and
the
the
stack one, yeah.
dome is the you're gonna pulse repeatedly. Fuck
Yeah.
off.
Yeah, I got that confused.
Can't believe you're leading them astray, Zama.
I'm leading them.
Dude, this is the shit we have to deal
not
with in
leaving.
our raid. This is what we have to deal with in our raids, man.
Can't believe he's done this.
Can't believe.
Look, I wanted to come here to get my warm up with, so that like if we do it anytime recently again, I don't have to fuck up when we're about to kill it, you know. 2. 3 on the right.
Oh, that's a weird one.
It's over here. Over here. Over here.
Oh, right. Oh, okay.
Bullshit.
Okay, 2 and 3 is up. Okay, understood. I see where to go now.
2 and 3 is where the 3 and the 2 intersect.
Yeah, no,
Goes
no,
up,
no.
So we can try again.
2 on, well, after we dodge. 3 on the right. Same thing as last time. I'll get Jamie.
Just gotta
What?
remember that that one's higher.
Think we die?
Oh
bust
shit!
out.
Oh, I did. Yeah, leave him to his fate. I can get so. Oh, Zama, immune?
Yeah.
I just want to see the. I want to practice the next thing.
It's totally recoverable, so you know.
Is this recoverable? We have no more. Oh, we do have a res.
Not
Leave
doing
things.
anything.
Well, I mean, we've recovered, and now if we die, we're fucked.
I'm the pulsey
So
boy.
to your spots, I don't know. who's gonna-
I'm a stack.
Stack is first. With Jamie.
I'm not the stack.
I'm the
You're
stack.
the
I'm the pulse.
wrong cross! Wrong cross!
Jesus. Check with Jamie and kill him.
It's the fucking wrong cross! This is their first name.
Wrong cross, wrong cross.
I can't believe I've done this.
Man, I'm starting to get the feeling Zama just doesn't want you guys to clear.
Yeah,
Dude,
sabotage.
he just wants to
Yeah,
save
all those
the good
the
clears.
hour we spent on Silky, that was actually on me. You just didn't realize it subtly.
I believe it.
All right, so hold up.
Okay.
So if it's a stack first, we shouldn't all be spread out around that ring. We should be on top of the stack guy and then fuck off.
no, yeah, if it's stacked first, you have to be stacked for the ring going off, and then once the ring goes off, then you go to your spread spots.
Yeah, that stack is going to go
unless
off like
you-
as you're moving in from the first dodge
Yeah.
of the ring.
Yeah, that stuff
Okay.
goes off.
Unless
I
you
know which
have
one's
the
coming
dome.
first.
The debuff timer. Whoever has the stack and well, yeah, whoever gets the stack buff should ideally be aware that they have it, and then look at the debuff timers and see which one's happening first and say it. I've been trying to click people's names.
Oh, why don't you just ask for help? Hey, look at your debuffs and call out your number. ASAP when
Sure.
it happens, Joe.
I said you gotta look at your debuff.
Yeah, but you probably didn't say it.
Seconds
was
I
ago.
gusto.
don't know what that
Yeah, you
means.
didn't say it with gusto. No one heard that shit. I'm ready. Let's go.
Fuck your gusto.
I
Suck my
call-
dick. With gusto,
something? I
please.
say it hard, everyone hears it.
Fucking really
For
let me
emergency,
get real
Sam,
sloppy with it. Let me show that gusto you're talking about.
Should the person with the pulse call how long they got? Would that help, or that'd be annoying?
They're doing their own thing, so
Yeah, the person
shouldn't
with
really
the pulse
matter.
can't stack.
Oh,
Yeah.
the pulse doesn't stack. Okay. Gotcha.
The pulse person doesn't stack. They just
Why
stay
would
in
the
their
pulse
spot.
person stack, you fucking
Yeah.
terrorist?
I thought one went off and then later the other one went
no,
off.
I believe
The
if
pulse
one's
operator goes off
first,
first.
they're both first. Like they both explode at
Yeah.
the same time.
Yeah, I think the both 2, 3 on the right. Me. And then everybody just goes to the person that has the stack. Well, the other 2 people by everybody, you know. 2 on the right, 3 on the right. Stack behind me.
I thank to live. You gonna chop
Alright,
you
whoever
up.
has the stack isn't going to be the person in the call. 'Cause I'm not looking at anybody anymore.
Alright.
Believe in you.
Earth!
Although I think I can usually tell by my debuff still.
I'm the stack.
Okay,
or second?
timer?
Second stack.
Was
Okay,
that
so
two
press
or
boss
one?
first, press boss first.
Oh, too far away. I'm fucking dead.
Fine.
Now collapse in. Wow, she died.
When we had it, we were just wounded. Y'all were so far out.
I wasn't that far out.
I was.
That was. I could have
So-
been on my side of the map, but instead I was on your side.
Yeah, so when you say you have the stack, also like,
You had
compare
to
your
tell the
debuff.
timer, dummy.
Yeah, I didn't know about that part. I know
And
it
then-
now though.
Oh, balls.
So now I see why where we're looking at timers.
Yeah, yeah.
It was explained.
So
very
you
poorly,
see
I
how
didn't understand.
see how this spot isn't glowing? It's probably safe because it's not getting shot by the morning. Watch me. Gosh, yeah. Boom. See that? I
Yeah,
thought
yeah.
the spread. I thought the
Understood.
spread thing.
Understood. We have time
Okay,
to get
so
in
we
here?
call first stack or second stacks how we do it, right? Or
Yeah. Stack first, stack second.
stack first, stack second. Stack first, stack second. I want some pancakes.
Wait, who
pancakes,
had
that's so
the
good.
who had the pulse?
Zama.
I had the
We
pulse.
stacked properly. It's just y'all were
Yeah.
wounded animals, wounded bunnies.
Yeah.
Limping into the stack marker.
I didn't even
Go
make
on with that, me.
My fucking foot got lopped off. I didn't even make it to the stack marker.
It's for good.
Man, I gotta say, they really need to fix the running and walking animation with the Scholar Summoner. Holy shit, it looks so bad.
He
I
should-
I hate running around with it. I was having to look at it yesterday because I was paying attention, and gosh, I don't know. Just like put the book away. Sheath your book.
On the left. Here on the left. Yeah, I've got it now. I'm back, baby.
Hey,
Yeah, I understand it now too.
good.
I also understand it.
Both one. 2 on the left. Or 2 on the right, 2 on the right. 3 on the right.
It's 3.
Stack behind me.
So whoever's saying the stack thing, going to you. Stack first, stack second.
Arr.
Stack second. On me.
Leave me alone.
So Kim on the east. Your usual east spot.
It's
2
two.
rings. You're in the,
That's,
wait, that's
inside the two. Inside the.
Yeah, I
Give me-
know. I need
South.
to.
Sal, why are you not over here?
Because he's
was
the
both.
anti-stack, yeah.
Oh, Sam, why are you not over here?
Stack.
Because I'm an idiot.
Did you just DPS him?
Yeah.
I'm an idiot.
I was watching for some reason Sound came around the corners and
Yeah, because I was told to go
sides,
stack.
and I was like, well, because you guys went to like weird spots, and I was like,
What are they
what
doing?
diagonal path did you swap?
He's DPS him.
Who's DPSing, man?
Don't
And
worry
was
about
like,
what
well,
I was
whatever,
doing.
Looks like it works, so I'm just gonna hang out here and do my thing.
Don't worry about what I was doing. I was making big brain moves.
Yeah, you just go to the same boss spread spots. But yeah.
Yeah,
corner
but like
flips
it's
or whatever,
so I didn't have to
and-
run that
Yeah, I won't worry about it.
far. You
What am I
let
doing
us
over here?
die. Can't believe you've done this, Sam, again.
And after I dropped school to maintain my casino job, after a few
Yeah,
months,
easily
I got
distracted,
fired
I
from my
guess.
casino job. So I'd essentially just thrown away like the past
Two
like
on the
3
left.
or 4 years of my life.
Two on the
Why'd
left.
you get fired from the casino job? I
Oh,
heard
I
there's
think
a story
this is an
behind
odd one.
Yeah, there's a story. Basically, I was just
maybe
really
not.
dumb when it came to understanding corporate politics, and this is funny because the same attitude kind of followed me into the streaming world. My thought process has kind of always been that like as long as I'm really good at what I do, I should be untouchable.
Two
If
on
I'm
the
really
left.
good, you can't do anything to me. I don't
Two
have
on
to
the
play these
left.
dumb games or whatever. And at the casino, I think I was the youngest. It was originally shift lead
Stack
and
on me.
supervisor position at the casino. And when I started to get my own shifts, there were problems that I would run into on graveyard shift because of carryover from the swing shift. Remember, one of these problems was underneath the soda machine. They weren't cleaning it properly, and fruit flies were showing up. And the manager
Yeah,
came
I
in
got
one
my
morning,
Phoenix
she
up
was
for
like,
that every time.
Hey, what's going on with the machine? And I was
Phoenix?
like, listen, I can't do,
Phoenix.
I can't take everything from swing shift and do everything at grave shift. I can't do this. They need to figure out their stuff better, or I need more employees. It's not possible for me. And she's like, well, did you tell anybody else? Like, yeah, I complained to the supervisor on the swing shift all the time. And
Come
she
on,
told me,
guys, we know
if
how to
you're not
stack
getting the answer that you'd like, then
curse.
it's your responsibility to
Oh,
email
fuck.
the next
That was a
person
bad
up.
spot.
And I was like, oh, okay,
Hello?
that's interesting.
Stat guy? Hello?
And some months
Oh,
went
it's
on,
me.
and I ran
Stack
into more
second.
problems
Stack
because in
second.
Graveyard,
One.
here's
I mean,
how I don't know if
just
it's
one ring,
everywhere, but
and then
morning
don't forget to
shift is
move
the
in.
easiest, and that's when you're the most overstaffed because that's when all the VPs
Help
are in,
me.
and that's when all the managers are there, and everybody blah blah blah.
Somebody
Swing
killed
shift
the
is the most
Zama.
challenging. That's where your highest flow of customers is.
Zama,
You're also decently
why?
staffed there, but there's a lot of stuff going on. In
I don't
Graveyard,
think he killed
nobody
anybody.
cares.
He
They
did!
don't give you any employees.
No, it
You
was
might get
the
swamped, you might
it
get
was the
swamped,
best I
but
could it was the
extra
best I
20
could
per
do
day
with
shift,
that
that's
because
the only thing that
it was
matters.
one
Quick
step.
question
Yeah.
for sort of clarification. So
Oh,
this
yeah,
is
yeah,
24
yeah. Okay, I
hours?
should have given you more
24 hours
credit.
a
Give me
Yeah,
res-
it's
I want to
like
do
casino.
this part.
So
I'm gonna do
Dining
this
in a
part.
casino. Oh,
So-
by the way, I had an amazing moment at a
Okay,
dining
fine,
in a
I'll get
casino
count.
recently. It's a
She already
special
got
place.
one.
A dining
Oh.
casino is a place of magic.
There's a lot of.
Supposed to be.
I don't know if I'd say magic, but there's a lot
This
of
looks like a
otherworldly
nice
stuff
spot
going
right
on.
There's
here.
characters.
We need
There's,
healing.
and I had an interaction with the waitress.
Never heard
that
of
was
it.
the sweetest waitress in the world.
It was
And it
not.
was just like,
It was not a
I
nice
don't know,
spot.
maybe 2 months ago.
How is it not that nice
Cruel
spot?
world of ours.
Do the
Uh,
headshots
so
take up
graveyard
one row of
begins when-
squares, or is it
For
two
me, my
rows of
shift was
squares?
10
They
p.m. to
they
6
shoot in a
a.m.,
beam,
or
so
sometimes
they
I
go
get called
straight
early, so
across.
it'd be 8 p.m.
It's
to
a
6
row.
a.m. or whatever.
It's
Yeah,
a
but that
row.
dude spawned on
no
like the
love for
cracks
that
of the
shit.
floor
No,
from
especially
where
not
this
trying to do
crisscross
school at the
was.
same
So
time,
is it
absolutely
taking up
not.
2 rows?
But yeah,
Then we
basically,
have to
long story short,
reset,
I ran
I
into a
think.
problem with my super where
I mean, we
didn't
got
have
5
enough
minutes.
employees
We
on
can
my
do
shift.
one more.
VPs were coming in the morning. They're just like, hey, the
I'm gonna
diner's
look
kind
at
of
this
dirty,
guy.
and
Hey,
I'm like,
hey,
you cut all my
I'm
employees
trying
past
to-
4 a.m. Like,
So
on
see
some
how
nights, I'm
see
literally
how it's like
cooking
one
and doing
square?
front of
It
house,
shoots
like,
straight
all on
through
my own,
that
like,
square.
I can't do this. And
Okay.
my manager Pam
This
told
looks
me,
so
well,
weird.
you got to
They
figure it
spawn
out.
so
And so
strange.
I remembered her advice. So I emailed the VP of Food and Beverage and I CC'd her and I said, I'm not getting the help I need in my restaurant. Now I didn't know at the time that I was basically completely
Yeah, we
throwing
do
her
one
under the
more.
bus because of that email.
So that was 3
But
minutes.
retroactively, when I look back on things, or retrospectively, I see that was the moment that I got like marked for deletion, and I didn't really understand it, even though I'd heard terminology for papering somebody out the door. But after that point, I started to get written up for like a lot of little.
Let me ask
random
this too,
things,
just in
like,
case.
I'll
A
come,
criss-
like,
one
I missed
crisscross
day of work in my
and
3
the
years
heads
at the
fire
casino,
off at the
and
same
I started to
time,
get
right?
Written up for, like,
Yeah,
showing
the
up,
first
like, 1 or 2
crisscross and the
minutes
head shoot
late.
at the same
It's fine,
time.
you know, it's whatever.
Okay.
Or written up
So
by
your
the
first-
signing
Same spot.
paperwork. And then eventually there
Right.
came a
So
situation
your
with another
first
employee
dodge has to
where
be
they
in
were-
a spot that's
it's
not.
complicated. It has to like call out stuff. But
crisscross
basically, they
will get
wanted to
shot
come,
by a
or they wanted to call out, and I told them if they called out, they were going to get fired because they were at like 10 points. They were at 9 points and 10 points of firing, blah, blah, blah.
Cross.
Pam told me, you can tell her that
Cross
she's
on
going to
the
get a
left.
point, but you can't tell her she's going to get fired. I don't know what that meant. And then I told her that if
Two
you
on the
call out,
right.
you're going to get, you're fucked.
on
You're
the
going to get fired. Or you're going to be at 10 points. And then I got called in early, like 3 days later, and Pam was like, you inappropriately communicated with an employee because you said the F word in a text message. And I'm like, really? There's no shot. And she's like, well, you also tried to fire the employee. And it's like,
Remember
no,
when
I
that
told her
was
she was going to
hard?
get 10 points. She's like, well, you used the F word. I'm like,
Yeah.
this is insane.
Both
And
two.
I didn't, just because I was such a,
Two on the
such a
left,
high performing
right on the
employee. I
left.
was like, there's no way I'm getting fired. And then I did. And
It's
I
a
was
weird
like, yeah.
one.
Cashed out my 401k and moped for like 3 months because I had thrown
Aw.
away school for this
Why you
gotta
casino
talk
job.
shit
And
to
then I
do
got
that
fired
to
from this job that, like, yeah, nobody believed I got
Remember when
fired. It was
that
just
mechanic
insane.
is
Yeah.
so
So if you
really
look back,
hard
if you were
and
allowed to
even
not
die.
just to
Got her.
look back to your own memory,
Oh yeah, I was
actually
supposed to be
watch
first, that was my
yourself, like somebody
Well,
recorded
either
video
one
that
of you,
whole
really.
time,
Mhm.
do you think you would
Just
be
because
surprised?
I can
You would
survive
notice some
most
things, like
things.
potentially,
Hey, Zam, I should hang
no,
out
not
with
having
you
a
at the beach,
self-awareness,
that's
not
fair.
having like
Okay.
social, like a civility
I
and
don't
think
social
sexually
etiquette that's
abuse,
played
so.
in the human relations.
Yeah, absolutely.
It sure does hurt though.
So is
I
that?
would
is that
go
at the
over and
core
smack
of
his
it,
butt for good
essentially?
luck.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it follows me even to this day. There's a lot of, I don't know if you're recording or not, but when we spoke
Yeah.
earlier about like meta conversations, I have to think
guy?
a lot sometimes
I
about
got
meta
it.
conversations.
It's
'cause the way
second.
that I
It's
want to drive a
second.
conversation
Okay, split
will
bus
sometimes
first.
be way different than
rings.
what
Two.
is like the best way to have a
Three.
conversation. Whereas I just want to like go really hard on like
Yeah,
some
get a little closer.
itty bitty like
No, I
some
fucked up.
idiosyncrasy, some factor figure, whatever. But that's
I
not like the
stacked.
human conversation I need to have.
You
no,
did.
no.
I did
So
good.
you got fired / left that job.
I think I ran
Uh,
inside
and
my
then
building
took
while
you
trying
to
to
the-
run around.
I
job
gotta
that would
change.
be the
I
lowest
gotta
point.
change
Yeah.
something.
Because
It's
there's
I'm
a
gonna
huge
res-
downgrade
becoming a
in pay.
problem.
I went from getting
Turning
like
towards
I think at the
boss has
casino because I
finally
worked so much
become a
overtime. I was getting
problem.
like $22.50 an
I
hour
res
on my
count.
overtime.
Turning-
Sorry, fifth, and this was back in 2008, 2009, as like a college student. Like, it was amazing
Yeah.
pay. I had benefits, like everything was good, and then the carpet cleaning was like I was probably getting my paycheck like every other week was maybe $1,500 or
No, it's not.
$1,000, and I'm working
Now
like
it's fine.
13-day
Fuck you.
stretches. Like I have every other Sunday off.
I got one of them
and
partially.
it's so many hours. Like
The
I have to
second
show up
one's
at the shop
successful.
at like 7 or 6, and then I go home at like 8 or 9,
up,
depending
Kim?
on when my jobs are throughout the
Are
day.
you doing businesses or residential?
That's a
Or
yes.
You
what
want the
are you
real
doing?
answer to that?
Everything. Are you
She
working for a
gave her
company
an
that does
answer.
carpet
Yeah.
cleaning, or
So
you-
what's
Okay,
gonna
so,
happen
like,
is we're
there's a
gonna
schedule
get
thing you have to go
marks.
to
We
it
have to
and
get
so
hit
on.
by the
Yeah, but
opposite
so like this
color.
is why the schedule would suck. Is sometimes I'd show up at
So I have two
I think
golds.
we
I
had to
want to
be
get
in
hit
the
by
shop
two
at-
silvers.
I think
So
it
I'm
was
gonna
They
go
do
back.
shoot in
Here.
two
show up at the
rows.
shop at 7 a.m. First job might
They
be at
shoot
8 or
in
9,
like a
but that
straight
job might be like a
line.
1 hour
What do you
job.
mean?
It's got
I might show
ice
up at 7 a.m.
highlighting
and have
two
a job
squares.
from 8:30 to 9:30.
Oh,
Then my
I
next
don't
job might
think
not be
I-
from until like say 11. So from 8:30 to
It
9:30
shoots
I'll
a
do
beam
one job.
straight.
There will be one safe square.
Yeah,
One
there's-
safe square of basically, if you imagine there's 4 groups of 4 squares, one of those groups of 4 squares will be safe.
Yeah, there are 2 orbs shooting in your quadrant.
I'm gonna show you ass when we get out of here. I'm not leaving. I'm gonna make it kick me.
I don't know what you mean by 2 rows in, because like it shoots a beam. It's a beam.
It's
Boom.
covering.
It does.
It's covering.
You know how there's a key blast and a Kamehameha wave? It's a Kamehameha wave. It's wider
Yeah,
than
it's
a regular
Kamehameha.
beam.
Yeah, beam. That's a
A
beam.
wide beam. A 2 square wide beam.
Kamehameha beam.
Come out.
Yeah, what he's saying
not-
is they're just covering
it's-
2
it's not a-
squares.
Yeah, it's not a blast. It's a beam.
Come
man.
over here. Come over here. Come over here. Come here. All right. Look.
You
Where's-
see
where's
this
the-
title? You see this axe?
You fucking
No, I'm
listen
way
here,
marking
boy.
right now.
You see this title on this axe? You see this
No,
title
I
on
know.
this axe?
I know you're not wrong. You just suck dick at explaining sometimes.
You
just
suck-
watch me, okay? You just watch me.
What is? How is a beam? I'm bad at explaining it. What? A beam? Beam! Pew!
Pew pew.
I can't believe y'all haven't said anything about the new Christmas tree in the front yard.
It looks amazing. I noticed it this morning.
Thank you.
And you're saying row? Like you're talking? Are you saying
Okay.
row
Okay.
as
No.
in two
We're here. We're ready.
squares?
We're ready. Listen,
Keep
we're ready.
looking
So
at
look.
sparkles.
Here's a square. That's a square. That's a square. That's a square. I am a head. I'm a fat head. You see where I am? I'm gonna fuck up row A and row B with my fat ass head when I'm beaming. Correct?
Yeah, they don't. No, they don't do that.
So they fire down just row A. So entire
Yes.
row B is safe.
No, they cover
No.
2.
There are 2 orbs. So there's
Ignore the second orb. Just the heads. So row B is safe if there's
Yeah,
only
row-
heads out.
row B is safe. Yeah.
So when they spawn, it shows a little ice blue bullshit extending out left from it and right from it. So just that's fake bullshit then. Yes, when they spawned, I looked at the ground behind them, and there's an ice thing extending out to the left and the right of them spawning in a weird spot like this.
If you're talking about behind them,
Those are
that's
probably
just
the other faces.
yeah. It's just the marker underneath. Like they're facing one
Yeah.
side. The mouse will only shoot in the direction that they're facing. Nothing happens behind them.
That's not what he's saying.
Is it
Uh,
not?
That's correct, Kevin. That's not what I'm saying.
If this square right here behind B is like gold, it's shooting this way. So you don't have to worry about it. That's for somebody else to
You
worry
know,
about.
do 4. Do 4. Do another row of these.
Alright, let's get some numbers out. Yeah, let's make a full grid.
Yeah, that one sucks.
No, I wanted them right
Shut
next
up.
to each other. Why did you do them that way? What the fuck? Don't...
Yeah, that's bad spots. That's not on the squares.
Yeah,
that's,
no,
that's on the
put
crevices
them
now.
next to each other. What are you doing? No, stop. Put them literally right next. I hate you. Literally, put the colors right next to their corresponding colors. Stop with your stupid
I'm watching a video.
half-shell penis.
I'm not looking at the game right now. I'm in a video.
Like, that's the shape the fucking faces spawn in.
Wait,
Hold on.
Okay, yeah, no.
Uh,
is my ABCD still accurate?
Yeah, faces.
So they spawn in the fucking lines and not on the squares then.
They spawn on the lines and the squares. They spawn in an X. There's
Hold on.
or a
Hold on.
plus.
Okay. Pull up my Discord stream. We're
Like, what do you mean? Do you think there's only one row of heads?
Look how the 2 is clipping into the fucking things right here. Look,
okay.
I'm on a square. I'm on a perfect square right now. Look how your 2 is half inside me and half out. Because it can't commit.
Fucking square. That's not my
Okay,
fault.
okay.
It's the square's
So-
fault.
So look at my Discord stream. This should
Okay.
hopefully clear everything up.
Stupid. I'm
So-
done with this shit.
In my corner, there is a gold head and a silver head, and the like right next to where the boss is in the middle of the room.
Right.
Basically, there's that. It's going to shoot straight across this way and cover these 2 squares, all the way across, and this zone is dead. The silver head's going to shoot down this way and cover these 2 squares. This entire zone's dead. That just leaves this.
Just real quick.
Hmm?
Did you say that head is covering 2 squares?
Yeah, that's what I said earlier.
Maxie, I just want to thank you very quickly and concisely proving what I just tried to point out and got yelled at for.
Okay, so we'll slow this down as well. Do like half speed. So the first set of markers goes out. Basically, I'm playing in this set of 4. And so you stand in the first safe spot. The beams will go across. So this spot opens up now. These heads are about to shoot. And then that's the mechanic. And that safe spot can change. But it's going to be any... There's... Oh, I'm getting the shit beat on me in PoE. There's 4 different sets of 4 squares that you can play inside of.
Do it again.
And so you want me to just replay the... So like if you look at over here where Cam's at, this gold head and this gold head shooting, so Cam would be playing in this upper 4 squares over here.
Oh, I see. Okay. I see
kinda
how
see.
you had everybody spread out now.
I think I'm wrong about the 2
I understand.
rows thing now.
No, it shoots across 2 rows. So if you look, so this thing, this is a row, and this is a row. So this
Do the
silver
heads-
head is
do
going to
the
be...
heads only have... Do they have heads on both sides?
Yeah.
They have
Yeah.
faces on both sides?
Yeah,
Yes.
they aren't always going to be... So like this head is facing my way, but it doesn't have a ball in front of it, so it's not going to be shooting.
Oh, see, I thought they just shot whichever way the face was. I didn't
Nope.
know that part.
Nope, they had to have a ball in front of them with a color.
Oh, that makes it much better then.
And so I'll be dodging to this square. I don't know if you can still see Cam, but Cam will be dodging into the upper left square.
Okay, that's no problem. All right, I didn't know an orb spawned in front of the actual face that's firing. I didn't know they had faces on both sides. I just thought whichever way a face was facing, shit was gonna happen. Who put this mess out here?
You started it.
So they don't shoot through the line. Okay, they just spawn kind of funky.
Oh God, I need to repair.
Why didn't you ever
Jesus.
say it? But there's a face on both sides, but only one of those faces is firing.
Oh my God.
Well, I said look at the orbs, and I thought, you know, when you looked at the thing, you would see the orbs and be like, oh, that's. I
No,
didn't
there's
think you would just
orbs
be
on like
faces. They're all attacking me from all directions. Oh no!
there's
Chaos!
orbs
Oh,
like
what to do?
there's orbs all along the walls and the faces.
Did y'all even see the new Christmas tree on the inside of the house?
Kim, I did. Oh, all right, hold up. You know what? Okay.
Who
let me
cares
go
about
look.
the Christmas
Let me
tree?
go look.
Look at the
I
Christmas tree.
care
No,
about-
no,
I
no,
care
no,
about
no,
Christmas
no,
tree.
no,
It
no,
looks
no,
beautiful.
Maybe,
It looks
maybe,
beautiful. It's so
Damn it,
beautiful. Oh my
Amy,
god.
come back outside.
Wait,
thought it was
Sal's not the
inside.
Christmas. Sal's not the Christmas tree. Oh shit, never mind.
Look at this one. Look,
Let's
look, look,
try
look.
am beautiful.
Why is our Christmas tree outside?
There's one outside, and then there's two new ones
Oh
in the
God.
house. It's also the striking dummy.
Why is it pure white?
Isn't it beautiful?
I like how the star is kind of 16-bit.
It is, isn't it? And then look, we got a snowman.
Dude, our house is just too crowded, man. It's always just too
And then
crowded.
come look. Now come look down. Like come look. Look, we got this tree here. I put it up here. Sal put it in place. And then look, we got this one down here. Look how pretty it is.
Right next to the stripper pole.
Yeah.
Gotta get
You
the
don't
holiday
have that,
spirit
please.
somehow.
Yeah.
Nothing says like holiday spirit like drowning your sorrows at the strip club.
Jesus is
Hell
inside
yeah.
everyone.
I'm fine with going back in. I just gotta go pee.
Yeah, I can try
It's up
again.
to
It's
y'all
up
if y'all wanna put up with me. BB.
Soapy suds. Sal's Emma,
What?
are we going back in or no?
Sure.
I think that was two sures.
You don't sound too sure about that.
That's true. Y'all said at the same time. I think so.
I don't
couldn't
have kicking privileges here. I hate it.
Free reign.
You'd be going to jail in my Discord, dropping that shit.
You have bad taste. It's okay.
What the?
Oh, dude, I never got a chance to talk to y'all about this. It's kind of fucking weird how like every raid Dragos is like, all right, guys, one more pull and we're done.
Man, it's
Anyone else think so?
Yeah,
Yeah, we've been talking about that.
I don't like that.
it's annoying. I don't really care so much that he wants to leave. With appropriate heads up, but he says it like, yeah, just overdone. Everybody leave. Get off Final Fantasy. And, you know, you.
Well, no, he's not leaving because he has to. He's doing it because he's just bored and wants to do something else. He hangs out on Discord and does other things.
Yeah.
That's the worst part.
At least Thursday it was. Tuesday. Tuesdays it's just he doesn't eat before raid, so he gets hungry and he just wants to leave.
Why not just eat before raid?
I don't know. I guess because I don't know. Maybe he is on the West Coast, so maybe it's too early for me. But like, yeah,
Should be
just
like
eat before
5,
raid. It's about
6.
6. I just eat at 6, so you don't have to fucking whine about being hungry later.
Damn, you guys raid so late. Can't believe you do that.
You know.
I found out a lot of my glamours had like female only stuff, and when I I tried to switch to some stuff. Like everything was breaking.
While your glamour phase bringing.
Yeah.
Are you still watching my stream, Maxi?
I'll be right back.
No, I am. You're reindeer.
No, never mind. Then. You missed something. I'm not
Oh.
gonna tell you what it was. It's a secret.
All right, going back in the VOD.
You can't do that on Discord.
Yeah, said it wasn't recording.
This will be my Christmas raid outfit. Death reindeer.
Well, Zama's making you guys raid on Christmas. Slave driver.
I'd totally do it.
Yeah, same.
When is Christmas? 28th?
25th, isn't it? Isn't it always on the 25th? Or am I thinking of Thanksgiving?
When is Christmas is it's the 25th. Yep.
Yeah.
On a Sunday. Damn. Jesus, doubling down.
Oh, yeah, I should know that. My dad's birthday is the day after Christmas, so that's a static day every year. Is Thanksgiving also on the 25th? Feels like they kind of just got lazy with holidays at the end of the year.
Thanksgiving is on a Wednesday, I
Is
believe.
it just on a Wednesday?
No, it's a Thursday. It's the 24th.
Thanksgiving's never on a Wednesday.
Thursday. I look forward to next week. It's all the pilots and instructors and shit. They all vacation and chill. So training's gonna be at an all-time low for me, which means that's less rooms I gotta deal with breaking.
I'm looking forward to next week because I get Thursday, Friday off, and doing 3 Thanksgivings, I think. So I will have hell leftovers.
Yeah, this game needs to take a lesson from PSO2. Just go all in. Just go all in with the glamours and shit.
I'll be down.
Valet,
It's like one of my
Valet
favorite
wants
parts.
to wear like a onesie that covers 1 inch of vagina and have a condom wrapper in her mouth. She damn well should be able to do it.
What the fuck?
Probably not. Probably not that far.
That's what PSO2 can do.
What? Really?
Yeah, those are real glamour items. You're muted, Cam.
Damn, no, that's real. I have an emote that's a stripper pole, and I do a stripper dance on it.
I'd be more concerned if you weren't doing a stripper dance on a stripper pole.
I've also got... No, give me a couple minutes.
Couple minutes?
Yeah, dude, I gotta eat something. I'm trying to eat some nuts, alright?
Alright.
I have an emote where I
That's
need
a lot
nuts.
of nuts.
I'm just trying to put these nuts in my mouth.
I'll be right back, though.
I didn't have an emote in PSO where I would eat nuts.
I have an emote where I eat a Halloween cookie.
I think Mike has a... Mike has a thing where, or an emote where he rides on a, like, unicorn carousel thing.
I think I have that one. Look, I had a billion Meseta, alright? I had a thing or two.
Did you have the carousel one?
I think so.
That thing was ridiculous.
The only one I wanted that I didn't get was the one that Jamie ended up getting, was the charger up one.
I paid,
Right.
like, I paid one time for items. And it was that stripper pole.
And then you never played again.
It's true. No, that's not true. They got a stripper seat. So I came back to the game and I played, and I got the stripper seat, and then I quit playing. I don't know if they've come out with more stripper stuff. I do know that that stripper pole at one point was worth like
A lot of money.
A billion, yeah, it was like a billion Meseta or something. It was fucking dumb.
Tell me thick.
Obviously, I already used it.
Here, Vic.
Damn, Kim, you take forever, man. You're like a turtle, man. So slow and turtly.
I have to crack the nuts to eat them. Also, Jamie AFK.
All right, I'm back.
My back.
Merry Christmas. One false move and I cut your shins. No, your calves.
Whoever you're talking to, they're not there.
She's wiggling in front of me.
No, she's
He.
not there.
I mean, no, not here. Be blinded by my book. That's razor blade. Did you just stick razor blades in your scythe?
It cuts.
It looks rusty. And look,
That's
there's a
part of it.
crack
If I-
through it.
If I hit you with one and you get away, the secondary damage of disease will get you.
Look, you put cloth on the end of it. You've ruined this scythe. Can you see?
I think my speaker just broke.
Oh yeah. Fuck the system.
Oh no, it didn't. It just popped.
Mhm.
Where'd you get that?
One of our raids.
That weapon doesn't come
Samurai.
from a raid.
Oh, this is the necromancer place. Palace of the Dead.
Yeah, I know. When did you get that?
Long time ago.
Hmm.
Like maybe during Stormblood. Good night. Good morning. Good night.
Thought I was disconnecting, then I realized I just accidentally hit deafen.
Idiot.
He.
Sal's back.
What? I've been here.
Oh, why aren't we going?
Kim said she needed.
No, we were waiting on the nut eater.
Yeah, Kim was like, I love my nuts.
Let me smoke this bowl and then we can
I
go.
love my
Oh
nuts
my
and my
god,
weed.
it's just one thing after another with you.
Oh my god! Calm down! Jesus.
Can you like
Multitask.
save time and like piss while you smoke a bowl or something?
I already peed!
I can't multitask, Sal.
Why would you want to smoke a bowl in the bathroom?
Because you save
Why
time.
not?
You're just inhaling fecal matter.
Don't
Yeah,
fucking put your
and?
face to the toilet when you do it. Just fucking
Smoke that shit.
stand in the regular part of the bathroom. What are you fucking talking about?
Wait, what?
Or what kind of? Why are you getting fecal matter everywhere in the bathroom?
Well,
She's the fucking toilet.
you've met
animal.
Sal. My bathroom's still not the same.
It's still
Gross,
warm.
Sal.
Yeah.
You fucked up her toilet.
Yeah. He broke that shit.
It was broke when I got there.
Whoa! No, it
I believe
wasn't.
it.
Actually, I mean, if I did fuck it up, it's because there was no lights in the bathroom. Okay.
That's true.
And then I've got a job from like 11 to
I
12
can't
or
believe
something.
that shit
Then I might have
happened.
like a decent job from like 5 to 8.
Fucking Sal, the
But, like, my whole day is
Sal
destroyed.
comes, like,
And then
half
Oh yeah,
our
by the way, there's
fucking
no lights in the
smallest
bathroom. Good
jobs,
luck.
so I'm getting like 30 bucks
Our
maybe
fucking
for
light
being in
just
the shop or
stop
my
working.
job for like 10 or 11 hours.
half
It's just,
of them
like,
in the
horrible.
kitchen
So
are
you're
like the
somebody that
kitchen
seems to
lights,
be
and then
extremely
like
good at
the
thinking
bedroom
in
that he was
conversation,
staying in,
and so have a bit of an ego, perhaps,
which is now the
in
studio.
both the negative
And
and the
then
positive sense of that
the
word.
fucking bathroom,
Was there some
all the
aspect
lights
of
just
working
go
at
out on the
McDonald's
side of the house.
and
Must be
then
the secret
working at the
juice for
casino and then
chickens, a
working for
little late
the
night source
as a
of
carpet
running.
cleaner that
God
was
Fuck, I
humbling?
guess.
No, never.
How he juices them up.
He's like
I had
electric.
The ego burned bright through it all.
well,
Or no,
How's
yeah,
that
you
made
can
him
push
hard
back
for
on
the
the
snake
ego.
yeah, no,
Yes.
I understand. I totally get what you mean.
find that hard to
I
believe.
had a really close friend growing up whose name was Chris, and I think we probably met when we were like 4 or 5, I think. He lived behind me.
Are you saluting
And
my
I
snake
grew up with
ladies?
him, and I'd always been kind of an
Also,
outsider
everybody
to
repair.
the world that I was
My
in
shit was almost
once I got to
broken.
high school for sure, because
My
all of
God,
those
for
kids
you.
were incredibly wealthy. You know, Corvettes and Mustangs when they
Well,
turned
it's too
16.
late.
It was a
You know,
prep
you
school,
always offer
and
that
I was
shit,
doing
and
the.
then I
They had
just
like a
go
work
do
study
it
program
myself.
there where you could stay after school
The
from
offer is
2:30 to
always
5
there, you
every
just
day
forget.
to kind of like work to
I
pay
do.
for your tuition. So
Wait,
I've been
not.
working like throughout all of high school. I got another
Okay, I'm
job at
smoking
McDonald's when I was 18. Worked at the casino. Like I'd always been doing that kind of work. I never really viewed it as like beneath me or anything. It's not like I don't have like a family of doctors or lawyers or anything. And then me and my other
Yeah,
friend,
there's no-
Chris guy, we'd always
nothing
make
wrong.
fun of
This is my
everybody
thing,
else for being
Cloud.
kind of like like preppy kids and everything. So
So there is
Snake tattoos.
there's
Boring.
some pride to that sort of hard work.
yeah, I guess a little bit, yeah. Because yeah, looking especially at my dad, like the solution to every problem was to just throw more hours of work at it, basically. So that was always my go-to.
Damn,
And
so
I never.
tattoo.
What was
That's
psychologically the low
dedication.
point?
I think psychologically the low point was that as I'm doing this carpet cleaning job, driving around my city, there's like this feeling of, I guess for a lot of people it's probably college, but there's a feeling when you're in high school that everything is like so exciting and the whole world is kind of in front of you, and there are a trillion different branching paths of possibilities. And you know, even through high school you're thinking like, am I going to be a doctor or a lawyer, or can I join the NBA, or can I do this or that? There's all these things in front of you. And
Timmy, where'd
when
you
I
go?
especially felt it
Oh,
when I was doing
you're
these
right
carpet
there.
cleaning jobs,
I
and
just didn't see
Hiding.
you 'cause you're in the
I think it
fucking
was in the
corner.
fall. I'd be outside some of these houses, and I just kind of
Timmy,
look
look how
around.
cute I
And I'd
look.
recognize a lot of these neighborhoods that I
you,
drive
like,
around with
blend in with the
friends
wall? You're-
in, or
Nah, I
I'd
can't say
be
that.
walking through. I ran cross country.
Yeah,
Some
you
of
look
them I'd be
cute.
running through these neighborhoods, and it was just kind of like this feeling of looking around, and it was like when I was here in the past.
What are you trying to say?
This is like kind of like a
blend in with the
transitionary phase of my life where I'm
Just
doing
wanna
this
finish
and it's so
that
fun and
racist
exciting, and then I'm
ass
going to move on to
statement
something
you
else
about
and
to
it's going to be
say.
fun and exciting
You're
and
just a
awesome.
little harder to see
And then,
sometimes.
like, 2 years later, my whole
okay.
life has collapsed.
Naturally
I got a house that I can't
camouflage.
afford anymore. My
Yeah.
ex that I hate is
Or
pregnant
maybe
with a
it's
kid,
because you.
and
Maybe
I
it's
have
because you
no
don't have
money.
the fucking
I've got no
lights on
upward
on your
mobility.
game.
I failed college.
I mean, look at my screen. You'll see
My
exactly what
job
I'm
is
saying.
horrible. Like just every single like this is like all of those the wave function
I
had
do
collapsed into one thing, and that one thing was the worst thing that it
It's
could
so
have
dark
possibly
in the
been
house.
at the time for me. Yeah, like everything was gone and horrible.
Green
So,
Power
yeah,
Ranger
that was the
died.
feeling I had at the time.
Do you ever
I-
contemplate suicide?
I thought
I'm saying,
about
you know.
thinking about it, but I've just never been that kind of
Already
person. So
bummed everybody
I
out.
mean,
but
basically as a way to escape from the hardship.
something that I'm so
I didn't hear
incredibly
about that.
lucky. I don't know why or how. I'm just gonna
There's a
chalk it
green
up to
Power Ranger,
biology.
and then
I've
the white
always
Power
had
Ranger,
really
and then the
high
Black
mental
Dino
baseline.
Ranger, and I think
like depression and all of that. There have been a few short
Tommy
stints
was
I've dealt
like
with it
the
past
I think
30
he was
because I
a
did a lot
Red
of
Ranger
drugs.
too,
But
actually.
other than that,
And then
my
he was
mental
like a
baseline is
s-
just so high. And even
Yeah,
in the
no,
carpet
Tommy's been
cleaning
in
days,
He was
multiple.
like if you, man, the
Power
videos might
Ranger
still be
shit.
there.
Power
I think on my
Ranger.
old YouTube channel,
And then he
channel
was
where I'll be like playing
also, like-
StarCraft when I first started getting into streaming, and I'll be
There's,
calling
like,
up
4 or
customers
5
like,
of
"This is
them.
Steve from
Turned
Guaranteed
silver.
Clean. We had to
He
move your
was
job
4 or
back
5.
1
He
hour.
was,
Is it okay
like,
if I
in
show up at 2:30?"
15.
And then I hang up. It's like, "All right, guys, we got 3 more games," and it's like, "Let's
He's
go."
in, like,
stuff
2
like
of
that.
the
So my
new
baseline
ones
has
still,
always
and
been
was
like
in,
really
like,
high for mental functioning.
So even in the low point,
4 or
there's
5
you
of
had
the
strength. Is there
more
anything
original
you can
ones.
give by way of advice from people that
I'm pretty sure he
for
shows
whom the
up in
wave
like
function collapses, as it does for
Time
many of
Force
us?
at one point
Like
too.
holy fuck, the world is
Tommy's
not full of
everybody's
opportunity,
favorite.
and you're kind of a failure.
He's like
And,
the
like,
one.
I've
He's the
been there.
crowd
Yeah,
pleaser,
I don't know.
baby.
It's rough because like I
Yeah,
usually
he's-
ask for
he's the
compassion from
one
people that have it
mainstream
better off.
Where did you
Power
go?
Ranger
Because like
and
once you're
Power
down
What are
there,
you doing?
like the only reason I say I got lucky, but it wasn't
Oh my
even
God,
really
he's looking at
lucky.
the portraits again. I'm
Like, or
ready.
it was lucky, but it was more lucky. It wasn't just lucky that I got into streaming. It was
Oh,
lucky
it's
that
final
I
time
was
to
into
do this?
computers at an
Are
early
you
age. It was
sure
lucky that I
about
played video
that?
games at an
You
early
got
age. It was lucky that all the
EP'd,
tech
you
came out at
drank,
exactly
your
that right point in time.
weeded,
Like
your
I was a pretty
dog.
smart guy, but it was definitely
Oh
preparation
my
meets opportunity, and that
God.
opportunity was like at the exact precise
What
moment of my
the
life.
fuck
If
is
anything
that
had gone differently, then I
inventory?
would just be cleaning carpets
I-
today. So
Where
So in the
do I
many
get
worlds
that picture?
interpretation of quantum mechanics,
What is all that?
this is like one out of like.
there's many
You
Stevens
got some
that are just
Eureka.
still
You
carpet
got
cleaning,
some
Mhm.
cooking,
and
some
they're full
mining.
of pain and resentment.
You got
Yeah.
some
The
glamour.
one piece of advice
You
that I
got
give,
some
and I hate that I have to push
unsung
back
shit
against
for
all these
some
crypto
reason.
bros and everybody online.
few
For
materials, couple
decently
items
intelligent people that are
bring
successful.
back,
I've never heard anybody
consumables,
give a
few
contradiction
eggs,
to this. Maybe you will. You can
a
tell me
lot
if you
of
disagree.
allowances and
I always
shit.
look at kids in high school, and I'm like, just try a little bit
Why
harder. Like,
though?
30 minutes a night. If you
Couple
don't
X
study, just do
potions,
30 minutes.
'cause,
Just do a little bit more.
I forgot to throw them away.
It is you are laying the foundation for the rest of your life, and you can't appreciate it in high school and college. But oh my God,
Here we
when you
go
get
again.
out, everything in your life is so much easier. You have probably more responsibility over the direction of your life when
Oh,
you're
right,
like
you feel back
13,
here.
14 years old than you ever
this
will once you're like
food.
25
Eat the
and older.
food,
Because this
Tina.
is like when you're determining the foundations that everything's going to be built on.
But yeah,
So
100%. So first of all, it does seem that
You're gonna pull him back farther
the
than
liberating
that.
aspect of being young is
You're
like
gonna pull that other guy.
anything you learn.
Oh,
Jesus.
fuck.
So working
God damn
hard
it,
at learning
Zama.
something will
God
pay off
damn it.
in like non-linear ways, like you said.
Hey,
That's
God
right.
damn it.
I feel like
See,
so
look, he
people
just
feel
pulled
like
the
in
second
school-
one.
All right, well, fine, but
What I
find
fucking
something
say?
where you're challenging
Finish up the
yourself, you're
tree.
growing, you're learning a skill, you're learning about a thing. Of course,
Shit.
you know, you could push back and say, well, there's some trajectories that
Oh
might
my
not be productive. Like
God.
if you spend the entirety of your teen years
Jesus
playing, I don't know,
Christ.
League of Legends, game you have a love and hate relationship with.
no, just a hate and hate relationship.
Okay, well, we'll talk about. I think you have a love-hate relationship with
Alright,
hate in
turn
general,
off
which-
on.
with-
There, I don't
and
love
love.
the tree, but
We'll,
the
we'll,
tree.
we'll try to
That's
decomplexify that one. I think in general, just investing yourself fully with passion passion.
Just because
It
we've
really
been
does
sitting
pay
still
off.
for 10 minutes
But
or so.
that
you know,
said,
to make
also
sure everybody-
school, I feel
Wakes up.
like doesn't get enough
I don't
credit,
like
like high school in particular, middle school and high school,
Yeah.
because it's general education. If I think if you're, especially if you're lucky to have good teachers, but honestly, I haven't. Mostly, the textbooks themselves were good teachers. It's a one chance in life you have to really explore a subject Fuck grades. Like getting good grades is at tension, I would say, with actual learning. That is true, but just get a biology textbook and to explore ideas in biology and allowing yourself to be
I think the only way to avoid that
inspired
first one is
by
that
the
everybody
beauty
just
of
has
it.
to be on the side that I'm not dodging to.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Oh,
think
shit,
that
it's
really,
far
really, really
deep
pays
back.
off, and you never get
Oh,
a
I
chance
gotta
to do that
remember
again.
Yep.
And maybe not even textbooks, like reading, straight up reading. I think if you read, this is one time in life you get a chance to read, really read, like read a book a day. Read, you could really invest. You can really grow by reading. I mean, Elon Musk, all those guys talk about it. Like
It's very, very rare that you meet like a dumb person who reads a lot. I don't know if that's ever happened in my life.
Like Jamie's
Yeah.
my
dumb or not
dad and
successful.
Sal's
And
my
the cool
mom,
thing
and
is,
they had
it seems
me
like the reading
'cause
is
I'm
like
a
investment.
combination
The
of
reading you
both
do
Sal and
early on
Jamie.
in high school pays off way more than the reading you do later.
That's my
So like
deepler.
the really influential reading
I gotta
is
go, actually.
during those high school years, because you're basically
What?
learning from
My
others
hat is
the mistakes
on
they've
fire,
made,
and,
the solutions to
I hate
problems.
whatever Kim just said,
You,
so.
you're basically learning the
Oh,
shortcuts to
no.
life.
It's
Like
okay,
whatever
I'm
the hell you
gonna
want
die
to do,
for
music,
it.
read from the best people.
Goodbye.
That the music theory, like learn music theory, read biographies about jazz musicians, blues musicians, see all the mistakes, see what they did, see the shortcuts. If you want to do podcasting, read about other podcasts. If you want to do streaming, read about other streamers, physicists, and so on. And I feel like you
Look,
figure out all the
Jamie's
mistakes
got
and you get to a
hooves
shortcut through life.
and horns,
Because most people
and
show up
Sal's
to
a
college
bunny,
without having done that.
and has
And now you
the
get a
dress.
chance to shortcut your way
Thought you were gonna
past
dance.
them. Yeah, 100%. I'm gonna, but nobody really teaches
lied.
you that. They're like, go to school, from this time to
I
that
forgot.
time.
Also, it
You're-
doesn't have
shut
beer.
up. This
So I
is
don't
just
feel
what you do.
comfortable
Eat your
coming in on it.
broccoli.
I think it's like there's two huge problems. One is now that I'm older,
This is
because
how
you
you
don't
win
you don't
or
know
bad,
anything
dude.
as a kid. You can't really
No.
criticize adults as a kid because you're a kid.
By
You
the
know
way, you're ageist.
True
if I
answer
may
would
say.
just say feel the music.
how,
so
as
you-
I get older, I get even more
Yeah.
ageist.
So you,
There are a lot of people where I argue with them, like, man, dude, you're really
Music
22, aren't you? I
calls
can
them and
tell
they must
every word you
respond.
say.
Earth's
So-
Fury.
There's seeps of like 22-year-oldness, but that's okay. I love that for you. Yeah.
no, I could just say, because you mentioned this. So your wife is a fellow streamer, Melina. You mentioned that this is a source of fights
Oh, yeah.
for the two of you. And I could just feel that there is truth to what you're saying, which is like, all right, you're saying that because you're 22. Just wait until you're 25 and you won't be saying that anymore.
Sure.
Now, that is the most annoying
What?
thing for people to
Yeah,
hear.
you can't ever say that, of
Be-
course. yeah.
because it's actually usually true.
Right.
Because we do go through phases in life,
Mm-hmm.
and you can understand that most
Jump.
things are phases. So, just in general, you
Jump
can
like a
say,
wiggle.
just
Get
wait,
down.
Is
just
it
wait.
me?
You
No.
won't
Jump
see this.
and
You
then
won't feel this way
diagonal.
again. I could say that to you. You could say that to yourself.
Please no.
Just
Oh,
wait.
jump,
Whatever
you
you're feeling
fucking
like, just
goddamn
wait.
auto face
In
shit.
5-10 years, you'll be a different
Goddamn
person.
crisscross.
And you'll laugh
No,
at the things
crisscross.
you take seriously
I got
now.
Kim.
I tried to do a jump swing and it Mega Man turned around midair and went back in.
Hearing that.
Okay.
Anyway, go
Absolutely.
back.
I think the joke that I always say is that, like, if I could literally step into a time machine and I could come back out and see myself as a 17-year-old, and I could say, hey, I'm literally you from the future. You see the time machine, and I would look at me and I would see the time machine, and I would give myself the best advice
Kim's
in
gonna
the
get
world
hit.
as
It's
the
too
most
long.
successful person.
Oh,
I would
maybe
ignore
not.
all of it, even knowing it came from myself. I'd be like, this guy's sold out. This dude doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, nah, I'll figure it out better. Like, he
Middle
must
is
have made some-
safe.
That's what I would think as a 17. Even if I knew it was myself from the future, I would just 100% never
indeed.
believe it. And knowing that
The
is very
easy one has
frustrating. But I
become
keep
the
that in mind
hard
when I deal with
one.
younger people. That's why, like,
Take
I
it to
always
your
say on stream when
diagonal.
I'm talking to.
No,
Like there's
nah,
been
that's
stuff
not
with like
diagonals.
Sneeko, there's another girl on my stream called Lab.
If
you
had
When I
the
see the
yellow
way
one,
I
it's
see the
like- Yellow
mistakes they're
ones?
making,
Oh.
Hey,
oftentimes
everybody
because
knew what
I've
they were
made all
doing.
of these mistakes, sometimes in the most public and horrible fashion ever. But I'm never like a mentor. I'm not gonna sit there and like tell you like, oh, do this or that or that.
The
or that.
easy
It's like,
one's the easy
I don't
one
know if you're
again.
gonna listen to me,
Yay!
and I don't want to condescend to you, and you figure your stuff out. And I'll be here if you want to talk about it. But yeah,
And in it.
there was a one of the stories.
Green.
There was a company that didn't work with
In it.
me because I was very
Oh
adamant
no,
on
Primal
defending
Ren, wrong
like
time.
very radical
Oh,
notions about language and racial slurs and everything when I was like
so
22
terrible
or whatever.
shit everywhere
And there was
I
a company
go.
and they said, well, we don't want to work with this guy for an event. And after they'd said that, I written an article on my website called "The Company Was Gigabyte. They Make Motherboards." And I said, fuck Gigabyte in the ass. That was the title to my article. And it was like, well, if they don't want to work with me, I'm going to blow
go to
them
the
up and never
international
do
market today,
anything
Kev?
ever with them again. And it was
Yes!
just like looking back on it now, obviously as an older person, like,
You get
hey,
some hamster?
you need to pump the brakes and chill.
Yes!
You're destroying yourself. But yeah, as a young person, it's like, yeah, you're 22.
Wait,
of
did
course,
they
you
sell
think that you can say whatever and do whatever, and as long as you're good at what you're
I'm
doing,
not
you got
gonna
the whole
try
world
anything.
behind you.
They have the
Yeah,
most
jeez.
depressing fish area.
Well, let's go there.
It's
You
so
have a
sad
history
watching them
using
all live,
offensive
but they like
language,
don't want to be.
like the R word,
Oh, dude, you just get fresh
the
fish that
N
way.
word, including the N word with a hard R, calling
I don't know.
women
Growing
bitches.
up, my grandpa used to
talking
take me
about
to
rape
like the
in a
butcher market and
nonchalant
shit when I
way.
was a kid.
Mhm.
Sal, we gotta get
Um,
another. Never mind.
What part
Uh-oh.
of that do you regret? And what part of that?
Well,
Anyways,
this works. Okay,
Language
it's
is
gonna work.
very complicated.
He used to take me to
When
When
like.
it comes to
uh,
stuff
Wiggle
relating to
Wiggle.
slurs, there's been like a whole
Okay, hold on with the story.
trajectory
It's,
of feelings
be real
I'm
on
dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
everything
I'm dead.
related to language. So my
For you personally and for the internet as a whole.
yeah, I don't care about the
I don't know
internet.
who's got
It was
it right,
for me
let's get the
personally.
position first.
In my
I
early
got
it.
20s, I'll say like 22, 23. I think probably when I first started streaming.
Maxie.
My feeling is
You
that
come in
any
for me.
word is just a word,
Tag
and
it,
if it
buddy.
hurts you,
What?
I need you to tag in for me.
Oh, okay. Like actually? Or...
No.
Okay.
I just feel bad because I just keep fucking up.
As soon as its back hits the ground, that's
Get
the
on your-
correct
get
way
on
to
your
run.
Puff. Get on your puff. Puff time. Right.
Stay on the right.
Get inside.
And-
Get inside.
And
Stay on the right. Sal. You fucking knew.
Oh, can I faint in time? Faint, 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 faint.
maybe. I don't think
that's your
maybe.
fault. Take responsibility for
Let's
yourself.
go, yeah.
This probably came from my background of being like a really independent person, so that's just kind of like the mind that I had for everything. And
Wiggle.
they were like a collection of experiences
sure
that I
you're
had.
behind.
That as I grew, I started to realize, like,
Wiggle
okay,
diagonal.
well, I feel differently about some of these words depending on the context, and I can see how they can affect other
How?
people depending on the context.
No res.
So as I've
Stupid.
kind of
Yeah,
like
they were
grown,
fucking
I think I've developed a more
shit.
sophisticated understanding of
Big- big
how
shields
different
on
words are
this.
used and how they
Big
affect
shields.
you,
No
so
faint?
whether they
Any-
like it or not.
any
and
damage
ultimately whether I
reduction?
like it or
No,
not.
it's gonna be
And
in.
that words can, even if I don't
got
want
hit
it to
for
be, they can be a vehicle
66,000.
for emboldening certain types of ideas that I don't want to embolden.
I'm really sorry,
And
guys.
In
yeah, that's
raid,
kind of been the
however,
whole
actually
like
works.
growth. I've been lucky that in the time that I came up on the internet, I was able to learn these lessons. Because if I was trying to learn those same lessons today, I would have been completely destroyed because I had insane
Yeah,
views
run
on
out.
language
Go out
your own
years
way.
ago.
We could talk about the past, or we could talk
Stop
about the
them
present.
down
Let's talk
again.
about the past first. So,
That's how you know
how do you
them
deal with
too
the
many
fact
times.
that there's videos of you in the
Wait,
past
wait. Don't
saying
move forward yet. I
the
got something for
N-word,
this.
including the N-word with a hard R?
So generally,
And what's the context? Can you give me like
Yeah,
your
so-
memory? What would be the context usually?
when I lay out this defense, it's not because
Oh,
I
my
wouldn't have
sound got
used the
louder.
N-word. Generally, whenever I said the N-word, it was usually in an example of like, this is something that like a racist person would say. I don't think I've ever, on the internet, I don't think I've ever called anybody like the N-word with a hard R. Not because I wouldn't have, but just because it wasn't in my vocabulary. I
It was
played
so bad.
RTS,
Yeah,
real-time
that was.
strategy, and we used the F slur for gay people.
Well,
That's
now
what
that
I
you
use that
said
one a ton. And I've called people that a ton in the
Yeah,
past.
see what you're doing wrong is
So I
what
should
your
actually
HP
just
goes
as a small tangent.
Yeah, go for it.
Fuck.
And this is what I'd like
that
to
to be-
explore with you.
That's not
I
possible.
couldn't do
There's a
BS 'cause
ruthlessness
you
to the
knew me.
language in the gaming world.
Yeah.
There's different communities.
legit.
They have different flavors of
Hate
language,
speech, yeah.
Can
of
I
hate
have
speech,
crit,
essentially.
please?
and there's also a humor
Please?
to it,
Nope.
which
4% crit rate
really
right now,
bothers
please.
me in a dark way that I haven't
8.
been able to really think
Oh, it went to
through,
8 finally. Yeah. just
7.
one vote.
because humor seems
Just
to
on
be
fire right
kind of
now.
9,
catalyst for hate. It seems to normalize
sucks.
hate.
12.
Like you say, basically, it's like Louis C.K. says a lot of edgy things, but you take
That was pretty
something
more
Louis
than you.
C.K. says and
Yeah.
do it in
Oh,
a
yeah.
non-funny
Right.
way and do it
Sounds
over
kinda
and
the
over and
fun
over
there.
and keep increasing
cringed
the
so loud.
hatefulness of it, the vitriol,
North.
and somehow you find yourself like Alice in Wonderland in a world full of hate where there's no good and evil. It's
Wiggle.
all the same. In
Wiggle
fact,
and
the good
diagonal.
is to be mocked and the evil is to be celebrated for the humor of it, basically not taking the ideas of evil seriously. And I don't know what it reveals something about human nature that you can let go, the moral relativism that can happen when you do that kind of stuff.
You're gonna
At
have
the
some
same
fucking
time,
red shit
I'm a
there.
fan of dark humor when done well. Anyway, for people who are not familiar, I just wanted to mention that some of the worst hate speech that ends in LOL happens in gaming.
You know, save mine just in
Yeah,
case
the,
towards halfway,
and that's where
then
you come
halfway,
from
all you
in certain
motherfuckers
parts.
used your
So a lot of people
things.
don't remember this or don't know this because they're younger, but way back in the day, in the
Like
late
Reprisal,
90s,
you mean?
early mid 2000s,
Yeah,
of the
middle not
internet,
safe.
the way that online
Reprisal
kind of like shit
Diagonals.
talk worked was you were just trying to ramp up to the most insanely edgy, crazy stuff you could say to like
Reprisal.
provoke a
Yellows are
reaction.
safe.
Have you ever heard of
Yellows
something
are safe.
called The
Reprisal, yeah,
Aristocrats?
that's
Oh, I
so-
fucked.
That it's
Well,
like a
it's
joke.
fine.
The joke.
You're good.
Oh yeah, the joke. Yeah,
Wait.
there's a movie on it. Yeah.
No, it's
Okay.
not.
Basically,
I'm
every
sorry.
single
Mega
like
terrorist.
shit talk back and forth on the internet was like that. Like, what is
That's
the most
what you
increasingly depraved? And back then, you didn't get
Lightning.
banned for swears or anything
Lightning.
on any of these chat
I
rooms. So
fucked
it was just like an
Jamie. Oh my
insane
God,
world
Sal,
to
what are
walk
you
into.
doing?
And I was fully 100% a
Making
part
him
of,
straight.
a product of, and a contributor to
Fucking
that
rabbits.
world.
So
And I
that
did-
probably still goes on the internet in
Risky
some
movie
way,
in
and
LA.
that probably still goes
That's
on the internet in a
fine. What?
maybe
Did you die?
more pacified way.
only in
Any
darker
feints
parts
or
of the
anything,
internet. I'd say
or
for the
damage
most part,
reduction?
most
Just gonna- okay, there's
well
one.
compared to back then, compared to 20 years
Yeah,
ago,
Reprisal
the internet is
was a-
way cleaned up now. There are still
Like,
going to
is
be
it
boards you
missed
can
day
go
week
on or
time?
parts of the internet where you see that type of humor,
Like
but
an-
not nowhere near as mainstream. Like back then, you could open your mic on Xbox Live and hear some insane stuff when that first started. Nowhere near what you'd hear
Never.
today. Although,
But
it's, yeah,
there's still elements of escalation that happen. That just seems to be part of human nature
Mhm.
on the internet.
Hey, after this boss
Because we
fight,
don't get the
can somebody
feedback of
tell me
actually
how
hurting
to
people
turn
directly.
off?
So the trolling,
On the
like
green
for
one.
the lulls, you'll
Oh,
do
that's
like
right.
whatever, like
That's
you will
happening.
still escalate within the bounds. You're just saying that there's more bounds now on Reddit.
Yeah.
There's more bounds and so on.
Okay.
There's moderators that kind of yell at you,
Mhm.
that
Ben?
ban you and so on if you cross those bounds. But overall, that basic human instinct
Wiggle.
to escalate,
Y'all are fucked.
Oh.
There's no way.
especially under the
I
veil of
mean,
anonymity, is still there.
Wiggle
I
diagonal.
don't know. It's dark. It's dark.
yeah.
But
Just there's a lot of different ways to look at
Don't
it,
mind-
and there's
kill,
different
get
ways
outta
you can
here.
break that out.
Redo.
Like for instance, like you
Redo.
mentioned dark humor, and you say that like
God damn.
sometimes dark humor is funny and sometimes it's not. I think that it's really important to dig into and figure out
Almost
like
did as
why
much
certain
Jamie
things
as
are
damage
funny.
Can I
and
give you an
why
as
certain
you know,
example?
Jamie
Yeah, go.
died
It's
too
from
many
your
times.
subreddit.
Oh boy.
I almost did as
No,
much
that
as
made me
Zama as
laugh, and I
Sal.
felt wrong about it.
Oh no.
Shut up.
So this is
Make fun of my dyslexia.
I know. I already know what this is. Yeah.
yeah. So this is a trolley problem. To me, it connects.
Hold on,
because
wait,
I
please. Somebody tell me
think
how
about
do
the
I
tro-
turn off?
because I worked on autonomous vehicles.
Auto
The
turn
trolley problem, the
towards-
philosophical
Mhm.
thought
It's
experiment, keeps brought up a lot.
Settings.
You know, when AI is part of making the
Character-
decision, do I kill 3 people here or 5 people here?
Uh,
Then the AI makes that decision.
targeting?
How do you do that calculus?
Mhm.
And this particular there's a
Automatically
deep
face target.
so
Thank
it's
you.
satire that reveals some kind of
Yeah,
flaw
turn
in
mine off
society.
too. Fuck that.
I feel like
Okay.
that's why.
That's what.
That is fucking me every time.
I have no idea how I just ripped that off the cuff. I think I turned that setting on like 2 years ago. I'm just waiting to hear how much that fucks you guys up now that you turned it off.
Yeah, I turned it off once and I was like, oh wait. no,
Yeah,
this
I was
might-
like, this is actually just
Yeah.
miserable.
I'm just gonna fucking learn how to play with it. Just fucking. Now I just hold right click whenever I play.
Yep.
And life is good.
That's what I do.
Right
But
click.
when you're
is-
mid jump, sometimes you Mega Man.
You do still do
Uh,
it sometimes, but
Spawn
right
Mega
click,
Man, easy.
right click is showing me the way. Right.
Why did it target Jamie? God damn it, now I'm
Yeah.
behind on my fucking rotation.
I gotta turn it back on.
Yeah.
Jump, wiggle, diagonal, jump, diagonal, wiggle.
Nope, that saved my life. Guess what didn't happen?
That happens even with the right click.
I've got this total wash.
Oh, you're soul healing? Nice.
Do you?
No, I didn't. I pushed
you
the
didn't do
button. It didn't go off. I'm sorry.
Middle is not safe.
I apologize.
Don't worry, I got this. Uploads a full clip into her
Not
clip.
diagonals.
Oh wait, what? Oh shit.
Right here might be safe, like right on the same spots as normally safe.
Perfect.
Oh my god.
Lighting, lighting.
Jesus, that was such a tiny spot. What?
That's why you gotta be behind people, man. Oh man, oh man.
I got
What?
her.
What do you mean behind people?
I was too close
You-
to the boss.
Oh.
Someone in it. Oh, it's a total wash.
Oh, where's
Advantage.
Baka's got this one?
Paralyzed.
It's okay, I got a nice shake off it. Yeah, when the person that has the target isn't behind everybody, not everybody gets it. Person that gets targeted has to.
Does
take
that
a
mean
couple
that I
steps
just took the whole front of that bitch?
back.
Probably.
Yeah,
Just
pretty
want a
much.
melee.
We can just be in green.
Dark humor does.
Dude,
Successful.
this would
Dark
turn that
Humor
option
does.
off. It's
And I don't
just
know if
sucks
this
me
Flaw.
royally.
I feel
Oh,
like
no,
certain
it helped
there's
me
a
a
certain
lot.
brand of dark humor, and I think the reason one is why it's good, or why it is good humor. I think it's because I don't think it necessarily reveals a flaw. Sometimes I feel like it reveals like a kind of virtue. I
Forget
think.
the wiggle,
Like,
don't forget the
if
diagonal.
you
don't
look
forget
at
the
this
wiggle, don't
particular
forget the
thing-
diagonal.
Can I explain what we're
Yeah, go
looking
for it. Oh,
people
yeah,
who are
sure.
just listening.
Uh-huh.
The title of the Reddit post is, you know what to think.
That's
And it
perfect.
says,
It's
Diagonal.
fine.
5 people are going to die either way, but if you flip the lever, the trolley will do
In
a sick
the hitbox.
fucking loop first. And also the top comment is a question saying, which I think is also part of the dark humor that's successful.
man.
Can I get the gender and ethnic backgrounds of the groups first? And the top answer is both groups are each comprised of 5 white, orphaned, cis male, heavy meth
Time spot.
users
Yeah,
who are
let's go.
consistently in and out of drug
Sometimes I
rehab,
remember doing it,
all
sometimes
who
I
identify as right-wing
Go to your
extremists.
puff.
Humor is it's such a sophisticated thing that we engage in. Humor is like really
On
complicated.
your puff.
But I would argue that like hopefully the
On your
humor
puff.
here shows
your
the
puff.
virtue of like
Right.
this is obviously
Right.
horrible, but that's kind of why it's funny. It's funny because it's such a horrible question to ask.
Stay
Like, do we
right,
kill
go
5
in the
people in a boring
box.
way or in a really
Yeah,
entertaining
we're a
way?
bunch
And it's
of
like
fucking people
that's
doing
that's
some
really. And then when
mechanics.
you ask even more like, well, what are the ethnic backgrounds? Like that's even worse to say that, you know. So I feel like that's like the type of there's a way that you can
Cattle.
engage with dark humor where it's like, oof, like. It's funny because it's so
God damn it,
wrong and
go
so
off!
taboo, and we all know
Why
that
is
it's
it
wrong
not-
and taboo, and that's
I
kind of
don't
where the shared
understand.
laugh comes from.
So for
Yeah,
me,
you turn
the
the
question,
option
asking
No.
the diversity question is a
Coincidentally, that's twice with the
sophisticated way
option
of
off.
revealing the absurdity of asking about
That's not
diversity
it.
when it's talking
Wiggle,
about
wiggle,
human
wiggle,
life.
wiggle diagonal,
Oh,
wiggle
interesting. Because
diagonal.
the way that I took that was, I think it reveals the absurdity of how people will weigh different ethnic backgrounds so differently when it comes to value of human life. Like
Another
I'm
wiggle
actually thinking of
diagonal.
that in terms of like an immigration related question where people are really keen and quick to dehumanize like black or brown
diagonal,
people.
wiggle,
So like the
wiggle
question is like, well, if
diagonal.
5 of them are brown and 5 are white, well, I know which one I'm gonna pull the lever for. That's how I read that.
But it's satirizing that aspect.
yeah,
of
exactly.
it.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
But that's what I mean. That's the
Feel
flaw.
it with all of your
To
might.
me, at least, it showed that humanity or social networks
Oh
that
my
are easy
God.
to be
My God.
outraged and love the
Why
outrage
was that
and the
so
chaos.
close?
Not even close,
that
baby.
Twitter and social networks would
fix my
pull that
option.
lever.
hmm
Like they would,
Yeah, no,
they would
that
always
saved
try
my
to
life
maximize the
countless
fun.
times.
And there's like there's a sick
That was
aspect
my problem.
to all the atrocities, all the tragedies that happen in the world, that we kind of always lean towards the outrageous
I'm gonna try and
narrative
put it to sleep.
weaved around
Oh,
it.
shit.
The
Good luck, y'all. I'm
yeah,
waiting on
the
Doulahan.
one that
Oh,
leads
sh-
to
never
sort of the
mind.
most clicks, to the most
I thought I was going the other way.
attention, to the most outrage,
Oh,
to
fuck
all that,
yeah.
kind of, all
Well,
that
Problem.
kind of- So that
Keep
that's
coming.
almost like a satire of
No, you're good, just
society.
keep coming.
When they
just
are
slap
faced
Sal.
with
I got Sal. I got
tragedy,
Sal.
they will
Fucked me up.
maximize. I'm trying to think of a word that's
Dodge.
not fun.
Entertainment.
Maximize the entertainment.
I
yeah.
didn't have a chance.
This is a big criticism I give, especially
like-
to
Should
I just
conservative
run back?
crowds. Left-leaning
I'm a
people,
run.
everybody doesn't. I don't like when
Yeah.
people blame the media for the state of the media today.
If you want.
I very much believe
Yeah,
that
you did
everything
your
in
nails
society
today.
is a
Just
feedback
fucking
loop,
dead.
and that if you're really
I would-
unhappy with the state of the
Yeah.
media, I think that the
No!
media is a good reflection for what people want to see. Because there is a room right now in the United States where somebody could start a company where all they do is completely factual reporting. They don't have a
Stupid
political
armor.
slant, and they're not giving you these like sensationalist narratives or stories. And that media company would fail in 2 weeks because people don't want to see that. Generally, people really want to see the like, show
That
me the
starts,
guy
like,
that really
as soon as we get
believes
in
in what
there,
I
so
say,
yeah,
that
kinda
calls
get
the other guy an idiot, the guy that are screaming on TV or on the radio like, this is
Get
what I
in that
really
corner
want.
quick, the back row.
And people will engage in that, and that feedback loop will continue for
So I should
generations.
have waited.
And then all of a sudden, people are like, "Why is the media so biased? Why is the media driving so many narratives?" And it's like, "Well, what do you mean? This is exactly what you want to see." And that's frustrating for me. That's one of my big kind of when I defend establishments or when I talk about like
I didn't actually
the
see what you
interplay
did, so I
between
don't know what you
citizen and
To come
all
in
these
the circle.
institutions we
I
have,
mean, into
that the
hit the
institutions are
English
very
button.
much
I
a
should've waited for
reflection
you.
of the population, at least in democratic societies. And I think that people very much try to elude the personal responsibility
guy.
or the country's responsibility to why some of them look the way that they do.
Go, 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 go.
But that takes us back to the N word with a hard R.
Sure.
Why?
For the particular examples that I was giving, or for the particular
Oh, not the
conversations
fat
that I
boy.
was
Nope.
having, if you're going to have challenging conversations around
to get
certain
out.
words, I think you should probably
Oh,
be able to
no,
say
that's
them.
me dead.
Otherwise, it
Goodbye.
feels really ridiculous to
That's
me.
me dead.
That's like
Do you
my,
still believe that?
I got her.
I don't
got her. I don't have my
Not
ability,
like
so fine.
calling people those words, but in having
back.
conversations
My
about those
rest is
words,
actually
I
gone
would say
too.
that I still believe
I'll
I
be
am.
back.
But
Oh,
don't
no.
you think, as you
Wanna keep
said,
moving on?
that using those words
I'll sneak my
Oh, I
lane.
can't move any further.
actually gives motivation and strength to
Okay, I can
people
move.
who have hate in their hearts?
I think depending on the context of what's going on, I think that that's going to be a big driver in terms of how people are
Now or
going to
never,
perceive
kill
or
it.
take it. So in a conversation about the N word, I don't think I would normally
I'm
say the N word. I would
bleeding!
just talk about
Keep
the
running.
word,
Oh shit!
much the
Run
same
this
way
way,
that
follow
like in,
me.
like say like in a movie, like in Django,
Oh,
people use the
benediction.
N word.
I'm
Should that
in.
be censored in that movie,
Over
or in the
yourself, too. You
context
just
of that
got
movie, is
shot!
it being employed in a way where these aren't good
Oh,
people?
Cam,
You're
why
not
would you
supposed to
run to
like them, and
engage
that's
it
what the
again?
audience walks away with.
Yeah, but that context is different than conversation.
How'd you
It's like
avoid
in
that?
Conversation,
Sorry.
you
It didn't
using
see
that
me.
word normalizes
Am I running
it.
back?
And
Yeah.
that normalizing that word is going to make it
Arrested,
easier for people who
accepted,
use that
accepted,
word
whatever.
in a hateful way
Fucking
to
I
use
think
it.
just ran off.
Same with
How did
the
that work?
F word, the F slur.
When sun gets here, we can
If
fight
you
that
use
thing.
that
Wait, actually, that's not the one. that's
Casually and normalize it in a way that's not hateful. You use it in a way
It's
that's
not
not
gonna be here in
hateful,
time, Sam. I don't like
but
this.
the side effect is that it normalizes it. Then people who
Hold on,
do
there's
use
a
it
hand
in a
around the
hateful
corner.
way
Hold on.
will be more likely
Oh,
to
shit,
use
there's
it.
one around the corner.
No,
Therefore,
we stay in this room. We had to fight
Mathematically
it
looking at the
here.
equation of the
Whether
number
or
of
not Sal
times
makes it in time.
the N word or the
Alright,
F
Sal's
word
here.
is
What do you mean?
used
We
throughout
could
the world,
definitely go around the
it
circle.
increases the number of
Come
times it's
back.
used in a hateful way.
Sal this way.
Yeah, I think that human
And you're
beings.
part
Okay.
of that problem,
Yeah.
Stephen.
Sal this way.
I don't agree.
Over here.
I understand the thought
Right here,
process.
Sal.
But I don't know if using certain
Do or
words
die time.
within different contexts is going to necessarily normalize like the hateful use of that word. That is an argument that I've heard
Well, that
people
room went-
use.
this
Somebody
room
will
went
say like,
totally
okay, well, hold
normally.
on, that should never be used ever because by virtue of you normalizing it, even in an inoffensive environment, you increase the proclivity for people to use it in a potentially more offensive environment. And my argument is always that like, no, I don't think that crossover exists. But if you did want to take that argument, and maybe you do feel this way, I think that you get really problematic when you run into communities that do use certain words that people would say, well, they should be allowed to do it. So for instance, if you think that any utterance of the N-word at all is highly problematic and might increase hatred, then like the entire rap industry has to dramatically change the way that they engage with the N-word. And obviously a lot of people that criticize people's use of the N-word aren't going to turn to rappers
Yep.
and say, well, you guys can't say it either.
No, it's who. I mean, it's who uses the N word. That's what. It's not. So it's not just the word. It's the. It is context dependent, but I would say that you, as a white person, having conversations, the context there is the kind that would lead to an increase in hate.
Do you think the N-word should be
Wanna say that?
censored in the
John's
dictionary?
gone.
No, and I believe there's a Wikipedia page on it, and it's not censored. Yeah, I don't. I think it should be in the dictionary. I think the context of casual conversation, like I said, I just believe that on the internet, having humor, having fun conversations as you have on your streams, that leads to the normalization
What?
of the word without any educational
Well,
value.
Calm down.
Yeah, I
Without
would agree with
significant
that. I
educational
think
value.
I think I would agree with that.
No,
Like,
sorry. So
And
there's a
Know that
difference
that actually did
between
damage.
F slur and N word, and both I
Yeah, it
think
does a small little burst.
should not be
AoE
used
right before it
in a
does it.
fun way. But the
That's how I
F
died
word
last
was
time.
used
Man,
in a
kill.
fun way for the longest
God
time.
damn it.
for sure.
I'll tell you something that bothers me about your streams. Not your stream. Your
What's
streams
up,
and
sword
basically
fucker?
every other stream
Made it
is
here in
the
record time.
casual use of the R word.
Oh, the ableism. Yeah.
I don't know if it's about the able. I don't even know. Listen, it's complicated.
I know your
I'm not
face
like
trick
virtue
now.
signaling here.
after
No,
a
I just-
heated
well,
battle
ableism
with my
isn't virtue
allies.
signaling. I mean, like, it's a legitimate. Yeah. Like I get emails from fans that say
It'd be
like,
fun
"Hey,
too, 'cause,
like
yeah,
I deal
actually.
with this particular issue. Every time you use this word, it kind of feels like you're
You're gonna have
attacking me."
10% to
Like,
dodge
so it's not.
because
It's
you're
a valid
half,
concept. yeah.
it's just something cuts wrong
goat
for me.
or some
Like for
shit.
example, I'm not
Nah,
bothered
hooves
by.
make movement difficult. Don't
I
think
am bothered
can
by the
climb, but
excessive
running,
use of the word
I
fuck,
don't know. I don't know how animals
Okay.
work.
I
but
don't know. I
not
feel like you had better
the same
speed
way
with
that-
boots.
moderate use of the word.
I
fuck.
mean, you know,
What is it? I'm curious. And when somebody calls somebody an R word,
Scythe.
what is it that? What is the feeling that you get that makes you feel bad about it?
It signals to me
Sorry.
that you don't give a damn about people who are struggling in ways that you are not struggling. Like that signals to me like about the experience of others.
Do you think that are there other words also that could convey like a similar feeling to you, or what? Because it feels like you've drawn a pretty
All right,
special
guys,
circle
you got
around.
this.
Because like I imagine I call, oh, this guy's you're an uneducated dumb fuck, or you're a nitwick,
Three to the
or
left.
like, those words
Well,
probably don't feel it.
that circle keeps changing. And-
Which it
and-
can, which is fine. It does.
And
yeah.
I think that's what the whole
Oh,
point
I
of the
moved
culture
late
is.
'cause
I'm
I wanted
trying
a
to
communion
feel
with him.
My feeling is a kind of, I'm a human being that exists in a social context that we're all evolving that language together, and it just feels
too.
wrong. Like, the word
Green on the left.
bitch, for example, it really like I've heard on your streams and in general, calling
Ah,
a
no.
woman a
Behind me.
stupid bitch really bothers me.
Behind me.
But it's not just the word bitch, it's context. Like, for
Feigning.
example, me personally, I'm speaking to me personally, like badass bitch is
I'm pretty
different
sure
than
that's
stupid
visible,
bitch.
so-
Sure,
Way
like a bad
different.
bitch or
Faint
something is
spot.
different. Than, yeah, of course.
We'll know
Way
soon
different.
when
I
it
think
actually starts to
speaks
tell us what
a
kind of damage
bigger
it is.
sense of civility
True.
and respect
It
for
reduces magic
human
damage by
beings
5% as
that
well.
are not like you.
Yeah, I know, but
That's
I
what
think it's
that's
physical,
that's
so it
the
gets
feeling
that
that I'm
juicy
bothered. And
10%.
so, I guess what I'm trying to say
And
here
I think
is
that's what actually saved him.
Call out
What,
if you're the stack.
just because
and
people
when.
speak
What are you
in this
asking about?
kind of way
I am
in
a
the
stack.
gaming world and in
It's spread
streams
then stack.
doesn't mean that you
That's
like a lot of
one.
people look up to you. It doesn't
One.
mean
Okay,
one.
cool here.
young people especially. It doesn't mean that you don't have the responsibility to sort of stand alone from the crowd because you're
Not all the way
somebody
in,
that
so.
values the power of
Thank you.
effective
Yeah.
discourse.
Yeah.
And
Adel.
to be effective discourse, there's some level of civility. So you can be the sort of
Alright,
the beacon of
faces.
civility in that world
Face
versus
me.
giving in to the derogatory words.
I'll go to
'Cause,
B.
like,
I'm
you have to
B, right?
I'll see
you have to
at
lift
B.
people out of that world, out of the muck of what I would say is like drama and ineffective discourse. If, like, I think that's
Hell yeah.
one of your missions, right? Is like
Okay.
to inspire the world through
like
conversation,
mega safe
through
spot.
debate, through effective discourse.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm just calling you out that I think using our word for me
Suck
personally
my balls,
as
as a
faces.
fan that
Okay, so now
that
we're all gonna
believes
get.
in
Oh,
your
wait,
mission.
wait.
it just makes you look
Remember, it's the
ineffective
opposite.
and bad and
color debuff.
uninspiring to young people that look up to you because
You
those
wanna
young
get
people are
hit
going to
by the
use
opposite
those
color.
We
words
get
that
hit
you're
by the
using
opposite color
and they'll
debuff.
do
so
it much
the
less
twos
effectively.
have
This
one
is
spot
the
to go to, but
problem.
the other one's
Yeah, I
not
guess the
to
challenge
communicate.
is always just like
So
finding
I'm going
the line.
ace or
Like,
wait, sorry,
yeah,
I don't know.
My
So,
my vocabulary shifted dramatically from.
I'm going B south.
Even from like 2 or
I'm
3 years
going
ago,
to
my
go
vocabulary
C.
shifted quite a bit
Okay.
as we've
I
like
went A.
kind of gotten rid of some words and some things have kind of gone
keep
out.
going on spot.
The R word is one that
Yeah,
has
I got
kind of
hit by
gone
the
out and
opposite
come
and
back
I
and gone out and
I
come
did it.
back. That one we've definitely gone back and forth
I
on. I
didn't
know
do
there are
that.
different thoughts about it in different
You
communities.
shouldn't
on
take
the internet.
damage if you get hit by
This is
opposite.
So
right?
I
I'm
need
telling
to.
you,
So that.
for
So that
me,
part we just
it
need to
cuts.
go
Doesn't count?
wherever.
And I'm not a
And-
social justice warrior.
No,
type.
there's a specific
it cuts pretty
spot you
hard.
kind of have to go to.
So what
Like
you're
that.
saying is I'm going to lose
Because
a
like
subscriber.
you will either have two gold buffs, two silver buffs,
I
or a
had two
gold
gold
and a silver
buffs.
buffs. And then for this we go
James.
middle, and then I'm gonna run. Me and Jamie run north.
Oh god.
I'm the AOE.
Oh, actually, I forgot what direction it just was.
I
I
have
don't know what's
James.
going on, but I'm.
It's northwest and southeast is, or no, you have to do it depending on what What are the?
Yeah, it depends on what it was.
Do
I just didn't see
you
which
guys
version
want to
went
rip
first.
another pull, or do you want to see what that looks like? So I can pull up the VOD again and show you.
Well, first the second round of the faces and the orbs. So yeah, you want to get hit by the opposite color. There's gonna be the people with the 2 golds and the people with the 2 silvers. They're gonna know immediately where they have to go when they see the orbs because there's only one
I
spot
thought I
that's
had
gonna
to.
save them.
Yeah, I thought I had to stay in my quadrant. I understand.
Yeah, the other 2 people have to just. You might have to say like I'm going to this one, and that's that way they go to the other one because you both have to be in different ones.
Just look at the. Oh, I know what I did wrong. Just look. We got the boss fights video. I'm just looking at that real quick. I had a 2 stack of the blue, so I needed to get hit by 2 thunders. I didn't realize that.
You will have to get hit by both of the beams. So it works out there's still only one correct spot to be in. It's just the one not least safe spots.
It's basically the exact opposite of the first time. You didn't want to get hit by any beams, and now you want to get hit by both beams.
Okay. Yeah, I thought I wanted to get hit by 1. I got that part down now. It's no problem.
And then when we're
One
getting
after the
changed, we group up in the middle, and me and Jamie are gonna run to the north, and then whichever side is safe, and Kim and Sal will run south into whichever side is safe.
Okay. Easy enough.
That way
What?
we'll break the chains. The explosions are gonna like spiral. So if we each run north and south, we'll start to be spreading out to break the chains, and then we just turn to avoid the spiral.
So it's gonna be. So it is north and south.
Yeah, we start going north and south, and then as the AOE's form, we'll know if the safe spot's west or east.
Okay,
And
gotcha.
then you just start to turn, and then the chains will just break right away if we do that right.
Yep. Got it.
And then we'll die to the immediate next mechanic.
Yep.
I have faith. Yeah, fun fact that I don't know if they actually fixed it, but the description says
Is it
the
right now?
mechanic wrong. I don't know. I haven't read it
Oh, they
since
don't-
then.
Both are 2.
When they released it,
3 to the right.
the description was wrong and made it sound like you
Yeah.
saw the mechanic backwards of how you actually do it.
Yeah, it was weird. It's the first time we were doing it. Two to the right. 3 to the right.
Oh, it's down on that one.
I got her.
Behind me. Behind me.
Oh, I didn't feign time.
I'll res Sal.
My ass.
I beat my health back up.
No, it's not
No,
a
I'm just kidding. I know-
subscriber.
I know what you mean.
I actually
Call
have
out if
to
you're the
empathize
stack
harder
and
because
win.
I'm like, maybe this is not a very good person. That's what I feel.
First stack.
Like if you're so
First stack
careless
on
in
me.
using that word, then maybe you're not actually thinking deeply about
It's 1.
the suffering of the world.
2.
Like to be a student of human
Outerine,
nature,
buddy.
you really have to think about other humans and other experiences that are like your own.
And spread.
Yeah, of course.
And so that's the sense I get. But at the
Wait,
same
who's
time,
a Pulsey boy?
you're
Oh,
also like
fuck!
the grandpa. and
That's
he
why.
just
Yeah, I was
was
like, I
trying to be
didn't
cool with the
go
young
over
kids.
there because I was
a
very
lot of the
confused.
reason young kids look up
Cam,
to
are you a Pulsey
is
boy?
like you're also
Yeah.
know the language of the internet.
Boy.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not an
Poop, poop,
excuse to use
poop.
words that
Boom,
we think
boom,
shouldn't be used.
boom.
I guess the question that I
Boom,
would
boom,
have,
boom,
because
on.
it's always
Casually
a struggle,
killing
and
her
it's kind of
friends.
happened, is let's say that like 3 years ago, I would have said I'm no
It's the
longer
dome.
saying the R word.
The dome
I'm
of
just
Pulsey
going to
boy.
get rid of that in my
I know what
vocabulary.
it looks like.
Like, is
now,
there a
I'm
chance
sorry.
that today we would be having a conversation about like why do you call people dumb fucks?
It looks like a blue
Like, is that really
zero,
appropriate?
which I
Like, does this
mean-
attack at
Wait,
the core
oh
of like
my
somebody's
God.
like level of intelligence, education,
Also,
opportunities
take
in
note
life?
on how I
like,
called
is
out the
that a
stack
word that-
on me.
You
Like, we're
don't,
in
you
the
don't
heat
think
of
so?
combat.
I
That's
think
important.
that's as
Yeah,
the
that was a
kids
good
say,
call out,
cope.
Jamie. Good job.
You really think so?
I think
Because
that's
because the
Yellow
words are
Rabbit.
definitely
Cope
moved in a
correctly.
way where it's like this was okay, now it's not. This is
Oh,
okay, now it's
so
not.
you're standing your ground by using. Listen,
Attaboy.
you could,
Mhm.
you could, but I think it's better to use those words if you want to defend the ground
went off.
words stand on,
Mhm.
to use them rarely and
I
deliberately
feel like it went off.
versus how you currently use them, which is to express an emotion. Like I'm going to be honest. You use our word
Mhm.
not when you're
To
at
the
your
left.
best,
To the
True.
left.
and so that's not.
That's generally that can be true for a lot of swearing too. That, but yeah, I know what you mean.
No, but like you know that our word is offensive, and there's
Sure.
part of it is like the you tell yourself that like you're still kind of fighting political correctness by using it
left.
a little bit when you say it.
No, I don't
left.
think so. I think I'm trying to think in terms of like where is the virtue, where like there's a whole bunch of arguments for why some words are okay,
Stack
some words
behind
aren't
me.
okay or whatever, and I try to like think more along those lines rather than, but like there's gonna be like a lot of phrases where like if the R word has come out, the conversation is over. Like I know that like things, my brain is shut down. The person I'm talking to is, but there's a lot of words also in terms of like. Like if you ever hear me say like fucking moron in a debate, it's like it's done. Like this conversation is over. There's no way that anything productive is happening past that point.
Aw, damn it, wrong
I think
move.
fucking moron is
I
not.
was supposed to
I think
gluttony.
effective. It's not civil, but it's not. It doesn't bother me in the way. It's basically when you
Who's got the
speak in a way that I know there's a group
Who's
that's
got
going to
the
be hurt
what?
by that.
Mhm.
Not
I'm a
only do I
pussy
think about
boy.
the hurt that group experiences,
I'm
I
a
think of
stacky and
you
stack first.
as a
Stack first,
lesser
stack first.
intellectual,
It's one,
like as a lesser person who's
two.
thinking about the world. What bothers me
Alright, two.
the most is just
I'm
what
going back.
kind of mindset that inspires in young people, or especially when you're a
Oh,
public
fuck, I
figure
ran
and
into
a lot of
Jamie.
people look up
I
to
got
you.
him.
So I
Uh,
definitely don't think sort of this idea.
No, I think I got
The
hit by the
R
outer
word
ring.
is not the battleground of
Yeah, I think
expanding
if you hit him, you would
the Overton window of discourse. Okay, like I don't think
Ideally,
No.
we should go
it'll
back
lead
to our
to
sprint spots
dumb
there.
fuck
Yeah.
being canceled 2 years later,
Okay.
unless that word is hurting
I am the
people's
D.
experience,
Mhm.
Big
which
bird,
I don't foresee that
Hey,
happening.
for
I
I'm
think
a tank.
legitimately, our word and
Oh,
F
legend.
slur and calling women
Hello,
bitches.
legend.
Context matters here too.
Oh, what the fuck?
Of course.
Allegedly.
But just
I think
the
I moved
way
too
I've
quick.
heard you
I got him.
use it, it is not. It's from emotion and it's from frustration.
I'm
and
dead
it
though.
ultimately
Yeah, I
is rooted
got
in
I'll get Kim.
disrespect. I don't. I
I don't
think it's
have any
ineffective.
reses.
And of
bro.
course, like
you
who
said
gets to
I'll
say
get Kim.
I don't know.
Because
But I'm
Jamie doesn't
saying
have a res. I'm hoping
somebody
you do.
who admire, like
Yeah,
I
I do.
admire effective conversations, and I admire
So,
great
not
humor,
doing it.
Gang, you
dark
guys just
humor,
regularly.
wit.
Where
So
do
you
I-
got two
To
thunders. You
me,
need two blues.
oftentimes the use of the
Oh,
R word
this is
Yeah.
not right.
in the
Is
way
it?
you've used it and the
No,
way
no, no,
I
you need
use
to go
it,
move up
you
one,
use
move
it,
up one.
is
Oh,
none
you
of
was
those
your spot.
things. It
D was your
contributes not at
spot.
all to the
Fuck,
humor
I
and so
know.
on. Now,
No,
I
he
think
was in the right
it
spot.
might
No, he
contribute to
wasn't. D
the
was the
He needed
spot.
to the
he had two
camaraderie
yellows.
of
He
that
needed to get by
particular
two blues.
group, especially
Yeah,
when they
the two blues
normalize
were
the
over by
use of
D.
that word.
Nah, two blues
You
ran
kind
over
of take
C.
some of the edge
No.
off.
No, there
but you
was a
forget
head
that
facing me, but it
there's,
didn't have orbs in front of it.
a large
Oh.
number of
Yeah,
other
it wasn't
people
shooting.
that
The
don't
two.
have the chemistry,
his spot
that
was D.
don't
Yeah,
hear the
Jamie,
music
get
of
good,
the
okay?
friendship that you have.
It
the
looked like
relationship
from
you
my
have,
camera
and
angle.
instead they
the oars
hear
were shooting
the
towards C.
normalization of a hateful word,
No, I
and it
saw
ultimately
that.
has an impact that's hateful. And then people like
These
me
nuts.
show up. You know, I haven't watched
Like,
much of your
sometimes
stuff.
you like Sally,
It
yours
turns
was
me
in
off.
your
Like
safe spot. There would have been the back
a
corner.
couple of
D.
times your content came
Yeah.
That's where the
So I
two-
just
before me.
I went to the wrong
like,
back
and I
corner.
listened
I
to
went
it a
to the
little
back
bit. It
corner
turned
of
me off
C instead of
completely. I
D.
didn't
It would have
understand
been really good deep
how
in
good
the
your
D.
heart is. I didn't
Deep in the
understand
D.
how
Deep in the
your mission
D.
of actually de-radicalize people, help people,
When
like
the
your
night
and increase the level of
city.
good faith
Alright.
discourse in the world. I didn't understand any of that because like what I was hearing was pretty rough, like the R word type of stuff, and I just feel like
Sing
the
about it.
benefit cost analysis is heavy on the cost.
Gotcha.
That's so I just have to sort of call this
Oh.
out.
Okay.
I think it, and I straight up think it's wrong. But that's my own. That's
Why do you
my-
think it's wrong?
Because
Oh,
it's hurting people without any benefit to you whatsoever.
When you
It's-
say hurting people, do you mean the person I'm using it at, or do you think there's like the
no, no,
you're
no,
talking
no,
about the affected third
listening,
group?
the third group.
It's good feedback, right?
Three
I
to the
always
left.
consider everything,
Three to the
especially I
left.
respect you a lot. You're a really smart guy. Something that I always kind of like fight over in terms of like language or like
How?
who to attack or what to attack or what to do is that
Too slow.
it's very hard
Damn,
to
I'm hungry.
draw like what boxes
Cook
are
some
okay to
chicken?
insult people on versus what aren't.
Well,
So,
two.
for instance, if I call somebody
the
like
left.
a Nazi with a lot of vitriol, I'm okay with
Oh, no.
every single Nazi being negatively affected by that
Professional.
because
Stay by me.
that category intrinsically calls upon it some level of moral condemnation for me, right? Whereas, like, if I'm out there, I try not to do like image-related jokes, right? I don't want to call you like, "Oh, you're a fat fucking loser," because there's a lot of people that are fat, that are overweight, where I don't want them to feel bad. I don't want them. I'm not trying to call you out or like insult you. So there's like a lot of you say cost benefit. I look at like a lot of collateral damage from a word like that, where there's no purpose in doing that. So certain words are easy to get rid of. They're off the table, right? F-slur, N-word, like these are not words that you call people because there's so much
Who's the
collateral, it's
guy?
not worth it. We've got some words where it's like if you have
Not
some form of
me.
like
Back on
mental
me.
thing, it is a bad thing. You're not a bad person, but just using that word could feel like a
One.
collateral damage to those people. And then there's other categories of words. So like if I say that like
Shit.
this person is like it's a stupid fucking Republican, right? There's probably some Republicans that
Yeah,
aren't
keep
dumb,
coming
but
in
I
for
don't
me.
want to feel called out by
Yeah.
that. Like, are those types of phrases
Oh,
that
I
you
gotta
think
move out
should be
of
completely
the-
removed as well?
I'm
or-
not
I'm
getting
kinda curious.
Move
So
out of that.
this completely
did not know.
removed.
That's
Just so
only the
we're
second time
clear.
I've seen
Yeah.
that. On
I'm not
here.
referring to censorship.
Oh no, I'm not
leave
even
a
talking about.
poopy
I'm
and
just
it poops
just
like 3
personally like
times.
emotionally.
Yeah, I
like,
didn't know I
removed is the
left a
wrong word, though.
poopy. I
Like,
thought
I
I just
care
posted
about-
poopy.
Like, I'm not trying to
does
listen
pulse
to
a
people on the
poopy.
internet
Post a
saying that
poopy,
you
but
shouldn't
you
say that
also
word.
leave a
That's not
poopy
good.
behind you.
I mean,
I
You
didn't
leave
know
a
I
poopy that pulses.
I'm trying to look
Oh, see, that's
your
what was
mind and heart. And
You
the
think
reason
so?
we're
Poopy
talking
has a
today
pulse.
is
didn't
you're
remember
Everybody else
portraying
just
your
your
farts,
gift.
you
gifts.
shit, and then
You're
your
better
shit
than that.
farts.
You think it's
Poopy
indicative of like a
pulses
more
practically
flippant thought
proper.
process, where it's like the only way you can say that word is if you're
I don't
ignoring
like
the hurt and suffering of those people, and if you're somebody that
Not
says,
even those people. You're ignoring
This is the stupidest way to describe
the
them again.
state of language. Because I think you're getting to the point. Because it's not about a single
Re-eat
word.
my
It's about
food.
like it's
Post a
music, and I just feel like there is off
very strong
notes.
note.
It's a strong note that ruins the melody.
Gotcha.
And I don't think I can say, you shouldn't use the R word or whatever. I'm just speaking to, I'm just listening to music and reviewing the final result. It's not necessarily because maybe one use of the R word, strategically or part of an actual, like, or when you've built up a camaraderie that's sandwiched in like some love, but then you try to reveal their, like, because you're talking about there's a bunch of drama. You have friends with whom you're warring and stuff, and
You're
they're
right.
all a little bit
You're right.
beautifully insane.
Left.
And you've said that you are becoming more and more insane.
Yes,
It's
right,
beautiful
right.
to watch.
Oh,
it's
I
the
was
human
too
condition
close.
laid before us. Wonderful. And some of that is swearing and so on. So it's a tricky thing. But the whole skill of
Cam, you got a
discourse,
nice
just like
chin.
it is with dark humor, is walking that line. I
There's the
just
three
feel
to
like
the right.
it's overuse of the R word, and I don't want to die in that ground because I don't think it's that
Stay
represents-
behind me.
Like there's certain things like that.
Why do I have a nice
It feels like
chin?
it ruins the music.
Gotcha.
And I don't.
I mean, you
You
taking
know,
them
it's the same
constantly
like
on
a
the
dumb
chin.
Republican
It's
or
good to
a dumb Democrat. I don't- Yeah, that ruins it too a little bit.
Beefy.
Depends on how you use it.
Set up.
You can be
Well, they
lazy
do
with
call
that.
me the meat
You know, like
axe,
even
so.
overuse of the word. I think bots is what's used for people who don't think or something. I don't actually know the definition. I'm offended on behalf of robots.
There's an axe
but-
stuck on your chin.
And
That might be a compliment soon.
Chin meat.
right,
yeah.
exactly. But I guess bot means you don't think.
Yeah, you're like an NPC. You just copy
Left
and
the
paste.
boy
Yeah.
chin
Again, I'm
one day.
offended on behalf of NPCs. I count myself as one.
Stack
But there's a sense
first on
if
me.
you say bots too much, that you're just dismissing
One.
people. Like everything I
One.
say is right,
Mhm.
and anyone that disagrees with me is a bot.
Mhm.
That's lazy too. Sometimes
For
it's
sure.
funny. Sometimes it's effective.
Oh, ran out again. And
basically
fuck
saying
me.
a lot of people in the
I got
mainstream
him.
media or something like that are bots. Okay,
Stupid
that's
ring doesn't go off till
a
later.
little bit of that is effective. But too much, it
Mm-hmm.
becomes ineffective. And I'm trying to speak to that.
Yeah, I
And
understand.
I'm just the reason we're highlighting
I'm
clear
back
examples
from the dead.
like the N word.
Welcome back.
Joe Rogan had to contend with that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Show me your
I
faces.
think it's ineffective.
Hanging
It
out
makes
in
you less
D-land.
effective at discourse. But
I'm a
like
tank.
you've talked about many times, language is a tricky one.
It's always hard because you talk about like constructing a melody.
Reserve
There's not one melody
view,
that sounds
yeah.
good to everyone, but there are probably
Fine.
certain notes that like if you got rid of them, everybody's still gonna like it about as much, and you don't really
See,
lose
no,
anything.
fuck
There's a
that
whole
up,
other
I'm
part of an
not moving
audience that
now.
might be more willing to listen.
got
Yeah,
it.
of course.
And it's
Okay.
not
No, I
about
got it.
losing the magic of that melody. Like you don't want to be vanilla. I
I'm
just
dead.
feel like there's stuff that doesn't
Don't
need
got
to be there.
Yeah, for sure.
It's fat.
I'm
But
back.
then again, the other thing that people should understand
I got Sal.
that might be listening to this, you're streaming
Look at
many
Kim.
hours
Uh-oh.
a day.
No, I
many
used
years.
mine
I
on
don't know,
him.
it's
I don't
11
have
or
one.
something, yeah.
Okay,
Started in 2010.
And
Do
so
it if you
one of
need
the
to
things
be
that you
ready.
can do is just
So-
clip out anything. You're going through the full human experience of emotion,
No,
Anger,
Jamie, you don't want to get
fear,
hit by the
frustration, all of it.
red
So of course there's
beams.
going
You
to be
just want to get hit.
moments when you're not
Like, you
the
still
best
wanna-
version
By
of
the
yourself.
Yeah, you still dodge the
Avoid
crisscross,
Anything
but
else
you
to say
dodge the
about the
crisscross
language?
in the tile
It's
that's getting
complicated.
hit by the face
I'm
beams.
still always trying to
You
figure it
silly
out.
man.
You know, there are opinions that I have that have
Saw
changed
your
throughout the
ass
years.
standing there.
Yeah, the
Possible
orbs that cleanse you are
the
the
R-word
ones
has
from
always
the
been the
face,
next
not
one on the
the
chopping
not the
block
ones
that
on
we're
the side
kind
of
of
the
looking
moon.
at, but people
Yeah.
are always worried about that treadmill. But it's possible in a year or two I'll have a different view on it, or I'll have changed away some of the words I use. And
I should know, I'm
yeah,
really
it's
good at
definitely
fake
like it's always like a work in progress. There's always like different communities that feel different ways about different words. Yeah.
Yeah, she knows
but
exactly
do you
who's
acknowledge that
hitting her
there's
in the
people
face,
out there?
when, and why.
They're never going to talk to you.
Can I avoid
They're
it?
never going to think
Can
of
I
you
tell you?
as a good
Yeah.
man because you used the N word with a hard R publicly.
In the past, I mean, yeah, those people exist, but I mean, there are some people that are beyond my reach, which I'm okay with. Like, there's going to be some people because of things that have been involved, or even ideas that I have now that might make them beyond my reach. Something you said earlier is very true. I think the goal is to like identify what are the elements that you can cut out that aren't integral to your message, but could be alienating to more people, and those are probably the things that you identify. But I think that you can get lost in yourself, or lost in the internet, or lost in the outside of yourself if you're trying to appeal to every single person. It's just never going to be the case.
Three to the
And
left,
for
three to the
I
left.
actually I like that I've had the journey that I've had on the internet, that you can find me saying and defending a lot of insane stuff 10 years ago, because I think it shows like a level of progress. And I think I do get a lot of respect and buy-in to certain communities where it's like I'm not just some random dude telling you that like, oh, you shouldn't say, the F word or the N word. Like, I'm a guy
Three to
that's
the
been there,
left.
that's done it, that's defended
Three to
it,
the
and you can see my whole past, my whole history is laid bare for you to watch every of thousands of hours of it. But I
No,
can
the
show that like,
charge!
there's growth and
Okay.
evolution and change that can happen in a person.
Woo!
Yeah,
what I mean?
and you're honest about that growth.
Mhm.
It's a tricky thing because people just bring up stuff from your past.
For
right?
sure.
I hope we figure out as a civilization a mechanism to clearly say this was me 2 years ago. This was me 5 years ago. I'm a different person, and like because Twitter doesn't care about that. These social mechanisms that bring stuff up doesn't care about that. It's like one stupid thing you say,
Who's the
becomes
guy
like a
that
scarlet
was
letter.
stacking,
and I don't know how to fight that. It's tricky to fight that.
Have you ever seen Men in Black?
It's me, Stack
Yes.
Second.
When KJ are on the bench and he
Stay
says
away
a
from
person
me.
is smart, but people are stupid, dumb, finicky animals or whatever. There's something that changes for human dynamics when there is
Two.
a group of people
Yeah.
that make it so hard to control. Like, I think one-on-one, anybody can sit across from somebody and admit to some horrible stuff.
Yeah,
I
just
used to
like
be,
that.
I abused my husband when I was, 20, and now I'm 35 and I see it's wrong, or I did this, I was addicted to whatever, and, I made these mistakes. One-on-one, it's always
Nicely
easy.
done.
But in group environments, that in-group, out-group, tribalistic thing of like identifying one thing and then coming to destroy a person's life is such a huge like impulse we have. And I think probably when we were like hunter-gatherers in the forest, it's probably good because you really want to push weird people out or anything like that. But now on the internet, when we can hunt for any dissenting opinion
man,
and
can't
just
hit 'em
with
from there.
ruthless precision
Yeah,
destroy somebody's life over it, it's a
sometimes
pretty
you just
scary
gotta-
dynamic.
I think one of the mechanisms that could fix it is make it
Wait,
super easy
how did I fuck
Got
up?
him, I
That
got him,
was
I
for
got
the
him, I
easy.
got him, I
person
got him.
to analyze all the stupid shit they themselves have said in the
got nothing.
past. Like a full
AOE.
recording.
Also not been looking at ahead.
Because I think
Fuck.
people are just
I got
honestly
Kim.
paint a very rosy
I
picture
got
to their own
Sal.
brain of who they have been in the past.
Yeah, of course.
If we can have empathy
Jimmy,
for
you're
the
gonna
fact that
have
we've said
marks.
stupid shit, or we're drunk,
I got two.
the ridiculous
frosts. I
things
need
you
two
say, the
lightnings.
offensive things you might have said,
D's mine,
The
the
Kim.
offensive things you might have
I'll
done,
see where
I just
two
feel like
lightnings are even fucking
that
shooting.
would give us
D.
the ammunition to have
It's
empathy
fine, we
for
can both
others
hang
that are
out here.
like, okay, yeah, this
Whoa.
guy 5 years ago
No.
said
Hello,
this.
Dean.
Maybe that doesn't represent them who doesn't represent
I
who
tried
they
to
are
hang out
any
there
more
with you,
than
Sam.
stuff I said 5 years ago represents who I am today.
It's hard to
I
do
feel like
that just because
technology
of
can
the
actually
spread at the
enable
very
that.
end.
Maybe, although you're talking
I mean, we
about
didn't get hit by your
more
spreads.
recording and
I
more stuff,
just-
which people are already
Yeah.
wary of. But
You can't make it
It's
worse, though, so
a
that's fine. Actually, no,
double-edged
switches
sword.
between different types of
I think
swords.
there is
That's
going to
fine.
be
I've
more and
seen
more
face
recording.
practice.
We have to figure
It
out how
looked
to
like
do
every
that in a way
lightning
that
was just
respects
shooting somewhere else,
people's
and I didn't get
privacy
back
and
to
gives
them.
them ownership of their data and so on.
Yeah.
I've looked at the search history I've done on Google, which for most people is available,
Mhm.
like your Google search history, and it's fascinating to watch the evolution of a
It
human
did.
The
being.
thing, what the
Like,
first, the
it doesn't
square,
seem
the
like
square
the same
closest to the
person.
bus on your
Like a
side was
different
just
person,
completely
for
empty,
sure.
right?
It's weird.
It's
It's not,
also hard too
Uh,
with the internet today. I'm gonna be ageist again,
asking me
but
or
like now all of the
Yeah.
people are thrown together.
I have
You
no
know,
idea.
whereas like
I was looking for two
like, I
lightnings.
don't
I
want
don't know
a
what was empty.
27-year-old
Like,
judging.
every lightning
There
was
you
like
go
like a
again.
15
one was
or
shooting towards A,
16-year-old,
one
like,
towards B, one
obviously
towards
he's
C,
in high
one
school.
towards
Like
D. I
there was
couldn't
that
find a
story that
stack
came
spot
out of
anywhere
the
for 'em.
there was a kid that saved a recording of, I think it was like some white girl. I think that she like got
But
her
I
driver's
probably
license
missed
and she was like,
something.
I can
Just wanted
drive
to see it
now,
more.
N words with the A or whatever. It was dumb. She shouldn't have said it. But I think she was like 15 or 16 when she TikToked this or whatever. And he held on to that recording until she applied and got accepted to college 3 years later, and then he released
The first
it.
one's
He got
killing
her
me
kicked out of
too. So
college,
there's
and
got to
I'm
be like a
damn.
third head shooting.
Everything
that,
that
I'm
I
not
had ever
watching.
said
I'm gonna
as like
watch
a
that, too.
15, 16-year-old was like immortalized on the internet.
No,
My
there's
life
just
wouldn't
an
have even
AOE.
begun.
Well, there's an AOE happening.
Those are insanely high standards to
Yeah,
hold
but I'm
people
getting a
to.
damage down every time. Meaning
Not
I'm
that
hit,
like
I'm
obviously
getting
you
hit by
shouldn't be
something
saying
wrong.
You're
those,
getting hit
you shouldn't
by,
be
I
saying
think,
certain
the
words or
second
whatever,
cross.
but you have to be able to make mistakes in
Or the first
adolescence.
cross,
Like
maybe?
everybody
One of the
does. We all
crosses.
did.
the
Everybody
first
did it
one.
growing up, you know.
Why do you think
Both
there is so
do.
much misogyny in
Put it
the
in the
streaming
right.
community, and how can you fight it? Because you've shown a lot of interest in
What?
fighting it, trying to.
I was on
decrease or
top of
eliminate
y'all!
Misogyny
I
from
got
the
it.
community.
Anything that I saw
I
happen,
think it's really difficult.
person I expected
I
to
think
get
that
hit,
eliminating
didn't get hit.
racism is
That was
easier than
me.
eliminating misogyny.
I
Because
don't
I know
understand.
you're
Is it right?
on
Is it right?
anywhere. Because I think fundamentally, I don't think there's that much difference between like white people and black people and brown people and Asian people or whatever. You know, we have different cultures and stuff, but at the end of the day, we're all people. But I think there are differences between men and women, like throughout all of history and time, and then even today in every culture. And when real differences do exist, it's harder to account for them in a way that can we have conversations with each other without it becoming very gendered in a negative way, right? Negative way of gendering something, be like a misogynistic way of doing it.
Of course, it's unclear to me that it's so difficult to avoid the negative gendering versus the positive, because there's a lot of positive to the tension,
yeah.
the dance between the different genders and so on. Maybe in this particular moment in history, it's not.
Stack first.
But it's not trivial to me that racism is easier to eliminate. It's an interesting hypothesis. Just because there's more biological difference between men and women, that
Yeah.
means it's harder to eliminate. But
I don't know if this is true. I hear this a lot. I feel like I read this somewhere, but I need to
I
get a better
didn't
source so I
say
repeat it everywhere. But I've
Zama.
heard that like in the U.S. military, for instance,
Sorry.
they've gotten
I got him.
exceedingly well. They do an exceedingly good job at getting different people of different races to integrate, and it's like not.
So you
a
guys
huge
stayed on the
problem
far
once
outside while
you're
spreading?
through
Is that
basic
what
training,
happened?
all the training, everything. But for different sexes, it still
Oh.
represents a significant problem that the military hasn't
Outside-
figured
we were
out.
outside of
And I
the
should look
ring,
to like, well,
all
what's the
three
military
rings.
doing? Because if you know,
Yeah,
if something was
and
solvable,
medium
like can we
charges
sleep for 4 hours
soon.
a night and be healthy? If we could, I bet the military would know. You know, so I kind of look
Right.
sometimes to them to see
Right.
their integration.
Fuck it,
But
I'll figure that
it
out
might be that
later.
there are other
Alright.
issues there that make it.
yeah, it
organic,
feels
of
like the
course,
military
yeah.
is a very particular kind
For
of
sure,
So
yeah, it
way
could be,
back
yeah.
here, should be
actual
safe.
task
Deep
at
in the back,
hand
like,
might
right here. This looks safe,
bias the difficulty
It
of
was.
the process.
Potentially, yeah.
and that was safe.
There's been a
Okay,
lot of
I'm
interesting,
I guess I am reading it
talk
right. So I don't
about,
know what the
like,
fuck's going on.
Women integrating
Can't get
into
that.
male groups, and how do you do this in a
Limit
way
break.
where everybody is
Limit
happy with
beat.
the outcome and there's not like issues? I think Jordan Peterson spoke about this a little
Remember,
bit,
if
and
you're
then
the ones,
workplace
you gotta
culture
call
speaks
it.
about this a
Go
bit.
where you're going.
Would you happen to remember? I want to say it was like 5 or
I'm
10
double
years ago.
lightning.
There was a
I'm-
big tech conference.
I'm
I'm gonna
wanted
be.
more.
And there were
I'm
2
gonna
guys
be
behind a
Kim.
woman, and they made a joke about
I
like
gotta
a
be-
USB
I don't
dongle.
understand.
Like
Oh,
dongle
one
was
and
a
one.
dick.
All
And this
the way
woman
over
turned
here.
around,
Yeah,
she
yeah,
tweeted
you gotta
pictures
go
of
the other
them,
one, yep.
spoke about
I'm
like
good.
misogyny, and then that blew up into a huge
Okay.
ordeal
Excellent.
that like
I see
you
it
know,
now. That was the first time
was
I've
this
seen that.
there's this interesting phenomenon that in a
I got nothing.
less misogynistic and more inclusive workplace environment,
Aww.
some
That's some
women might end up
bullshit.
feeling
Aw.
worse
So
Aw.
good.
because in a more misogynistic
don't
environment, you're thinking like,
know.
okay, that's a woman. She
So-
doesn't get our humor. I'm gonna treat her in a very indifferent, very dispassionate, cold
Jamie,
way,
oh,
whatever. And then I'm gonna have
Me and
my
Jamie,
my
we
boys
can
over
run-
there.
I'll run north, you run
And then
south.
you've got like these environments where they're a
Alright.
little bit more warmer, and it's like, oh,
And then
cool,
go to the
we're gonna
same
bring this
spot.
woman into our environment,
Yep.
and we're gonna make all the
There you
same
go.
types of like
Just like
crash
that,
jokes we
and
did
now
before,
dodge back
and it's
in.
actually worse now. Now the
Yep.
woman feels even more otherwise because like, oh my god, why do you talk like this? I think that
Okay, so
internet
now
communities,
me and
especially
Jamie
online
out,
ones
the other two
that
in
do
the
like political
towers.
debate and video games, are very much like big
Yeah,
boys
pretty out.
clubs. So
Yep.
it's not enough to
And
just
then
say you
we're in
can't
the-
be misogynistic to get rid of misogyny. There's always going to be
She wasn't
other
alive
And then
means
we
to
run
do
in the
it.
towers
There's a
after.
lot of like behaviors that are unintuitive.
Do we all?
Yeah.
that you have to
like
account
they
for,
run
and you
out
gotta
after
try to,
the
like,
tower
push
pulse
that
and we
back.
run in.
Yeah,
And
so what
that's
was
just a
happening?
very, very,
So
very
what's gonna
challenging
happened there. Only half of
so
it
like,
happened.
I'll deal with
because
concrete examples more. So here's
the
a
other two
concrete
were
example.
dead. You
And
and
this is like
me
a recent
both
initiative
got
in my community. So I'm trying to like be because
like a
misogyny hasn't been
marker
fixed
that
anywhere on
said
the internet.
we
I'm
were
curious.
number
Are there ways that I
one
can
and
push my
explosion.
community to do this?
That means we're about to
Um,
explode first.
I don't think you
so
should
we
almost
can't
ever make a
take the
comment on a
first
woman's
tower
appearance
because we're
ever
about
if
to
they're appearing
explode.
in like
We have
some
to run
political
out.
or professional
The
manner.
other two
Even if
people
it's a
are gonna
positive
have
comment, I think it's
a
equally
2
bad to a
marker
negative comment.
and the
It's just
same
never good to
explosion
do.
thing,
And that's kind of an
but they're not
unintuitive
gonna
thing, 'cause it's like,
explode
well, a
until
woman appears,
after they
wow,
soak the
she's really
tower.
cute.
So
it seems like a nice comment.
the
You're being
people with
nice,
the
you know,
2
she looks
marker
good, whatever,
take
but
the
it's like,
first
it's not
tower
all the point
because
of
they're
why she's there. And
exploding
just by
second.
saying that, you're kind of like otherizing
Okay,
her
so
as
you
like
got
a
two
person
go
to like
in, you got one
think she
go
looks
out,
good
and then I
rather
see
than
you
Take
listening
the
to what
tower.
she has to say. you know?
Different tower?
But there's a lot of stuff that
So I
you're
can't just,
saying
like,
Yeah,
reposition.
one person in each tower.
Okay.
Do I have to
that
be
is a
like
part of
out on
misogyny.
a
It's
corner
almost, like,
or an edge?
obvious.
Just to the
Like
wall.
any woman will tell
Yeah,
you
okay.
that.
A woman will, yeah, but then
And,
not
like,
in these
not
spaces,
in
a lot
line
of
with
the
the
guys
tower.
don't know, yeah.
I think
So,
what
like, you
that
have to, like, pay attention.
requires.
Like you don't want to end up
There's
being behind the
empathy.
tower, so if
You
you're
don't
going
need.
to the wall,
You don't
make
need.
sure
You need to consider the,
you know,
the female
you know where the
experience.
tower is. You don't go right behind
That's it. Like
Mhm.
you have to either
And
read
either
about
spawn
or
in golf
talk
a
to
line
women.
AoE.
You
So
learn,
the
like,
towers
low-hanging
will
fruit
spawn
is
either
very
north,
easy to
south, or
learn.
west, east.
It feels like just a level of
they
social
always spawn
skill.
in like those pairs in alternating orders.
Oftentimes
So,
in internet communities, is
If
quite
the
bad.
towers are spawning
I
on north,
disagree.
south,
I don't like to
burst,
say.
the
Here's the
AOE's
problem with
can't
empathy
run
is
north
it's
and
very
south
hard to
'cause
have
you'll kill
empathy
people
for
in the tower.
experiences that are so outside of your own.
Okay.
Well,
So-
maybe some
so you
people.
just
there
have
might
to
be
pay
some people
attention
that
real
do it.
quick
I
to where
can't.
the towers are
There's a
spawning.
lot of stuff that
and
I had to
then-
learn.
Women are half the
Yeah,
population.
and
But
that's
they're
it.
women.
And the same thing with the next part.
They're totally
They're-
different.
Oh, different.
So here
We'll
we
talk
here-
about
yeah,
the
here's
rental.
a,
They're
this is a-
not totally
they're
different.
totally different. So here's an
Progress.
example. Okay, so especially for me, my archetype
that's the
makes up
last
a
major
lot of the
part.
internet. White man. There's never been a point
The name of a beautiful woman.
who might be a dancer.
What's the backstory? From New Orleans or from
I haven't thought that through yet.
All right.
Into
Yeah,
that, it goes
it's
into a
ambiguous. Okay.
like an open world?
Hey,
RPG?
open world. I want you to project whatever, wherever
thank
you want Destiny the dancer to be from. That's in your mind. Okay.
All right, I'll save that for later tonight.
Yeah. Okay.
Jamie, you
As
only
a
had to
white
run south
guy,
that time with the chain
There,
because
I don't
you
know
knew
if
you were the
there's
only people
ever
alive.
been a spot that I've
Yeah,
been
I
in
got no
where
idea
I've
what
made
that was.
been made to feel
Yeah,
like
just
I
make
don't
sure.
belong there just by virtue of who I am. I actually don't.
To the
It's
right.
impossible for me to empathize that because I don't even have that experience. If you go back 8-9 years, one of the big issues that came up was harassment in gaming against women, and I was one of the big debaters against that, saying that like, sure, women might get harassment, but everybody gets harassment. If you're a woman and you're in gaming and you
Too.
get harassed, congratulations, you're being treated like a
Treated
man. What
right.
you're actually asking for is for us to actually treat you differently. You don't want to be insulted. You don't want to be treated like a man, and that's actually misogyny.
I
Is
know.
women making that argument.
Slow,
You still stand by that?
slow.
Is that a problem if I do? No, I'm just kidding. Well, okay, almost. Hold on. A little while after.
I
Some fat-ass
disagree
shields
with
going
it.
on.
Sure, okay, that's good. A little while later,
Shades.
I had a friend, Jessica,
much damage
super
did
cool
it
girl.
do to you?
We go to play games. She was between jobs, and she's like, "I've got like 2 months, and we're gonna grind CS:GO." And I'm like, "Okay, this is awesome. Let's do it." CS:GO, Counter Strike, Global Offensive, shooter game, FPS, microphones. First day we start playing, okay? Hop into our first game. Obviously, she talks. Everybody's making, is that a 12-year-old boy? Why aren't you making sandwiches? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay, whatever. Play our first game. Play our second game. Same jokes.
It's me,
Third game,
and it's
fourth game.
second.
By like the fourth or fifth game, I was actually starting to feel triggered. Like
Me,
every time the game started, I was
second.
like, can you just like talk so we can get over
Two.
like the stupid fucking jokes? It's so fucking
Three.
stupid. And you hear the same fucking joke
Got a whole
every
ass
single
account.
time.
boss.
And it
Meeting
took
the boss.
one day of that experience for me to realize it's not about being insulted.
Cool.
It's like this othering feeling that you don't belong.
AOE.
And I've never felt that because I'm a white guy. Like it just not to be like virtue signaling, but like there's no places where it's like you're white, you don't belong here. You're a guy, you don't belong here. Like I've never felt that not inclusion.
2 in
And
a row.
playing
That's
with
pretty
her,
good at that part
There's
now.
a different feeling
Pretty
when
nice.
it's the same types of jokes coming from a group of people to make you feel like you don't belong
Time to
there.
face this
Where I was
mechanic.
like, damn, this actually feels really bad.
see what you
and
did
it
there.
feels bad in a different way, where it's like if you call me like an F slur or any other type of swear word or insult, like, yeah, you can call me that, but at
This
the end of
looks
the day,
pretty
like,
safe.
we're all kind of the same. We're all white dudes and we call each other names. But like, this is a woman and this is not her place and she doesn't belong here.
Oh,
Kind of the analogy that I would make, because I after getting these experiences,
I
I
don't have
learned this
anything.
afterwards.
I will faint.
If I tell you that there's
I
another
held it.
guy in a room and you need to think of
Oh,
the
yeah,
worst
I
insults
can't
ever for that
reply
person without ever
those
knowing
two.
anything about them or meeting them.
Number 2 soon.
If I tell you that
That's
it's like a
the
white
45th
straight
part.
guy and you have to write
There's
insults,
some
Face me
pure
again.
fucked.
debuffs.
Maybe you can do like school shooter. There's not
I
really
got
much you
two.
can say at the end of the day. But if I tell you it's a woman,
I'm on
whoa,
C.
we could. There are so many different jokes you can write. If it's a
I
black
need to be
person,
right
so
here.
many different
Yeah, the
racist
other
things we
one's
can
fine.
Are
say.
you sure? I
Got
can
it,
come
there
up
you
with a
go,
lot of
nice.
stuff for a white guy.
In terms of stuff that is just intrinsic to
Nice
him
job.
being a white guy,
Yeah, like there's.
really?
Wait a minute. What are you talking
I
about?
got, no, I don't
There's
have
a
this
lot.
one either.
The internet has sharpened that
My adult
sword.
setup.
Oh,
In terms
we
of
got
like
it. We got
jokes that are
it.
targeted at
Who
his
should be
sex or
Incel,
targeted for this? 'Cause we're about to get
then
changed.
weak.
changed.
Some of the
Wait,
incel
I go where?
version, maybe. Yeah, that's
South.
getting there.
South,
Sure.
towards
That's for sure.
C&D.
It's
towards
recent
the
though.
corner
Sorry,
that's
I'm older
getting
on the internet. We didn't have
chaos.
those words way back then.
Pop Springs.
That wasn't-
When I was
Wait,
making
wait,
these
wait,
analogies,
oh,
that incel and virgin
Back
might
in my
have
day, we didn't have gender
There
relativity.
were no incels back then. None of us had sex. We just accepted. We were all computer gamers. Nobody had sex
Farther-
and played
farther
video
back.
games back then. Okay,
Yeah,
people
whoever
don't
had
remember
changed
that.
to
There
this
wasn't
side,
the
you
Big
went far
Bang
back.
Theory. You were just a loser that was stuck.
You guys didn't even know.
So
sex
when you see the
existed
marker,
before
you have to
started
wait for the
You had to
Actually form,
download
and then
sexual
you run.
pictures, and they took 2 minutes, and you didn't even
So
know if
that's
you were
what
gonna get the
I
right
fucked
thing
up
by
with.
the time it
Yeah,
finished
yeah.
loading. But what I'm saying is that, like, okay, so I think you agree that, like, if somebody gives you like a race,
I
get
like a
gaming.
black person who's a woman, we can write like very
Never mind.
cutting,
Ah.
scathing, like insults to
Yeah,
that
yeah,
person
yeah, for
that
the
are very
second time.
otherizing.
Oh, words that would really hurt. if they're
Yeah, that are
spoken
very
to me.
cutting to the person. But like for a
Okay,
white
I'm
guy, it's kind of
So it was
hard
because the
it's like
chains
that's
were,
like the
like, extra
default. There's
long
not as
and
much
shorter than
otherizing
earlier?
of those people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
That's kind of the
so
point.
the insults you have from white guy to white guy, the
That's
insults are
typically
much
how
harsher.
chains work.
So when you start to
Is
apply
that
the same
if
kind
you're
of harshness
further
to other
away,
groups,
it increases
You can
how
make them
much
feel like
distance
they
you have to
really
go to
don't
break
belong.
it.
And
So we
that
gotta stack
otherizing
super
effect
hard
is
and
something
then-
that's
Yeah,
very
yeah, so
hard
we
for me.
just
I can't really
stay mid, and then
empathize
once
with
the
it. I've never
chains
felt
actually
it,
form,
so I
then
have
we
to
run out.
intellectualize
I
it and then
understood.
sympathize with it. It's like a whole process
I
I have
just
to
saw
go
the
through.
thing on
And I
video.
try to
I was
walk
like,
other
oh,
people
okay,
through
I
that.
get out.
Because if you're a white guy on the
Gotta go.
internet, which is a lot of the
Goodbye.
internet, you really don't know what that feels like. You've never felt like that before.
Goodbye.
Well,
Have a
so
wonderful
you're now in
time.
a leadership position, Grandpa Destiny.
I'm Paul.
So that's a lot of people look up to you for that,
Mhm.
for that sort of
That's deep.
pathway to empathy.
Yeah.
I'm
How not
happy.
to otherize.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you have felt otherizing. You mentioned high school
got the
people
heavy
like
metal
not
singer now.
being.
So pee,
Yeah, but those
pee
were always
boy.
for
That's
things
me.
that, like, it's different to
pee,
insult
pee
somebody
boy.
for a
She's got a
non-immutable
really good
characteristic.
screaming voice.
Like, okay, you think poorly about me because I'm like not enough money, or I don't have enough money, but I could get more money and I could change that. But it's different for somebody to really attack you for like your gender
Two
or
to the
attack you for
right.
like your race.
Two to the
A
right.
lot of the attacks that hit the hardest is not about gender. I do think that they're like the way women are attacked on the internet. It's the same kind of attacks you would do towards other guys, but you go harsher.
I feel like they're fundamentally different. I feel like when we're attacking
Three to
guys,
the left,
I'm not
three to the
usually
left.
attacking you on like the virtue of you being a guy. But like if it's a woman and
Shit
she's
on
typing
me.
something like, "Oh, did your boyfriend type that for you?" Or like, "What are you even doing here? Like, shouldn't you be trying to find a husband?" Or like, "Oh, you're like a stupid cunt. Like, go start an OnlyFans or
No,
whatever."
but the
Like,
stupidity, the intelligence aspect is what's attacked.
yeah, but it's so much different. Like, you can call a guy stupid, but that's because he's a guy that's being stupid. But when you call a woman stupid, she's stupid because she's a woman.
Yeah, but I honestly think that women are called stupid more than men on the internet.
But
It's
but
nothing to do like the attack
Mhm.
is not gendered. It's the gender inspires an increased level of attack.
Ooh,
I
this
feel
the
like it is
guy.
gendered.
I wish we had data on this.
Have you ever heard of the XKCD
Second
comic?
stack on
Yes.
me.
It's a really good comic where, and this is something that I've dealt with a lot in my community. Okay, there's a guy at a board,
Oh,
and he
you know what?
fucks up a math
I'll see
equation,
y'all in hell.
and it's like, wow, you suck at
You
math.
called it
And then
wrong.
the next panel is there's a girl that does it, and she fucks it up, and it's like, wow, women suck at math. And there's like
Ow,
that
my
feeling that
ass!
happens where when I bring on, I won't use names, but they're like YouTube people that I've brought on that have crazy
I'm done.
opinions.
I'm
And when
getting
they're
out of
men,
here, Sam.
that person is
Okay.
crazy. Oh my
You're
god,
not
he said the
resing me
craziest
from
stuff.
that
He's so
bullshit.
dumb. He's so crazy. So stupid. But when it's a
Jamie
woman,
fucked up.
it's like, oh my god, why do you always bring dumb
Idiots
women here?
And
Why are you
then,
bringing women
you
on the
two
internet
stacked
crazy things?
anyway.
It's a different like minority character that has to like stand up
Knowing
and like
what
represent
the
like their
fuck
whole
they're
Yeah, we
group
stacked.
where like
It was
white men
a
don't
loose
typically have
tag. You
to.
both ran
Speaking of
into the
groups
middle of
versus
the
individuals, yes.
Yeah.
But then what I feel
Kill me, you
happens
dickwad.
is then
He's so bad
another
at killing
person
me.
from that group comes,
I have
another
2,000
woman
each,
comes,
and he's
and people
I don't-
before she
attacking.
says
I don't want to
anything
talk about it.
will already feel like they're ready with that attack.
being
For
Jimmy
sure.
calls
They're
her on. I was
ready
like,
for
you
the
know
attack
what?
'cause
I'll
she's a
just
woman.
sack one for the team.
They're gonna
My
call her
bad.
she's stupid
And
because
then
she,
they're
not
like,
because she says something. Just
For
'cause she's a woman.
Jamie.
So like the group in their
Hashtag
brain
stack for
accumulates
Jamie.
all the negative characteristics of the individuals they've met, not the positive, the negative, and it becomes like this ball of stickiness, and then that
Help
becomes
me.
the bias for their
Help me,
judgment of
help
a
me.
new person that comes. With white men, there's more of a blank slate in terms of bias of
Yeah.
how they analyze the
Yeah, it
person.
hurts to pee.
With any of the minority
Yes.
group, they're basically
I'm
make a
lucky.
Oh,
judgment
that gonorrhea.
based on the
Stings when I
negative
pee,
characteristics of
shouldn't
the
it be
individuals they met in the
certain?
past. I just
No, that
that
part's
leads to
normal.
a system
It pees when
where
I
you're
stink.
just
How about that?
harsher towards minority groups and towards women.
I also pee when
How
I
do you
stink
solve that?
things.
The most important thing
I
for
hate how
any
small
problem
mine
ever is
is.
step one is to be aware of it. If you're not
Yeah, we're
aware of
supposed to
it,
Click.
then you're
Click.
hopelessly lost at
Thank
sea.
you.
But the first thing I like to say is just like be aware of it. Like there's a girl that I've had on recently.
Why
She
is
says a
this
lot
game
of,
so
in my
broken?
opinion, kind of crazy things. But
Why are
people
you
will
clicking
use her as like,
abilities?
this is why women shouldn't be here. This is
Two
like
to
she's
the
crazy
right.
and she's a woman
Two
and blah
to
blah
the
blah.
right.
But I can bring on a guy who says similarly dumb things.
No
He's
reply at
evaluated on his own merits because it's a
AmazonScam.com.
guy. You know, there's never ever been a case where I brought a stupid guy on stream and everybody's
should
like, this
reply
guy
to
makes
them.
me hate men. This guy makes me
It's
hate white girls. That has
Amazon.
never happened. But then there's like other women that come on and
a
it's
lot
like,
of that.
now I know why incels exist.
to
Or
the
I totally
left.
understand where red pill
the
ideology comes
left.
from. You know, and even if the statements are kind of true, when you're making these observations over and over and over and over again, it damages your ability to individually perceive somebody. And then two people that make the same statements, one can be perceived more harshly just because of that like group bias you've got built up.
I think there's something about streaming that just brings that out of people, like because you have to talk for like 7 hours. So you're like, all right, well, whatever psychological issues and complexities I have, I'm going to explore
They're
them
going to
for
be magnified.
magnified, and then it's the Gerard, as you talked about, the mimetic theories of Girardian, like whatever.
You call that a tank
The things that are
buster?
very similar, and you're going to magnify the conflicts that you have, and you're going to
He's gonna get
explore
one shot as a paper
all the
chase.
different
Yeah, that's
perspectives on
right.
those different conflicts.
That's some
And,
karma.
I mean,
Stack
I don't know if
first.
it's just anecdotal, but
Stack first.
it's nice to have women on stream,
Get the
and I
fuck
think
away
the
from me.
dynamic
One.
that you guys have is
Okay, one.
is wonderful. It's really interesting. So
I will
it's
run
just the
backwards.
female voice in general. I love having women on the podcast. The
Running
female
backwards
voice,
got me
I
shot.
feel like is
Why
don't I do that?
underheard on the
Oh
internet.
fuck! I didn't
So
step
the
And
in
I
ring
love
place.
the internet to be a
explodes
place
too.
where women
Like it
feel
explodes
safe to speak.
outside
Alright,
first,
given
and then,
that you're
or inside
like
first,
we
and then
talked about
outside.
a progressive
Oh,
with
I didn't know that. this whole
non-standard
time.
progressive
Yeah,
views.
the ring
So you're very
explodes
pro
twice,
free
technically.
speech,
Mhm.
pro capitalism.
Yeah.
I keep
So
So
forgetting
given
I
that,
have
it's very
to,
interesting
I have
that
to
you're
step
also
forward away
pro
from
establishment
I'm Resin
and
Chem.
pro institutions.
Who?
So right now, if you look at the world, there's a significant distrust of institutions, at least in the
Safe
public
quadrant.
intellectual discourse. What is the nature
Oh,
of your
Kim.
support for government
so
and
scary.
institutions? Can you
We're
make the
fine.
case for and against them?
Let's hang out together.
Broadly
It's fine.
speaking,
Thank you.
there is a synergistic
I'll say
effect
Kim.
when two humans come together.
Oh, and an
If
owl.
I can
Look,
speak
bonus idol.
very broadly in terms of, we'll say, utility, okay? My happiness with one person
Alright,
might
get
be
rid of
10.
your debuffs.
The happiness with another person might be 10. But when they come together,
Me
it's
and
like
Jamie.
50 between the two of
Talk
them.
to me
There's
soon.
like this synergistic
Nice.
effect
I'm
when
gonna
humans
be-
work together
Alright, I
that
got D.
the sum is
Hanging out right here.
greater than all the individual parts or whatever. There's like an emergent thing that happens there.
There's a capacity, there's a possibility of that.
Yeah, a possibility, sure. Things
What?
could go really wrong. There could be
Oh,
a cannibalistic
God
try to
damn
Oh,
it.
I went.
Sure.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
For the purpose of this, there's
I
other
know what
Which
I
one of you
did.
has a
Okay,
res?
sure, yeah. For the
I
but,
do-
well,
and
I
I
think
do
broadly
not, actually,
speaking,
sorry.
are you going to be
I
the
was
well
talking
actually guy?
to me.
Okay, if you want to well, okay.
God
Well,
damn
act-
it.
Well,
I-
actually, sometimes
cannibalism
yeah,
is
there
actually
is
good
war
for
and
both.
Holocausting. True.
You went to the
yeah,
same
sometimes
color,
things
didn't
do
you?
go wrong. But I
Hold
think
on,
broadly
I got
speaking,
you,
the sound.
both went to the
you're
same
sitting
color.
here
If
Yeah,
both
yeah,
of you
yeah,
did.
and I'm sitting
exactly.
here on an airplane that I don't know how to fly, or Bill, like, right? There's a lot of cool stuff that happens when people come together and
Oh,
they
what happens
make
if I stand in
civilizations.
this?
And part of that civilization building is
Nothing.
the fact that we can specialize,
So-
and it's the fact that we can offload a bunch of trust onto third parties, that we delegate the power to make important decisions about our lives, right? I don't know anything about how to
Yeah.
like build like a combustion
Yes,
engine,
too.
but I know that when I push the button on my car, it's going to drive around, and the fumes
Idiot
aren't going to kill me,
alive. Fuck
and I
you.
can park in the garages, and the building's not going to collapse. And the
Are you
only
gonna
reason
still be
all of this
alive?
works is because I've offloaded a lot of trust
No.
onto these third-party things, and I would say that the pillars of these third-party things that
I want
society is
7
built on
next.
are roughly
Like
speaking
me.
institutions.
I'm
So
pretty
that
sure
might
that's
be
where
the
he starts to
institution
repeat.
of peer review for scientific
Oh,
articles.
fuck.
It might be the institution of voting for
That
government,
ring gets me.
right?
I didn't
or
know
the,
it blew
the,
up twice.
the
Yeah,
ability
I
for us
work
to
with
vote in that
that
whole
twice, yeah.
process. It might, yeah.
So
all
if
the
he only
FDA,
pulses
like all of these
once, that means we can
institutions
be
are
one
things that
ring
they
out,
need to
and
exist
he's gonna
because
pulse the
we don't
outside,
have
and
the
then we gotta
time
be
or the
not the
capability
one
to
ring,
individually
right?
sort through all of these things individually. We have to rely on some third party to do it.
Okay, so you
So
believe
dead center would technically be
at
safe.
scale,
There's not the one
when
ring
we're
outside.
together, we're greater than the sum of our parts. That's the
Okay.
case for
I don't think there's a
institutions.
dead center ring.
What about the
No.
inefficiencies of
I think just this whole
bureaucracy?
hitbox is basically.
Is there some aspect
Damn, that was a
when
critical
at
direct
scale
hit.
different dynamics come into
pressure
play
either,
than they do when there's two people
Sometimes
together?
the last time
Two
that
people
happened,
that love each other, the birds and the bees.
Right?
Is there
I think
some
for
aspect
your-
that leads more to cannibalism at scale?
I'm critting like
so like
crazy.
corruption, inefficiencies that due to bureaucracy and so on.
Bureaucracy, which is not
Still
I hate
like
it when people try
crazy.
to say bureaucracy is government, because bureaucracy exists a ton in private environments as well, right? In
Alright, we're
businesses and
cooling
everything. Bureaucracy introduces its own set of problems, but I
For
mean,
two.
a bureaucracy is necessary because
to
it's
the left.
coordinating all of the underlying things in order to create something that's greater than the sum of its parts, right? Like
Oh,
all of the software
I didn't get
developers
up
in the
there
world are
fast enough.
useless
it.
without being
God
paired with
damn
good
it.
designers in order to make their products usable by a person. And the coordination
If
of
you
those
also go
people
on
and
an
the
angle,
coordination
you
of increasing
step
more and more
into it.
things necessitates
wanna
some level
cry.
of bureaucracy. I think we
Yeah,
always
that's
say
fair.
bureaucracy when it's like
That doesn't help you dodge.
a bad.
it.
It's like a slur.
we
almost.
going
You're
anywhere?
a bureaucrat.
Oh,
You're
I-
bureaucratic.
I didn't
Bureaucracy
see
is
any of
slowing
it,
things down.
so-
Like, sure, the bureaucracy slows things down, but bureaucracy also gives us
Go
things like
me.
safe medicine and safe water
Wait,
to drink
Sal's-
for most of the U.S. or
Sal,
safe
you got
buildings
any-
to live in
no
or
rest?
safe cars to drive. So
Get out of here. Get out of
So
here.
the managers in institutions
Yeah.
versus
No, we're
like the
good.
software developers and the designers.
Did you
The
decline that?
managers is the
I did.
bureaucracy. The
What
reason
a
bureaucracy
mess.
is used
Yeah,
as a
what's up?
slur
Yeah,
is
fucked.
that something
You
about
left now
human
too,
nature
bitch.
leads to bureaucracy
Look,
often
my
It's
growing,
God.
too early for this shenanigan shit, okay?
growing
Alright, well.
indefinitely,
Get a
and
practice
becoming
still.
less.
We had it down on the crisscross.
Alright, we
No,
stack.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what we do. We have to wait for the fucking beams to come out because he doesn't
I will
do
cheer
shit.
you guys on.
We just gotta fucking
It's
stick
spread
here.
first, then stack.
Oh, I get to
Alright,
watch
so
the
we
rings now
stack
from
and then we
outside.
spread. Got it.
So all three rings are bad, and then he's gonna respawn and not show the other half. Stack.
Did he pulse 3 times there?
Yeah. So all three rings were bad, and only the edges were safe.
And then after that, the edges were bad.
Then you go
they
inside.
were
yeah.
going to be bad, but he reset.
Okay.
That's the problem. Like when I'm moving the boss, I can't always see what happens the second time. I usually catch the last pulse. Maybe I catch the second pulse.
You should make a Santa glamour.
I already
Yeah,
have
you could be
a.
saying
Yeah,
it right
I'll give you a. I'll give you my holiday glimmer.
Let me know when I can be a rabbi.
What kind?
They have something for that now.
Some less
well, I'm still not
efficient.
gonna do
Why do you
it.
make it sound like a
This is where
disease?
capitalism
There's
can
a
come in.
whole.
That,
Medication.
capitalism puts a
Yeah, they made a pill for
pressure
that.
on the bureaucracy not to grow
That's a
too
whole
much
fucking
because
suit you can get to be
you
a
want the
rabbi.
bureaucracy to be
Big ol'
useful,
grits.
You're just
but
missing the curly
not
cues.
large,
yeah,
and
to be a certain size, yeah, of course.
to be the minimum size to get the job done.
Two.
And so capitalism
Three to the
provides
left.
that mechanism. Government does not always. And so
I
that's
knew
the
I'd
criticism
fuck that
of
up.
government,
We got
of
one down.
institutions.
I got
where
him.
it
I
can
got him, I got him.
grow without a
You got him.
significant mechanism that
I got
You
says
said it 3 times,
there's
so
a
I...
cost to
I got him.
No one's got
bureaucracy
him
that's
for
not
now.
being accounted for here.
One.
We're just
Both are
paying
two.
for the increasing
Three to the
size
left.
of government without the benefit.
Yeah, government is a special institution because
dead.
it doesn't have to show itself to be
Oh, I actually
financially
have
reliable.
one.
We kind of live in a capitalist economy where that's generally the case. So government gets its powers from votes from the people, which introduces a whole new set of possible positives and possible negatives, right?
We're alive?
Having something, for
We're
instance, that
alive.
gives food or shelter to homeless
How'd
people.
this happen?
Maybe you don't want that to have to run at a
That's
profit.
a good ass
But
question.
giving
Well, that's
why
an
he looked at
organization that
herself
can self-justify
and
its budgets
beautiful bosom.
perpetually and indefinitely growing, maybe that's not the best thing.
I don't know who you're
Yeah,
talking about, but
we
I
always have to
support
figure out
Howling
how to
the
do the
Fury.
constraints there. But
What about the
Support
the
Benfica,
corrupting
Philia,
nature of power?
Benfica, whatever.
That
Ophic
comes with
is
institutions as
big
well.
bosom
absolutely.
goddess.
So then you better pick your style of institution very
stack on me
carefully. I
first.
think that
The
the
fuck away
democratic
from me.
institution we have in the United States today, I think works very well.
One.
But I mean, there are other styles of government that have been tried in the
Two.
past that I think lend themselves more to
Three.
corruption. Not to say that, by the way, there's not corruption in the United States. Of course, there's going to be varying levels of corruption at like all
Look, I got away from
at
it
all
that
levels.
time.
But you run into this interesting
Heels.
problem where authoritarian regimes can act with ruthless precision and swiftness because they don't have to ask any questions. They just do,
I got Sal.
and that's it. But the problem is it's an authoritarian regime. They're prone to missteps. They're slow to respond to changing or evolving needs. There was an interesting study that was put out a while ago that showed that like every single famine that happened around the world, almost all, like 98% of them, happened under authoritarian regimes where like freedom of speech is very limited. It's very rare for a famine
It
to
is
happen
Two Rows. I
under
was right the whole
democracy
time.
because
I'm watching.
press and
It's
everything
Two
makes the
Rows.
government more responsive to the needs of the
What the hell
people.
do you mean by two
Power can
rows? You
corrupt. There are
mean
levels
it's a
of
beam?
corruption, but you have to
I
have like
hate
a
you.
system of checks and balances on all of those different levels to make sure it doesn't run off the
Like,
rails, I guess, and do
I
a sick
wish I
loop
knew what
and
you meant by
half
two
the population.
rows.
I was right the whole time.
It's like The Simpsons where Mr. Burns is like, Mattingly, shave those sideburns, and he's like, do you know what sideburns are?
I'm a 1 and
Hey,
a
well,
1.
it's me and Jamie. I'm gonna be.
Okay, I'm going to D.
I gotta go to A.
Yeah.
It's totally 2 rows.
The fuck you?
How the fuck did I still die?
I'm gonna die, but I'm gonna limit during it. Oh, limit break gave me extra defense.
No, I gave you extra defense.
Limit break, damn it. Let's go. I go south.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh. Now what?
Our friends are here to eat the towers for us.
Yeah,
Hell yeah!
we're ready.
I got it. Oh, I'm sorry. I lagged. Something, you know.
All right. I'm gonna do my best here. Okay.
Wait, you haven't been?
So
What do you mean by 2 rows? Yeah, let's see what you got.
okay. I'm gonna do my best. Okay.
He's-
So we're gonna
he's- He's
pretend.
talking about
No.
the beams. He's counting that as a 2
Yes.
row.
Yes. Listen. Yes. Yes. Exactly. So if we're in a 4x4 room with, we'll do row A, B, C, D,
Look,
and
over
column
here's a
1,
good
2, 3,
explanation
4.
of that.
Look, Linda.
Yeah, yeah, right here, right here. Okay. So if a head is spawning right here, and it's shooting the way I'm facing, it's
It
gonna hit
covers
row
both of
A,
those.
and it's gonna hit row B. It's gonna
Yeah.
hit row A and B, like I
No
said
one-
an hour ago.
No one denied you.
One large fucker with an axe right over there
What are you talking
denied
about?
me into the abyss.
Are you talking about the wall shit?
No, beam. I'm talking about beams.
He's
Purely
talking
beams.
about the faces shooting out their
Yes.
colors,
Yes.
I believe. Yeah.
Yes.
You're talking about that they shoot through 2 rows.
Yes.
Okay, that's how you want to think about it.
If this is at 1 square, this diamond I'm on, and this is 1 square, this diamond I'm on, this man is shooting a beam
Yeah.
covering both these squares if he has an orb in front of him.
Yes, he covers 1 square from 1 row and 1 square from another row. That's how
That's
a beam
why I hate
works.
you.
That's how a beam has always worked. Yes. That is what
But
a
my
beam does.
dogs
It goes
need
in a
out, so we
line.
need to go.
Oh, we got 12
We
minutes. Go.
do this. My fucking animals need me.
I just feel much better now.
I got Wiko and
You
Hudson.
finally understand how beams work. I'm glad you two also finally understand how a beam works.
I was right the whole time.
If you were right the whole time, it wouldn't have been so confusing to you to figure out how to get hit by a beam.
No, I didn't. We lived. It's fine. Stop, fuckers.
Bonjour.
Buongiorno.
My dogs are turning my chair. Stop.
2 on the right. 2 on the right.
Oh, on
Bye.
the right.
Oh fuck. Yeah, I read it wrong.
You said left. Or
I
you
guess
were
I'll-
on the left. God damn it, Sama. God
No,
damn it, Sama.
It was the line on the right. It's the same way we've been doing it.
Too late.
I don't know. I didn't see.
Yeah, I was right. Nope. You die.
Alright. Alright.
Now I do the mechanics.
Okay.
Is the statue will be on the left
The
if I
one
say
time-
it's on the right because it
The
comes
one time I
down the
actually
right line.
listened, like, the
Like,
one
towards the
time I
right.
listened to you,
How
and
much
I
you gonna
don't
hit me for?
actually look for myself, and I
He
fucking
tank busted
die.
me for 160,000.
Well, the same way the entire time. So
Waco, you gotta be patient, okay? Be patient. I know. Go on. She came to get me. You gotta be patient, little doggy.
Yeah, come on, we got 10 minutes. Let's go. He's here. Go, 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 go.
This one gets a potion. What?
Jesus.
This one doesn't get a potion.
It's because she said go
I did
like
say
8
go.
times.
She did. I'm like Popeye.
Go, 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 go. Ah, go, 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 go. I like Popeye.
Go to the right, left.
We already have a limit 1. That's so quick.
To the left. Find me. Bow.
Curve.
Stack on me first.
1, 2, 3.
Gets
Nice callback. There's a lot of people that will listen to you
Oh,
say
Jamie!
that the democracy in the United States is working
Hey,
pretty
buddy.
damn well,
Mhm.
and they
I'm
will
here to
spit out the
DPS.
drink if they're drinking
Went to my
drink
spot.
and be very upset.
How
Can
you
make the
teleported
case
it
that
went,
they're
it went a
right,
yawn
you're
too
wrong?
far. What can I say?
I make the case
Yeah,
as
he
to
like
them.
shot
They're right. Yeah,
you
well,
into
the steel man for them is that people have a
I
lot
was
of
like, yeah,
problems
time to
on
get
the
back in. I'm
day-to-day. And
way
when
out.
they look and they see what government is doing, they might see potholes
say
outside their
she would
house,
go on. We're
homeless
okay?
people
Almost
all
done.
over their
One
downtown,
could
and
say
the United States just
maybe
approved
I
another X billion amount of dollars for
Yes.
Ukraine.
Hold on.
Or they might be living in a city where half the factories are shut down. A lot of their people are out of work, but the president is on the TV talking about how to find jobs for immigrants coming in from Mexico. And for these people, they have problems that exist in their lives. Some of them are paying taxes to alleviate these problems. And then when they listen to the government talk, it feels like the government is not responding to the needs that they have. And then that's one problem. Then on top of that, you've got all of these people working in alternative media that can show you, well, look at this politician wasting this much money, or look at him double speaking here or there. Look at Hillary Clinton saying she's got a private position and a public position. Look at how all of these politicians have family members that are getting rich because of their relationships with people in Congress. Look at the revolving door between capitalist companies and the government. How can you look at all of that,
left.
take into account that the government's not responding to
Three.
your needs, and then really feel like it's a government by the people and for the people?
Yeah, that was very good steel man, and good question. How can you tell that they're not just politicians that care more about continuously winning the elections versus being running government
Well, they're two.
effectively?
They should care about winning the elections.
Is that
That's the
right?
first misconception. A lot of people say this guy only cares about getting voted in. This guy, like, he doesn't even believe in fracking or abortion. He just changed his opinion to get voted in. Anytime
You know
somebody
what I mean?
says that, you should say that's really good. You want them to change their opinion so they get voted in. That's the whole point of a democracy. You don't want them to remain obstinate. You don't want them to say, I'm not changing my opinion no matter what the people want. You want them to evolve and adopt new opinions based on what the population, their constituents are voting for.
Yeah, but the cynical take is that they're
Mighty
on the surface they're changing their
Smite.
opinion, but that there's a boys' club where boys
Sure,
means
that's
the elite,
Mhm.
that in the smoke-filled rooms, in secret, they actually have their
I'm
own
surprised
agenda
your
and they're
throat
following
hasn't
that
been wrecked
agenda,
by
and they're
your
just saying
D&D voice.
anything publicly to placate the public
Mhm.
based on
Stack
whatever
on me first.
the new trends are.
So
It's a
here's,
cynical take of
yeah, I understand.
2,
Somebody asked me this question and it
3.
flipped. I 180'd completely. I was a Bernie Sanders supporter in 2016, and my single
Oh,
issue
no.
voting thing was
wasn't
lobbying.
Close
I
enough.
thought that
got it.
lobbying, the
Emma's
government was
coming
corrupt.
up.
They weren't responding to these people. It was completely
like randomly.
destroyed my faith in government and everything. And I had one question posed to me by a conservative that used to come on my stream and chat with me, and he said, I think he asked me, "Can you think of any popular opinion that the American public has that the government is
I'm a
unresponsive
tank.
to? Is there some big piece of legislation or policy or whatever that people want that the government isn't doing? Like, ask me
That's 'cause
that.
I go to
I couldn't think of a
Mercury.
single good answer.
I go to Mercury.
I'm like,
I'm
oh,
a
jeez.
tank.
There's a good answer.
There's not.
Drugs.
There's not.
Drug
And that's the
legalization.
thing.
Legalization of drug. Hold on a second. All right.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Well,
Oh,
people say-
shoot.
go
You're
ahead.
doing the Joe Rogan thing. You're pushing back because I brought up weed. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I have become meme.
Hey, we.
I got Adam.
I don't even. I don't want to interrupt your
No, you're
flow,
good.
because there's memes upon memes upon memes I can go with here.
Uh-huh.
But no, because people bring up. Okay, so there's no issues. There's no issues that the government is not
debuffs.
representing of the public.
So here's the issue. So somebody will bring up, like, well, what about the legalization of drugs? Okay.
Make sure you go to
The first
opposite.
issue people have is, one,
go to
they look
B.
at national polling.
That's how I
Very
need
few
to go
things are
here.
decided on a national level.
Fuck,
So that's
you're
the
right.
first huge mistake. Arguably, a lot of BLM made
Wait.
mistakes in this arena where they're saying, like, why isn't the
confused
government
it.
doing anything about
Good
policing?
adjust.
Federal
I get
government
'em.
can't do anything about policing. That's going to be your,
Why were
sometimes
you
it's not even your state government, sometimes your
Oh,
local city
shit,
government.
shit,
The
Jamie.
people that
I gotta
like
heal
your
myself.
chief of police, your police commissioner, that's coming from your mayor, right? So
I
you've got
got
people
sa-
looking, one, at the
Kel,
wrong parts of the
I can't.
government to
I'm
even
out of
figure out the
roses.
solution to the problem. Two, oftentimes for polling, the questions are vague enough that you can poll very high, but when you get into the weeds on things, no pun intended,
Sal, come
you
back.
start to realize,
Oh,
like,
fuck,
oh,
you're
shoot,
right.
this is more
God
complicated
damn
than I
it.
thought. I don't know the numbers in particular for legalization of marijuana,
I'm all the
but
way
this
at
is
the
what I'm
corner.
going to guess is the
Okay, we
case.
did
If you
still
poll
manage to
and you
break it,
say,
thankfully.
should we legalize marijuana?
No?
That number might poll at like 65,
Thank God we're
70%.
alive.
You want to limit two?
But that's
to heal
including
us
people
up?
that are in favor of
No.
medical marijuana. If you were to poll, like,
First
Oh,
should
I'm
we
one.
legalize,
out, communicate
should
which
we
towers you're going to.
decriminalize recreational use of marijuana,
I
that
had a
number
one
might
on me,
drop
so
to
I need
like
to be in, right?
52%.
No.
And then if you poll, like,
One
should we
means your
completely
your
legalize, not just
explosion is
decriminalize,
going off
completely
first, you have
legalize
to be out
recreational use of
first.
marijuana, that number might drop to like
My bad.
40%.
I thought one
There's
had
like
to do
all these
towers
different ways
first.
you can poll around issues where people are like, oh no, we
We're out of
broadly
time.
agree on this topic. But when you really figure out, well,
That's
do
4
you?
minutes,
Do we
53
really
minutes
agree? Or is
left.
it just like broad consensus around a thing that's
Out
never
of
going to show up
time.
like in a piece of legislation? A really good example, one example I do know was
I want to come
socialized
back and do
healthcare.
this. If
I think
not,
if you poll, there was a
if we
time
don't do it more
a
today,
few years ago where if you poll
wanna do it
America,
more
do you
often.
think
I wanna
every
get this
American
done.
citizen should have
Yeah.
access to
Come-
like free
come be around
healthcare?
more.
I think that
Maybe later.
answer that poll at like 74% yes. But when you asked,
got a
should the
war.
government be the sole provider of healthcare, it dropped to like 26%. Points.
It's foggy
And
out
you
here.
can see it was both asking questions
Yeah, it
about
is.
single payer, but the way that it was asked was
Get
so
my
different.
retainers
And
out
even
on
if you
adventure.
all, it looks like there's
My,
a consensus.
my gear
There's
was
not nearly
almost
as much
broken.
consensus as people think.
I will
around
say
healthcare.
this though. Watch a
bro,
video
you're
for the
right,
first
You're
fight.
right. You're right. You're right. You're
The
right.
third
Third
fight. The third.
That
Yeah.
polls,
the last
the
boss,
way
the
you
guy
ask
right
the
after
polls
this.
really matters.
Mhm.
But when you
I
ask
need
to
the
go take
care of
government
my
being in
children.
charge of a thing,
Difficult to
that
explain.
also biases the
Have
answer.
you
Can
beaten this
post-
place?
Do you
I
have a
think-
video
yeah,
for
because
it?
there's such
Or
a
should I just
negative
go for
Just,
the
Hector-
timing
government created
Hector's got a
.gov
video.
site that runs
Okay.
the thing. But
Sometimes.
What did you get for it?
I'll be back.
I got some coins and a title.
Oh, it's just a fucking title. You get coins by doing the regular one, right?
You don't get coins for doing the regular one.
Oh. What do you buy? Where do you spend coins?
The same
Oh,
place.
it's
you-
inside the
other-
dungeon, isn't
sometimes.
it?
I think if you dig in, if you have
No,
a
it's the same
1 hour
same
conversation
dude
with
in
each
Shirley that
individual
you
Sure.
traded him the other shit
I
for.
think you
pot
will
shirts.
understand that.
Oh,
yes, there's
that's right.
support
I'm good
for
looking at it.
socialized medicine. Like it's
Silvers
not-
get you
The
like
argument has to be made though.
the
yeah.
trench coat.
What do you mean? The argument
the
has to be
amount?
made?
Like if you just ask a conservative,
No,
like,
not
what
the
about
trench
single
coat, the trench
payer,
coat
they're
is
going to tell
the
you
pot
no.
shirts. It gets
you
you
might be able to
amount
build up to an argument for it, but you're going to
and-
have to make the case for it. They're
No,
not
but
gonna-
I thought we were talking about
music.
the feeling.
Honestly,
deep
the rewards are
inside
kinda
your
bad.
mind and heart.
It's basically
Mhm.
just
Does the
amount, the
government
title,
represent
and then the
that?
music roll.
Oh,
So it's not like some shallow
You can get materia
surface
too, but
layer.
it's a
public
stupid way to get
opinion.
materia.
Does the government effectively represent what the people want?
Is it Guild
Not
Ship
a shallow
Exchange? Yeah,
survey,
there
but
it is.
deeply what they want.
Silver Exchange.
I'm not
this
actually
is
that familiar with the debates over healthcare,
Mhm.
but
the
let's
Silver
maybe look at
Exchange.
an easier one.
That's the
Maybe-
coins?
Maybe you'll say it's
Yeah.
harder.
these
War.
rewards suck ass.
war is a really
Yeah,
good
it's
example. where
really
the
just the
government was
mount.
very responsive, I
A
think. to
throne?
the
Is that the mount?
people.
I
Yeah,
think so. So Iraq, Afghanistan,
the throne has a
the
chance
government
to
didn't
drop
manipulate
at the end.
public opinion.
There's an
but
argument to be
otherwise-
made that
you
they
need to do a
did in
bunch
terms
of
of like
coins.
WMD and everything, but after 9/11,
Oh, there's the
were
code
you in
for
the
the
United States
pot
after
shirt.
9/11?
So if I just spam
After
the regular one, I
9/11,
can get that
I
on.
legit
It seems like he's a
Yeah, yeah.
Where were
that's
you on
just
9/11?
the regular one?
You could
Checking
duty
it.
finder that. and It's
Alright,
super
cool.
easy.
I have
It's all
evidence
super
and,
easy.
Oh, sure. I
witnesses.
Oh,
no,
oh,
okay.
that's right.
I'm very
You have the option
defensive
to do it
right
by
now.
yourself.
It's very strange. Look,
No, but,
look into
Let's
it.
do that then.
Alex
Yeah,
Jones.
but like I think after 9/11, we could have gone to
And
countries.
there's
we could have gone
12
to war with
different
any country
endings,
in
and
the
you
world.
get
We
all
would've
12
we were
endings.
ready
You get
because all of America was like,
you get
oh
the
my
hamster
god,
mount.
and they pointed to Iraq, and the reasons for the WMDs was kind of dumb, but
The
I don't think
shoes
we
look
even needed
terrible.
WMDs. To go
So
to Iraq.
if
We
you're
just
gonna
said,
farm
Saddam Hussein was
for
giving
the
medical aid
pochers
to
for the
Taliban,
code
Al-Qaeda,
anyway,
Iraq, let's go.
you should
and we
look up
would've
a guide
gone
just
for it.
on what
But
endings to do, so that you
post
can
Iraq, Iraq was
also
for a
get
while
them out.
unpopular, and then became
Same time.
obviously
True.
deeply unpopular. Iraq and
Yeah,
Afghanistan.
pretty easy.
And I think you could see that influence other foreign policy that the United States
Gotta
had.
play
For
some more
instance,
Sonic
we
too.
opted
I'm in
more
the
towards like
volcano
drone
lands, which
warfare,
suck
troops on the
ass. They
ground
keep
for
forcing
places
me
like
to play
Yemen.
2D Sonic, and
we
I
opted
hate it.
more towards like kind of like sending money and help instead of boots on the ground for
Ba-
places
You
like
hit
Syria.
one
And
spring.
I
You
think
have
that a
4
lot of that
directions you
was
could
kind of
go,
in
but
response
nope,
to
use
how
left and right.
unpopular
Oh, there's a
the
thing over
Iraq
there.
stuff
No, you
became.
can't go that way
When you looked
anymore.
at a lot
Left
of
and right,
elections
asshole.
afterwards, even for Obama, like one of the defining
pretty good
characteristics
directions,
of a
though.
lot of campaigns were like, I'm going to close Guantanamo Bay. I'm going to get us
Yeah,
out of
for
foreign
certain
wars. Even up
levels.
to Trump, I'm going to, I'm not going to stop
came out
doing
thinking
all
I'm
this
gonna go
weird
take a
stuff in the
shower.
Middle East.
I'm gonna eat.
But they didn't still
and
withdraw
we gotta
from
work.
Afghanistan.
Goodbye.
They didn't withdraw, but they
Bye.
definitely like tapered off and weren't like as aggressively pushing those types of conflicts because they
Let
knew
me
it was
check
unpopular.
my
But I think
remainers.
if you also consider
y'all
perfect
bring me something
information
cool?
or good information,
Ugh.
Mhm.
if you ask a lot of
Oh,
people,
eggs. I like eggs.
are you okay spending this
Saves
amount
me
of
time.
money for this
And you?
purpose?
Mhm.
So military conflict in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Just quit bringing me
I
these
think
shitty
almost from the
fish.
very beginning, they would say no.
After 9/11, I feel like
Maybe
No
like
one
a few
wants
days after
Uzumakis.
9/11. Like
I remember Freedom
what was
Fries.
what
we were
was
so
the
mad
nature?
at.
Well, there's some memes and so on, yes, but the nature of the public support for the war. Was there public support in 2003, which is when the invasion happened?
I feel like initially there was a lot. I remember seeing it on, but then I also lived in a Republican household and I was not very like media savvy at that time. So my
And I
parents
don't
probably
know if the nature of that public support had to do with WMDs or with 9/11, because the
It
weird.
came about WMDs.
But I wonder what is if you were to poll people and let's say hypothetically there was above 50% support for the war, what would be the nature of that support? And
Okay,
to
I'm
what
hopping out of
degree
here.
is
I'll
the
see y'all later.
government actually
Bye, Fruit.
representing the will of
Bye-bye.
the people versus some complex mechanism like the military-industrial complex is manipulating the narrative that's controlling public opinion, and then there's the media that gets a lot of attention by being divided and how they're shaping the narrative through the mechanism of division. So what?
There's a lot of complicated things at play.
Yes.
It's not just like the people and then the government and that's yeah, for sure. I agree that there are going to be different elements at play. But
and how much of those elements that lead us astray can be attributed to the largeness of the different systems, so and the different institutions, like the media institutions and government, the institutions that have a monopoly on violence. Let's put it this way. Just one way to define government.
Sure. It's complicated. There's definitely going to be different institutions at play. But I think that, like, all I would say is, like, in reference to my original point, when there becomes, like, broad consensus around a thing, I think the government will usually follow. It's not going to fight. It's going to follow more often than not. But I think that a lot of times I think Americans think that there's more consensus around certain issues than there actually are. So, like, a really good example, we're on that war point, too. What caused, like, the lowest dip in Biden's approval rating? I'm pretty sure it was right after we pulled out of Afghanistan, which I think if I would have asked people like a year before, like, let's assume that we could pull out of Afghanistan. The government's probably going to collapse after we leave because they just don't have the will to fight. They don't have the support. They don't whatever. It's just not going to work. But like, no Americans are going to die. Maybe a couple other people, but like, no Americans are going to die. We're going to get Afghanistan. Would you
Why
support
is this
that?
character
I think
so
broadly
unfucking
speaking,
lucky?
I think
Holy
like
moly.
more than 60 or 70% of Americans are like, yeah, that would be fine. But then when it actually plays out on TV, when we see the people hanging onto the planes, when we see like helicopter embassies, some of the quotes from politicians, well, now it's like, oh my God, this was horrible and it was so botched and it was so like it could have gone so much better. It's like, well, could it have gone better? Like maybe, maybe not. But I mean, it seems like you can have consensus around a certain opinion, but the way that things play out and the way that people actually feel, it's actually way, way, way more complicated. And there's not usually this broad consensus opinion. Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to believe that. I mean, just to lay my cards on the table, I have faith in the power of effective government. I just have a lot of concern about what happens as institutions grow in size.
For sure.
And I just have a lot of worry about the natural corrupting influence on the individuals and on the system as a whole. Like the boys club nature of it. I don't know, there must be a better term. But basically they agree to the game and they play the game, and there's a generational aspect, momentum to the game, and they more and more stop being responsive to the people that they represent. I just feel like there is that mechanism. And I think the nice thing, democracy, elections are resistance to that natural human mechanism. Also, the balances of power is a resistance to that mechanism. In some ways, the media that reveals the bullshit of politicians is also a resistance to that mechanism. It's hard to be full of shit as a politician because people will try to catch you on it. So there's a honesty method there that keeps you honest. It's to some degree, but it still feels like politicians are gonna politician.
Yeah, they definitely play their games. That is true. There's probably always going to be that meta narrative over like governance that just develops as like you have to form relationships and play games to like get legislation passed and everything. The only reason why I don't like it when people attack institutions is because one, institutions are incredibly important, arguably paramount. No, they are to keeping society running. And two, I think sometimes when we shift the blame onto institutions too much, I think that we lose sight of what the real problems are. So, for instance, in the United States today, people might be very critical of the government not getting much done, but then everybody turns their eyes to the government for being ineffective. But what I would argue is I would say the government is actually incredibly effective and it's showcasing the will of the American people really well right now, which is we are historically more divided than we have ever been. And if I were to just look at the people and I were to say we have a historic divide that is getting like rapidly blown apart by things like the internet and the media, right? If that exists, well, what would I expect that government to look like? I wouldn't expect that government to be governing very effective. I would expect that government to show that legitimate divide in people.
Do you think that divide, we have a perception of a large divide between left and right? Do you think that's a real divide that's in this country?
Narrow the language. What do you mean by real divide?
Do you think there is that divide in ideology, that there's a large number of people that believe a certain set of policies and another, the different set of policies?
I
Or
think
is it
that,
just
like-
the perception of the on Twitter?
No, I think there is a large divide in terms of belief. I don't think there's very much divide between any people in terms of like what they like on the most fundamental levels want in terms of like human beings. But in terms of like Democrat versus Republican right now, I think there is a huge divide in terms of the direction they want to see the country go and what they believe really and what they even believe is reality, right? Unfortunately, that's where we've gotten to.
Can I just speak about the mechanism of the left and right here, maybe on the mimetic rivalry aspect? Is there some aspect to the left on which you're a part of that attacks their own for ideological impurity more than the right does?
Is it the bigotry of small differences? There's a concept where when you're near somebody who is very slightly different than you want to destroy, but when you're with somebody that's way different than you don't. I think the left does it, but I think the right does it too. I didn't realize it until I started dipping more into conservative communities, but oh my god, the people from the Daily Wire and the people from Turning Point and the America First, but all these different groups of people hate each other and they fight each other so much. They hire and fire sometimes employees. They talk smack about each other. I think there's a lot of political division between both sides. I think that the left just kind of gets highlighted more because it's like the internet, and a lot of the internet spaces have a lot of left-leaning people. So you see like the crazy communists and the crazy progressives and the crazy center-left liberals and the crazy blah blah blah. Whereas like a lot of the right-leaning people have kind of been pushed off of the main areas of the internet now.
Interesting. My sense was that it's hard to exist on the center left, but maybe because I just don't have the full spectrum view of the political divide. It felt like center left is a difficult position to occupy.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. Yeah.
I don't know if it's that difficult to be center right.
It's very difficult to be center right. I think actually maybe even more difficult.
Interesting.
Because a center right person might be somebody who's like conservative, but not a fan of Trump, and you're like over. Like, look like Liz Cheney, right? You've had politicians that are just like, they didn't back the Trump stuff and now they're gone. Or you might be like center right, but like you don't think the election was stolen. And now you're like, half the Republican Party is looking at you like you're crazy, you know?
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. I think there's a Ben Shapiro who I'm talking with. I think he publicly spoke against Trump, right?
He did initially, but I feel like he softened his language up on him pretty significantly. But
So there's a significant pressure to kind of
sure.
kowtow to a certain kind of messaging.
which the whole Republican Party is feeling right now. Geez, that 2 years from now, that election is going to be insane.
It's just hard. Okay, so to generalize, it's hard to be in the center, it feels like.
For sure.
To center and then like do like a random walk among the policies around that. I don't know what that mechanism is. I mean, it makes people like me not feel good being in the center. It seems like people are just not nice to people in the center. Like the public, the Twitter machine is not nice to people who are open-minded in the center. Is there some truth to that?
2 reasons for that. One is because I think a lot of people that market themselves as center are legitimately spineless cowards and deserve to be called out.
I've never killed a man, but today might be my first.
Oh no.
I'll take over. Like I told you, I'll take over your stream.
With the AI, yeah, we'll see.
With the AI.
Is that guy going to be streaming in the background?
Hey, fellas.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Lots of gotchas. Lots of gotchas. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
And decrease the amount, which already is a pretty low level of emotion. Just decrease it completely. When people are screaming at you and accusing stuff, just remain calm.
Absolutely.
Emotionless.
The gaslighter strategy.
Yeah. Okay. So what we're talking about. So I don't.
I don't ever identify as center anything because it's got such a bad reputation. Because
fuck that. I stand center with a spine. It's called being open-minded, and it's not center, left, and right. Those are just labels.
Here's a really good quote my mom said to me when I was really young. She said, "Stevie, don't ever let your mind be so open that your brain falls out." And that's what I find that a lot of center people do.
That's not what she told me last night. Sorry.
Why are you like this?
I'm sorry, man.
Okay, I'm glad I can bring that. I'm glad you feel like this is a safe space. Like I said, people are non-judgmental. If you want to talk about fucking my mom, you know what? You're totally within your rights.
I didn't say that.
Okay?
You said that.
That's
I
totally
didn't say
great.
that.
I support that. She's a beautiful woman. Her husband probably wouldn't be too happy about it, but you know.
I didn't say there was any sexual relations. It was just that having a conversation with her. You projected that. That says more about you than me. Anyway, go ahead about spineless center.
Spineless center.
There is some aspect to that which is like amorphous. To me, center means you think freely about each individual policy without being stuck to
some ideal. Yeah, but a lot of people don't do that. They call themselves centrist, but then they're anti-establishment essentially on everything. I don't know your position on like the vaccines or anything, but like I've met a lot of like free and open thinkers who are like, you know what, I'm open to everything, and it's an experimental vaccine, and I'm gonna eat hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin because that's what the institutions are telling me not to take, and I think Fauci got too much money from that company, and but I'm an open thinker, and what open thinker becomes.
I'm at MIT. What do you think my position on vaccines is exactly?
I hear a lot of crazy things from a lot of people. Okay, you might be from MIT, but I know you from the internet. Okay, and people from the internet are weird and crazy. So,
yeah. Well,
who knows?
I don't like arrogance, and I have criticized scientists during COVID. A lot of people, but scientists included, having arrogance,
which is fair.
And
I think there's a lot of good criticism to be made of different scientific and medical establishments over a lot of stuff. But nobody can make those good criticisms because they're too like obsessed over like just trying to have the anti-establishment answer, and that is what is upsetting me the most. Like I think there are good conversations to be had about a lot of stuff related to how we handled the coronavirus. You know, were lockdowns effective? Was there enough data to support the huge measures we took? You know, why didn't we have the option to show I was infected a month ago? Why do I need to be vaccinated? Why wasn't that option ever a thing in the United States? I don't think it was. There are really good questions to be asked there, but all the people asking the questions are also trying to tell you that ivermectin and monoclonal antibodies are the way to go for everything, and the vaccine is evil, and they're just going to turn you gay like the frogs.
Yeah,
and it's like, Jesus, like there's like no place to reasonably criticize from, because all of the people that are criticizing aren't doing it with an open mind, or you know, they're not reading studies or doing anything. They're saying like, I do my own research, which means they listen to whatever the last guy on Joe Rogan said, and now they're parroting that opinion 100%.
Easy now.
Yeah.
Easy now, bro.
The last guy on Joe Rogan, not Joe Rogan, okay? That Robert Malone guy on Joe Rogan got me real fired up.
That's one guest.
People see him as like the father of mRNA technology. He published one paper, okay?
What do you mean people? Which people think that?
Joe Rogan fans. I get like I run into these people. I start arguing with people, and they start citing me. But what about?
I'm a Joe Rogan fan, and I appreciate the vaccine.
That's good. I'm glad you do. But there's definitely
like but you said there's a type. There's a type. What's the type? What's the type of Joe Rogan fan?
Anti-establishment.
I think that's not Joe Rogan. That's a general public discourse. There's a default anti-establishment on the right and the left. That's the default easy thing to go to.
I think Joe Rogan fans are definitely a certain type of anti-establishment, though. Like I could guess the Joe Rogan fan. Like if I were to do general population versus Joe Rogan fan, who do you think is more likely to be anti-vaccine?
Do you have data on this? Or are you just guessing?
Yeah, just guessing.
Yeah, I think you are actually judging.
I am.
I think you're judging, because I think you're also. The beautiful thing about podcasting, this could be similar to streaming, is there's a large number of people that just listen. Like, what does it mean to be a Joe Rogan fan?
I don't think you just listen. I think people listen and absorb the information.
I would say that the Joe Rogan fan base is as divided on the vaccine as the general public.
Gotcha. Man, I'm gonna look for polling data on that. I'm sure somebody's got to have done it out there, but
No, but you're basically revealing the fact they have no data. You're using your own judgment.
for sure.
So
Based on how he's had conversations about how his experience with the coronavirus, and then based on the guests that have come on that have talked and echoed a lot of like anti-vax talking points and been completely unchallenged, and then based on statements he's made about like myocarditis and the vaccine and everything as well. Yeah.
So it's the level of challenge or not that he's doing.
Well, yeah, and then what his true positions are, and then the types of guests he typically chooses to bring on to talk about the vaccines. Yeah.
Okay, but that represents somehow a deep anti-establishment feeling versus just a vaccine. I mean, I've seen the vaccine and other things being a thing that broke people.
I think all the coronavirus, that whole 1 or 2 years broke a lot of people.
There's a lot of emotion, and the emotion quickly solidified into an opinion that almost had nothing to do with like thinking through and updating your knowledge and so on. You just made up your mind.
Yeah, but I think a lot of it comes from that anti-establishment place. Like, what the vaccine represents the ultimate of establishment. It was a huge private company backed by a huge public government, and there's Fauci, and there's Biden, and there's Pfizer, and there's all these countries locking us up in our homes, telling us to do a thing. Like, the vaccine was like the ultimate like submission tool to like show you that the government owns you. Not only do you have to get injected once, it's a series, and then you got to get boosters, and it's like they're trying to keep you under their thumb, and that's the control. I feel like that vaccine became like the ultimate rallying cry between like, do you support, are you a sellout that is going to believe whatever the government tells the sheep to take, or are you going to be like the guy that stands against the crowd and gets fired from his job and pulls his kids from school because they're not going to let the evil Fauci medicine, jab them in the arm.
And the funny thing is, the crowd that stands against the institution is now larger than the crowd of sheep. There's like one sheep standing there.
Sure, yeah, or it feels that way sometimes.
One vaccinated sheep. Well, okay. What's the defense of institutions? How do you regain the trust of institutions? Like, first of all, do you think that there's ways in which WHO, CDC failed? And do you think there's criticism towards Pfizer and the big pharma companies that's deserved?
Damn, the pharma companies, I'm not sure. For CDC and WHO, so here's a criticism that I have of all of academia, and I feel it's stronger and stronger every day. I don't think it's enough to be a researcher or to be correct about issues. Academia needs to increase its ability to communicate. It is just an unbelievable, unmitigated failure that academics are unwilling to wade into the complicated topics that exist today because other people are,
First you call me spineless, and then you call me a bad communicator.
But no, look, you're here, you're doing it, so you get props from me, okay? Good job.
That motherfucker.
But there are like so many, but I'm sure that you must have heard another fellow academic, a fellow colleague, express some amount of frustration about, like, in their specific discipline, they know something to be true, and they know that, like, a lot of the messaging is, like, wrong or bad in the public about it, but they're never going to step out and say anything because either one, they're very measured and careful with their take, which they feel is incompatible with what people want to hear, or two, they're really worried that they might be incorrect, so they're going to be cautious while everybody else is going out and like hardcore.
And they also don't have the support of institutions for them to go out on a limb.
Yeah, that too.
So like to take risks. For example, I've heard that with lab leak theory. I've had a lot of biologist friends that are like, yeah, it's obviously leaked from the lab, like early on.
Oh, maybe, okay. You'll fight over this one, but sorry, go ahead. Keep talking.
We can fight over this. But like I should sort of backstep and say, like, that's like you talk about shooting the shit. You haven't really investigated, but it's your gut. Like, this doesn't make any sense. They would never say that publicly.
Of course.
Mostly because you're saying, like, what they would all say is, like, we want to see data.
Yeah, which would be good, which is fine.
So they're going with, like this is too many coincidences in the same place. That's the logic. But they don't want to say anything because there's no data. You need to have evidence. You need to have actual evidence to say one way or the other. There's that. But there's also, just like you said, I mean, effective communication. You're a fan of Sean Carroll.
Yes. He's like one of the only people in this whole planet that I like besides you. I love Sean Carroll.
Anytime Sean Carroll is brought up as evidence, there's a smile that comes over your face.
I love it.
Of like joy.
Yeah.
Of like a little kid thinking about Santa Claus. Okay, I love Sean Carroll too.
Just to be clear, I love Sean Carroll because I hate this divide between like you're either STEM or you're like philosophy, arts, and all that other stuff, and the two worlds can never cross. And I love that he was so good at physics, but like explores and pays attention to all of the like sociological stuff too. It's so rare to find that quality in a person.
He's legit one of the really, really, really special minds. But you don't have to be a shock girl. You could be just a little better at educating. Another person in the medical and the health space is somebody named Andrew Huberman, a friend of mine from Stanford. He's an incredible educator. There's the kind of process in science they usually call like review or survey papers, where you basically summarize all that's going on, integrate it, and like draw wisdom from it, and also project like where's the discipline headed. And Andrew does that basically on all these subcomponents of the different stuff going on in neuroscience and biology, neurobiology, all that. He does a podcast called Huberman Lab, where he just summarizes all and is able to explain like what does that actually mean for your life.
Want to make
in
some
terms
food?
of
Be back later.
protocols of how to make your life better. I feel like people should be able to do that more and more. But with virology and oh boy, that's a tricky one. That's a really tricky one.
I wish that people could have honest conversations. Like I attack a lot of people that do the lab leak theory stuff, but truly, we should be able to have that conversation publicly. It always feels like the people that are having the conversation don't ever really want to have the conversation. conversation. They're not being honest. Like I'm a guy that like does his own research, and it's so boring reading studies, and a lot of it I can only do abstracts, and it's so much work. But I'll never ever say that about myself. I'm a guy that does his own research, because every time I hear somebody say that, they don't do any research. When they say they do their own research, what they mean is they've seen one podcast and their opinion on it is
What
completely
podcast is that?
definitely not mine, because if it was mine, I wouldn't be criticizing anything they say.
Alright.
But yeah, so like lab leak is another one where it's like, well, how do you know it's lab leak? How do I know it's lab leak? Because Fauci lied and Hunter Biden laptop, and it's like, okay, come on, you haven't engaged with it at all. There's really interesting research that shows, there's a really strong study that shows that there's like a high degree of certainty that it came from the wet markets. Very, very high degree of certainty. And there was an article that came out recently where it's like, Senate concludes that virus actually came from the Wuhan virology lab or whatever. And that whole article, if you actually read it, it never says that in the article. I don't know why they tweeted it with that headline. But yeah, it's to back up. I'm sorry. I think we should have good.
You should be sorry.
Yeah, I'm not sorry actually. I get to ramble here. Okay, I'm here for a long time. I rescind my apology. Okay, I actually rescind my apology. We should be able to have challenging conversations about things, but you gotta, man, be well read on both sides. Not this like, I do my own research, so I don't believe anything that Fauci says. Like, come on, dude. Like, you can do better than that. Not you personally, but
Gotcha. How does that feel?
feels great.
So for people who don't know,
Feel
that's,
understood.
That's the catchphrase. Gotcha. Through all tragedy and triumph, through all the roller coaster of life, your response to it is gotcha.
Yeah.
It's well, actually, let me jump to that before I continue to with political discourse. Psychologically, you are in a lot of heated debates, and you're usually super calm under fire until you're not. Sometimes you lose your temper completely.
Very rarely.
that's like your opinion, man. Let me ask you about your psychology. What are psychologically your strengths and weaknesses that you're self-aware about?
I think I'm very non-judgmental, so I can entertain a lot of different thoughts without agreeing with them or condoning them. I think that's a really big benefit to me. For whatever reason, I seem to be like pretty calm in dealing with annoying people. It's why I got promoted at the casino so fast. I could deal with like drunks or whatever. Like it just didn't affect me that much.
What percent of the population is annoying?
Depends on how you're engaging with them. Most people aren't really annoying ever. But
that's
if you're
what I
doing
mean,
like
like-
political debate, what percentage is annoying? I guess it depends on who I'm debating and what the topic is.
Well, I guess I'm trying to point out the fact that sometimes you can say that reveals something about you if you think a large percent of people are annoying.
Well, I would say working graveyard shift when alcohol is involved, that percentage of people goes very, very, very high.
Goes up. Okay.
Or to be more fair, actually, it's not a high percentage truly, but if you're a server, one bad customer can ruin the rest of your shift. So you only need like one or two people acting in that manner to just like totally throw you off.
And you're able to, at least these days, not allow that one customer to throw you off, quote unquote.
Yeah, I'm very much like I noticed this especially after having a son. There's something about like 6-year-old kids or whatever where it's like if they get mad, they're never gonna be mad for that long. Like they'll move on. Like that's my mentality. I'm like a 6-year-old kid. Like I might be mad about something, but I'll get over it in like 30 minutes or an hour. Like yeah. I'm pretty good about not carrying that through. It's very rare that I'll like hold a grudge against anybody or like be angry about something or really disaffected by something over the long term. That almost never happens to me.
What are your weaknesses psychologically, would you say?
I still have a problem with projecting. I think we all probably do, but like my mind onto others. It's like if I understand this and I've said this, you should understand it, and if you're not, you're dumb. That's like an issue that I still have that where I project too much.
What about like holding grudges and stuff like that?
I'd never hold grudges. I'm like the least grudgy person ever. It's kind of a meme on my community because anybody can always like come back as long as they're acting different. Yeah.
What about the as long as they're acting different?
As long as they're acting different.
See, I mean, all right.
The reason why I say that is because, so for instance, nobody likes this, but I have a strong stance on apologies, and then I hate them. I don't ever want to hear an apology. I don't care about them ever. They don't mean anything to me. If you did something bad, as long as you've like fixed the behavior and you're not doing that thing, then we're generally chill.
Yeah.
So like, there's been a lot of people that have been involved in weird stuff with me, but then like they go off, they do their thing, and they come back, and it's like, okay, cool. As long as you don't do it again, like we're fine. Like it's all good. Yeah.
Right. I'm sorry you feel that way. It's not your fault, Steven. It's not your fault.
Okay, gotcha.
You've said plenty of negative stuff, positive stuff and negative stuff about Hassan.
Yeah.
This is my podcast, so I get to force you to say positive things. What do you love?
Oh, no.
I'm all about love.
Let's go back to grilling me on the R-word stuff. You're going to make me compliment Hassan? This is going to be a harder conversation than that.
All right, we're gonna get you to feel emotions.
Okay.
So he's another. For people who don't know, he's another popular political streamer. I think you had, as the kids called it, a bridge burning over Bernie Sanders. I don't know. My research is very limited on this.
Sure.
But what do you respect and love most about Hassan?
He puts in a lot of work. When he was like growing his stream from 2,000 concurrent viewers to 15,000, he was streaming like, it was like 12 hours a day, like every single day. So that was admirable. He did a lot of work. He does seem to be pretty good at networking and like socializing and making the correct friends and connections to continue to build his business.
What about him as a political thinker? I know you don't think highly of him on that regard,
Really
but I
doing
think that's
this to me?
unfair. I
Oh,
think that's
man.
unfair. I honestly want to push back on that because
Okay. I have zero respect for him as a political thinker. Oh, there's not going to be almost anything.
So you can't-
I will say I admire the fact that through no actual capability or ability of his own, he manages to wind up at some of the correct answers just because he's towing the line. So
that is.
good job for him on that. He's got a lot of
You're-
correct opinions, just he has no idea why. So
I think that's undeserved. I think that's too harsh, man.
okay.
The reason I bring that up because I feel like there is a deep grudge in there somehow. So you're the father now. So since you're so old, the grandfather of the political debate on live stream political debater. So there could be some grudge about that split that happened or not enough credit given or all that kind of stuff. I just think he's somebody that has a left-leaning ideology that's different than yours. He was a Bernie supporter, right? And I guess you were not. Can you explain to me where the division is?
He exemplifies everything that I absolutely hate about
Which is
politics.
what?
Which is shallow engagement, heavily ideologically driven.
And you're not ideologically different? driven?
Absolutely not.
So
free of
that's
ideology.
when we're talking about like the free thinker in the real meaning of that word.
Yeah, so
Meaning
the way
issue-
let me qualify that,
issue
because
by
I-
issue thinking.
let me qualify what I mean when I say that. I spent a lot of time, unfortunate time, delving into the boring world of philosophy. I spent a lot of time thinking about like, what are my ethical positions? How do I feel about myself, the people around me, and how that relates to the world around me? And then from all of these positions, I think you might have used the phrase first principles earlier. From these kind of like first principles, out of that is where all of my political positions are built out of. Like, full stop. So if you ask me a question like, how do you feel about like the right to own a firearm, or how do you feel about social health care, like we can walk through, well, this is how I feel about it as like a thing from the government, this is where the government gets its power, this is ethically how groups of people are supposed to function, this is morally how we relate to each other, and personally this is how I feel about it. Like, I'll be able to do every single political belief back there. It's not like I'm telling you, like if I were to ask Hassan, what do you feel about this political topic, he's going to tell me what progressives are supposed to say. I don't know what he thinks about it. I don't know if he
Don't
thinks
you
about
think
it.
that's a cynical take? Why is he, just because his views coincide with the mainstream narrative, mainstream viewpoints of progressive thinkers? I mean, why does that mean he's not thinking?
Because his engagement with every subject is incredibly shallow, 100% predictable. Like, I could probably program a script to like give you every single potential answer you could have to any single question you could give him.
I think that's a pretty cynical take. Like,
Okay, it could be the case that his brain perfectly aligns with every single
no,
mainstream.
but I don't know if you know this perfectly aligns. Because I think you're just taking a very select, just like streamers do of each other, a very select slice that represents the perfect alignment, as opposed to looking at a person struggling with ideas and thinking through ideas and then giving them a pass, like a lot of people, like I give you a pass on just the fact that you say a lot of crazy shit on stream for drama, like, which is,
I don't say things for drama. They might be dramatic, but
I mean, you've evolved as a fish evolves legs. You've evolved a mechanism which creates controversy.
sure.
That you could say it's not intention, but it happens. I think
Okay, sure.
the extremists kind of learn that kind of thing, and so I'm sure Hassan does the same kind of stuff. And so, like, underneath it, there's still a thinking being that's contending with political ideas. You don't
Okay,
think
he
so?
does a really good job at hiding it. There are other political figures that I really don't like that I wouldn't say the same thing about. So, like, I don't know if you have Vosh written in there. Like, okay, that's a person
Who's
that
Vosh?
he also split out of my community and grew to something, and now he hates me, and he's an anti-fan community, and they all hate me.
Okay, tell me something you love about Vosh.
I can tell you a lot of things about Vosh. I think Vosh legitimately thinks through a lot of his political positions. I admire, or did admire, that he has like his own like positions that he would take sometimes contrary to people further left than him. He's got some positions that don't fit his ideology kind of at all. Like, he's his own independent thinker. Rhetorically, he's very effective. He was willing to sit down and do research for like his debates and everything. He would spend a lot of time practicing like his rhetorical effectiveness and navigating conversations. He intentionally and purposefully built like a community that exemplified his values. Yeah, I've got a lot. We are completely split and hate each other now, but like I have a lot. of positive-
Why hate? First of all, hate is a strong. Why the hate?
Okay, I don't hate him, but he hates me because we had a couple of really big debates.
What happened?
Well, one had to do with whether or not you should live your values.
And can you give me the story that's a charitable interpretation?
I always give charitable interpretation.
You don't.
I do.
You don't.
I absolutely do.
You don't.
Wait, name one time I haven't.
5 minutes ago, you talking about Hassan.
Everything I said about Hassan is true. There is no steel man there.
That's
Okay.
not charitable.
I'm sorry. If you can prove me wrong, I would love for you to do it. Okay.
I'm using my gut instinct.
Your
Usually, when
gut?
somebody feels strongly about another person in that way, it's not coming from a place of data and reason. It's coming from a place of emotion. It's coming from a place of resentment and grudge and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I
But there's
understand.
there's emotions deep in there. So the gotcha is hiding. The gotcha is a surface of an iceberg, and there's a deep ocean underneath that you yourself have not explored.
I disagree, but I understand.
And Lav is actually a doorway. The young Lav is a doorway for you to explore the depths of
get
your.
into that ocean to find my fish, my pre-evolved form.
Yeah.
I understand why you think the way you do, and you should. You shouldn't believe me, and I understand that, because if somebody told me the same thing, I'd think you probably just really don't like this person for a reason or two. I understand why you think that way. Okay. The reality is, though, for any political person that I disagree with, like, I can give them a fair shake. It's one of the few things I think I do exceedingly well on my stream. Even with Hassan, there's been drama that he's been involved in, and I've like when I'm involved in drama, he'll always throw me under the bus. But when he's involved in stuff, I'll always say, like, oh, like I think Hassan was right here, or I think that he meant this. There was a thing that came up once where on Livestream Fail, he was getting roasted because he referred to somebody. He used the expression "shit skin" to refer to somebody's like the way they looked, and I have only ever heard that in the context of 4chan people talking about like Indians or like black people, like it's a racial thing. But I could tell the context and everything that he was saying. He was insulting some guy. I think he was calling like incel virgin or whatever. He was going for like acne skin. I think that's what he meant when he said it. And there were a whole bunch of people that were insulting. He's like, oh my god, did he just say racist term? And I was like, no, I don't think he was racist. I think he was just reaching for words, and that's what came out. So like that's an example of me being charitable.
But okay, but didn't you criticize him for something? I was trying to like Googled why the hell you guys split out, because I thought you're friends. You should be like.
We split up
doing
over
the
a
same-
Kamala Harris video, but go ahead. What were you?
Is that why? Is that the? So did you, I feel like you criticized him over something, and okay, this is very vague memory, but you criticized him over something, and I felt that criticism wasn't charitable.
Was it Pete Buttigieg stuff?
Yeah, Pete Buttigieg. Yes.
Yeah, so I've said this a million times, but no amount of context or no amount of nuance is ever acceptable to people. I don't think Hassan is homophobic, but I think the comments made about Pete Buttigieg were really homophobic.
That's what he said, right?
Yeah, and there were a lot of people making a lot of comments that made me really uncomfortable about Pete Buttigieg. That was insane to me.
Spurred by the comments of Hassan?
No, but it was an environment of progressives. All the progressives were attacking Pete, and I felt like his gayness became like the subject of
Yeah,
a
but
lot of attack.
why throw Hassan under the bus for that?
Because he was jumping along with all of those types of like insults.
You don't think you've done the same kind of stuff?
If I do, call me out on it, and I'll probably say I shouldn't have done that.
That's what the R word was about.
Fine, and that's a good call out. Yeah.
No, but like your friend, like you should privately tell him, right? Like, hey.
Well, no, by then we were sworn enemies, so.
So that wasn't the reason.
No. It was over a Kamala Harris video.
Sworn enemies.
He hates me. What am I supposed? Listen, for all of these people, I will accept them back into my life if they ever want to come back in at any point in time. But usually they're the ones that.
If
say,
they
like,
correct themselves, right?
No, I'm not expecting anybody. Here's the deal with Vosh and Hassan. These are like the three. We're the three guys online. None of us will talk to each other. Hassan because he won't give clout to anybody, and Vosh because he thinks I'm bad faith. And then neither of them will talk to me because they both hate me.
You guys should go like on a camping trip together. It's like Brokeback Mountain, but three-way, and just like refine.
Yeah, that could be a thing.
Appreciation for each other. Honestly, just from the internet perspective, for me as just stepping into this world, there's some aspect to which you have a responsibility. I hate that word. You have
Good word. Don't run from
you have an opportunity. I wish you guys would kind of be the beacon of like forgiveness and friendship and like camaraderie and that.
Yeah, I
kind of
agree.
stuff.
And even if we disagree, it would be really good content
Yeah,
for
like
us to argue.
shit talk, like friends shit talk.
Sure.
Versus not like the fact that you guys don't talk to each other. Like I would love for you to shit talk publicly, with the camaraderie always there. Like there's love in the beginning, love in the end, but you beat the shit out of each other in the middle, and that's what live streaming is for. The political discourses. That's great political discourse.
Yeah.
Versus, I think what underlies it is some jealousy and so on. With this, you
From
get
them.
this many followers.
I just want to make sure you're clear to your audience.
Everybody has to your audience.
Yeah.
I'm sure you have flaws, and I'm just not. I mean, in this dynamic,
Hard to find, because I'm.
your only flaw is you're too modest. Yeah. So why'd you guys split up? Because I would love it, honestly. Just let me just put that idea out there for you guys to make up. And
Yeah, it's out there, of course. It's everybody talks. Me, Vosh, and Hassan. It's crazy that like the three largest like political debate left-leaning people online like can't do any type of content or collaboration at all. It's so stupid.
Yeah, it's strange. What was the reason you guys split up? The Kamala Harris?
So Hassan's entry into kind of like the Twitch political debate world was in I think 2018. I think he did a debate with Charlie Kirk, and he reached out to me to kind of like review that debate to like go over it on stream. And he came on, we went over it, and then we kind of friendship developed. We hung out in real life. I think when I came to LA, I think I slept on his couch. We played with his dog. We were like kind of friends. And as time went on, I think he was a little bit more. He was farther left than he let on. So like I was a social democrat, he was a social democrat. But back in those days, like 2018, when people said they were a social democrat, they really meant socialist, but they just didn't want to say it. So he was farther left than me, and we had a lot of deep divides in our approach to politics. Whereas like I was very much like a first principles, this is my whole political position, and he was very much kind of like a this is like the political ideology I'm involved in, and this is kind of like the field that I kind of like navigate in. So there were a couple instances where these divides would be laid very bare. One was when it was either him or the Young Turks. I think it was him. There was a shooting in a neighborhood where a very young black child gets killed by a white shooter. And they did a video about like hate crimes and how hate crimes are on the rise between races and white people are evil and blah blah blah. Not that, but like white people committing hate crimes against black people. And I remember saying to him, I was like, hey, we don't have all the data yet for this. It feels really bad to make videos about this beforehand because it's the same type of shit that happens at airports. Is there a thing going on? Was it a brown person? Are they Muslim? It's Islamic extremism. We see this played out so many times in recent history. Probably not a good idea to jump to conclusions. And he's like, well, no, you don't understand. Like, it's not that big a deal, whatever. And obviously, as the story goes, tale as old as time, the data comes out. It was just an errant shot. There was like gang violence, shot goes out of nowhere, hits a kid in the car. It wasn't like a hate crime. The guy was trying to kill a kid. But yeah, we basically we bump up against a few kind of political disagreements like this. And an annoying thing is happening in my community where Hassan is like the serious political figure because he's from the Young Turks. And I'm just kind of like, I do politics, but I also game. And anytime I criticize Hassan, people are like, Destiny, you need to be more respectful. He does this full time. If you're going to bring criticisms, you need to be like really well read and researched because he's got a, more serious whatever, which I thought was ridiculous.
So by the way, if people don't know, he worked at the Young Turks, which is
like the largest left-leaning YouTube channel probably, or
at least at the time, yeah.
So finally, he did a video on, we skip ahead to some more minor disagreements. He does a video on Kamala Harris. He calls it Kamala Harris. And it's like 7 or 8 horrible things about Kamala Harris. And I'm like, okay, I know at least 1 or 2 of these things are not fully accurate. So I'm going to do all the research. I'm going to have all the sources and we're going to have a long conversation about it so that now when I provide criticism to him, it's not going to be like this horrible, like just me saying something flippantly or whatever. It's going to be like substantial criticism. So I was on a plane ride, JFK to Orlando, whatever, flying to Sweden to visit my wife. And on the plane, I review all of the video, all the data, do all the research, and I write everything. I'm just like, okay. I get to my my wife's dad's house, and I'm at the table. We're having a conversation. I'm like, hey, we should talk about the Kamala Harris stuff. And he's like, okay, well, let's do it. And we go over it, and I'll leave to the audience to watch the video. Enough people have said this. I feel pretty confident saying this. I was pretty reasonable, pretty measured, pretty calm the whole time. And I think he started to get increasingly irritated that I was levying like more and more serious criticisms at like the quality of work that he did. Probably because he felt a little bit intimidated, I think, by my willingness to like dive through political stuff. There'd been a couple of awkward blow-ups where like on there was like a show called The Raj Royale where sometimes politics would come up and Hassan would kind of try to explain something. And there was another person one time on the show that made the joke. It's like, instead of Hassan taking 10 minutes to explain this, can Destiny just come here and explain it in 30 seconds? And he like exploded at that. He got so fucking mad at that. So yeah, I think that when I made that kind of call out or critique of him over the Kamala Harris stuff, he's probably feeling like increasingly irritated, threatened, agitated. And then that's kind of what began the huge split from our...
So you don't think you were a dick at all?
I don't think so in that conversation. Especially given that, like, at that point, because this is still 2018 or this might be 2019, I'm still known at that point as being very aggressive towards conservatives or alt-righters.
Like, oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so, and with lefties is what I call them. I think I'm being, like, very gentle. Like, my conversational style with conservatives is like, you're a fucking idiot, you're so dumb, blah, blah. Like, that's how I'm, like, doing. So, like, with him, I'm like, well, don't you think that, like, this is, like, a little bit of, like, an inconsistent presentation of how, like, I feel like I'm being nice. But I always leave to the audience so they can go and watch that Kamala Harris video, Destiny Hassan, if they think that I was being indignant. But a lot of people watching said I was being pretty gentle. So.
Well, let me say,
yeah,
as a new fan of this space, I hope you guys make up and I hope you guys fight it out in the space of discourse and ideas.
Me too.
And also with empathy, understanding what the strength of the other person is, what their buttons are. And, there's like an unspoken rule that you don't press the buttons that you don't need to. Unless you're doing it mutually and it's fun. Because it's fun to piss each other off. So
yeah, of course.
That's kind of like what friends do. You don't cross a certain line, but then other than that, you fight it out. Okay, let's step back. One other super interesting aspect of your worldview is you're a big supporter of Biden. Can you explain what you love about Biden? Do you love Biden more than Sean Carroll or less?
Sean Carroll's just like in another world of admiration.
Gotcha. I feel like I'm culturally appropriating you by saying gotcha now. But it's so convenient.
It's an easy word. We're on the same wavelength, okay? We're synchronizing. That's good.
I mean, it is really interesting because even the people that support Biden usually don't say they love, they don't support it strongly,
Ideologically, philosophically, the reason why I like Biden is because he's really committed to this bringing the left and right together, which is something we so desperately need in the country. And his, statements over and over again of like, I'm not the Democrat president or the Republican president, I'm the president of the United States. His desire to bring Republicans together to work on things like the infrastructure bill, that's so incredibly needed, and I have a huge amount of respect and admiration for him for trying to push through on that message.
Do you think then it's unfortunate that he made that comment about MAGA?
MAGA Republicans?
Yeah. I mean, I forget what the comment was, but it's MAGA Republicans are not good people kind of
There, I watched the full video, and he's right. There is this toxic aspect, and it's hard to call out because they're always going to say like, "Oh, he hates our Republicans." He's not. If you watch the quote, he's very specifically calling out like this group of people that think that the election was fraudulent.
Is it clear that's what he meant by...
We can bring it up. Oh no. Uh-oh. But I remember watching it on stream. It was like, if he said it, yeah, that's bad. You could probably like YouTube MAGA Republicans Biden, but like it feels like it's pretty clear he's talking about the people that are like election denying.
Too much of what's happening in our country today is not normal. Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic. Now, I want to be very clear.
Listen to this
Very
part.
clear up front. Not every Republican, not even the majority of Republicans are MAGA Republicans. Not every Republican embraces their extreme ideology. I know, because I've been able to work with these mainstream Republicans. But there's no question that the Republican Party today is dominated, driven, and intimidated by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans. And that is a threat to this country.
I disagree with that, man. He didn't clearly say extremist ideology. He didn't say the people that doubt the validity of the election.
I mean, that's Donald Trump.
No, but there's...
That's all the candidates that Donald Trump is supporting. How many, what is it, like 40, 50, how many candidates right now that are MAGA candidates are election deniers?
No, but there's, 80 million or whatever people voted for Donald Trump. You could say that's the MAGA Republicans. So to me, it sounded like he was referring to not even the majority. I mean, that's one nice, helpful, clarifying statement. But it's basically there's the mainstream Republicans, and then there's those that voted for Donald Trump. That's the way I heard it.
Okay.
And it's like, so it's,
Maybe you should have done a better job at clarifying, but
yeah,
I feel like there's like there is a huge problem with this group of Americans that think that like the election is stolen. And it feels
but
like that's what he's trying to call.
no matter if that's what he meant, even flirting with that line is not a person who's bringing people together.
I feel like the extending a hand to the like most I've worked with Republicans in Congress, not even a majority of Republicans are like this.
No, but why say not the majority of Republicans are like this? Say, like we're one country, we believe the same thing. So like, focus on the uniting part versus
Maybe
saying
he does before and after. That was 50 seconds, okay?
But that you never. The point is, you never say something like that. Listen, like that. You've spoken about the Bosnia speech, which is your favorite of his.
Yeah.
I went back to and listened to it.
Before I move to that, just on this, it's really hard for him to call out that group of like election deniers, I think, without it always feeling
Well,
like
why call him out?
because it's arguably one of the most destructive forces that exist in this country today.
Did it destroy anything?
They were trying to.
Did it though? It didn't, did it?
So does that mean we don't call it out? We wait till next time?
No, because calling it out is giving fuel to the division. Like the people that doubted the validity of the election, that's anger, that's frustration with the other side. You heal that as opposed to saying all those people that believed that at any time are idiots. They're un-American.
I mean, they don't think the election was real. I don't know if Biden has the ears of these people at all. I don't know what he can do for.
There's people that believe the same thing in 2016 with the Russian hacking, right? There's this.
Hold on.
Yes.
That is a super not fair comparison.
It.
There are
okay.
definitely the mainstream Democrat opinion was that Russian intrusion in terms of like social media and stuff happened, but there was never a claim that like the election was stolen. Or at least I don't know of any mainstream Democrat that supported that. Donald Trump is not just saying there was interference, blah blah blah. Donald Trump is literally saying the election was literally stolen. That ballot boxes were hidden. That vote tallies were manipulated. That I think the claim is there's a huge gulf of difference between the two.
So you can attack Donald Trump for that.
Yeah.
I believe it's not the words of a uniter to attack people that believe that. You could argue maybe it's okay, but especially not being super clear about that, about who you're referring to when you say MAGA Republicans.
Okay.
Because MAGA is a hat and a slogan that refers to whatever the number is, 70 million people, whoever, that voted for Donald Trump. Like,
Of all the Republicans that consider themselves MAGA Republicans, what percentage of them do you think believe the election was stolen? I feel like that number is, I don't have the poll, but I feel like the number is like probably more than 70%.
what's a MAGA Republican? Maybe I'm not familiar.
Like a Trump supporting Republican, a MAGA Republican. They're there for Trump.
What's the difference between somebody that voted for Trump and
MAGA Republican?
a MAGA Republican?
So my mom is a MAGA Republican. If Trump ran independently and DeSantis ran under the Republican ticket, my mom would vote for Trump. She'll follow him to the end of the earth. That's like a MAGA Republican.
I think it's easy to mistake that distinction in these kinds of political speeches.
Okay.
Because to me, anybody who voted for Trump can easily, in the context of the speech, be interpreted as a MAGA Republican.
Gotcha. I understand what you're saying. Maybe he could have been more clear, but like I think in listening to that, like I think it's pretty obvious who he's talking about. But I guess if you have an emotional response to it, I can understand the emotional response. But there's a lot of people.
I don't have an emotional response. I just don't like. I think I'm with Michelle Obama. They go low, we go high, meaning like, to me, a uniter doesn't participate in derision.
Sure, a uniter might not, but a leader has to be able to accurately assess the situation before him and make people aware of what's going on.
You mean all the impeachment trials, all the censoring from social media, all of that didn't do the job?
That's not
Right.
his job. I don't know
No,
about
but it's
censoring
already,
any of
that mechanism. His job is to inspire a nation, to unite a nation.
How can he do that when half the people don't believe that he was even legitimately elected? Like, I think he's done a good job at working on legislation and doing stuff that hopefully benefits all Americans. But I think it's important to recognize that, like, there is a contingent of Americans that don't even believe that, like, this is
There
really
is
crazy.
plenty of people that recognize that and are fighting that and are constantly screaming that from the rooftops. His job is to be the inspiring figure that makes the majority of Americans be proud for him to be a president of the nation they love. And that's what the uniting aspect is you remind people that we are one and we love this country, we love the ideas that it represents.
Sure, he does that in other parts of that speech. It's like a 20-minute speech, isn't it?
But that's a fuck up. You just don't participate in that division. Anyway, I understand. I understand. I just wanted to push back on the saying one of his strengths is that he's uniting. But yes, that is an ideal. That is a goal. Is a great one, and he is one that espoused that goal for a long time. Do you think? What else? So from policy perspective and so on.
I thought the way he's handled Ukraine and everything thus far has been almost perfect. I think he did a really good job at the political maneuvering, at bringing other countries into the fold, at establishing clearly like what our mission was in relation to Ukraine. I thought he did a good job there. I admire him for pulling out of Afghanistan, even if it was a little bit rough around the edges. Like, we got out and we're gone. No American lives were lost. The domestic policy, he's passed more major legislation than I think anybody thought possible. The green energy stuff with the last bill, the infrastructure bill, a lot of the coronavirus relief I thought was really good, especially the expansion of the child tax credit. So from a policy perspective, foreign and domestic, I think he's been successful. Rhetorically, I think he's generally been above board in terms of like not attacking people or being too divisive. He's trying to bring people together and work on them.
What do you think about the sort of popular in the media criticism of his mental decline? Do you think he's experiencing mental decline?
He's an old guy.
But do you think, I mean,
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but he's still doing a good job, so,
Not from a speech perspective, you mean from a policy perspective?
Yeah, I'm analyzing it as a job, yeah. From a speech perspective, maybe not the greatest, but yeah, I mean, he's definitely, what is he, like 80, 81? How old is he?
I lose track after so many years.
Yeah.
But you did say that he's probably going to run in 2024 and he's probably going to win.
Did I say that? That he's probably going to win? No way did I say that.
somewhere.
He's probably going to run.
Okay.
Who knows who will win? But I think I feel like the incumbent advantage is so strong. Are you really going to throw that away? Like, I think it's been like 1 or 2 times in history in the U.S., right, where like the non-incumbent, the parties put somebody else up.
Yeah, I mean, the concern is like just the age and the mental decline, just the wear and tear of the campaign, all of that kind of stuff, all of the speech you have to make, the debates and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I guess we'll see what happens. What?
The least excited.
I mean, 2 years from now is a long time. And his current mental state,
Yeah.
he could run and do it. He could do a passable job. In 2 years, man, I don't know. I've seen videos of Bill Clinton recently. He's looking pretty rough. If Biden is looking a lot more rough, worse for wear in 2 years, then maybe they actually do have to dig out another person for running. Yeah, who knows?
What do you think about Trump when he won in 2016, I think, is when you came to fruition, politically speaking. So, what do you think his winning the 2016 election represents?
So for me, Trump, the reason why I got into politics was Trump was like this new epistemic force in American politics that like you kind of have to like flirt with facts before, even if you wanted to be non-factual. He super didn't care. Lying was like a first language to him, just like in speaking in terms of like the way that he used language to just say to you what he felt like you needed to hear to support him and not care at all about what is going on about that's what Trump represented to me in terms of like things that I cared about. He also represents a lot more, obviously, that there was this undercurrent of American opinion that a lot of people didn't know still existed, and it did. He got elected. That the Overton window was misidentified by even a large amount of the Republican Party, that populism was a lot more popular than a lot of people figured, you know. Yeah, there's a lot that I guess he represented. Yeah.
Do you think Trump should have been banned from Twitter? Can you make the case for and against it? So you're a big supporter of free speech.
Yeah, so the case in favor of it...
Do you think he should be brought back? As Elon tweeted.
Yeah, because if he gets brought back, there's a higher chance that I'll be brought back. So I'm supporting that all the way. Thank you, Elon. Unban my account.
So because you called me weak spine, I'm gonna have to message Elon.
Okay, at OmniDestiny. It was a verified Twitter account.
OmniDestiny.
Yeah. No, I'm just kidding.
Why'd you get banned from Twitter, Destiny?
I don't know.
I'll add that to Elon. I saw that there was a screenshot of you referring to the rape of somebody.
Okay, that was on an older Twitter account, and that was a bad tweet.
You have multiple Twitter accounts, so you're trying to go around the bans that you keep getting.
Okay, hold on. You're slandering me a lot right now.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get the facts straight.
Yeah.
Okay, and I don't even remember why my first account got banned, but it was a wild account. I tweeted some wildly inappropriate things.
Do you regret?
I don't like that word. I'm going to give the answer that most people give. It's like, I don't regret it because I learned a lot. So I'm glad I had the bad experiences that I
Why
did.
don't you like the word regret?
I think if we look at where we are, how do you feel about determinism? I believe in the hardest of determinism. That's who I am. Okay. So
Sure.
who I am today is the culmination of everything that's occurred in the past.
But I believe you speaking of, sorry to interrupt, I believe in you speaking about regret is a nice way to communicate that in this deterministic world, you've analyzed the acts of the past and you're no longer that person.
Yeah, of course, for sure.
That's what regret usually means.
Okay. Thanks for giving me the human explanation. Okay, true. So in that sense, there's a lot of things I've done that I regret.
Oh, what are you? You're not human? You're a bot?
NPC is my preferred
Okay,
term.
all right. Those are
I
your
wish I
pronouns.
would have been smart enough at the time to not have to have had made those mistakes.
Okay.
There you go.
Good job.
But yeah, obviously, really dumb, really crazy, off the wall tweets. But that account got banned. But then I made another account called I can't believe I'm giving you a history of my Twitter accounts, but another account called OmniDestiny.
It's an honor.
And that was I got verified. I was cool. They let me have that account because originally they banned it and I said appeal. And I was like, oh, let me have one more. And back then Twitter was cool. And they're like, okay, go for it. And that account lasted for a long time. And I don't actually know 100% why that account got banned. I believe that the tweet that showed up in the final, I got banned for hate speech. And it was because there was a picture that I tweeted with 3 different alt-righters that are kind of like neo-Nazi people. And they were all like mixed race people. And I said, like, the new alt-right looks like a Disney Channel original movie in terms of racial composition. And somehow they got flagged for instigating violence against minorities, I think. I think that's the tweet that got me banned because I think that's what showed up in the final report. But I don't know. Maybe there were other reasons because nobody ever communicates. But ever since that account went under, it's just been ban evading ever since. So.
Oh, ban evading ever since.
So all my new accounts that got banned just get banned because they finally figure out it's me and then they ban evade. There's like one dude at Twitter HQ who's like constantly looking for my new accounts and they get me. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. That whole
So
post-Trump world.
But do you think? Okay, I mean this.
Oh, should he be banned? Oh, you asked me to make both cases. Should he be banned? I mean, damn, dude. When you're tweeting out shit that's arguably leading to stuff like January 6th, I can understand why. Because it's like, what else is this wild dude going to tweet out? Like, is he going to start instigating other violent events? So I'm sympathetic towards the like, okay, well, he can't just be here saying stuff like this. That's insane. We're going to ban him. I'm sympathetic.
Because it's instigating.
Yeah, you're instigating
physical violence in the physical world.
Yeah, like if I were to tweet stuff like that, I would get banned, probably. On the flip side, this is the president of the United States. It seems like he's like doing presidential decree by social media sometimes. Like, is it really right that one public or private, I should say, one private company can like erase the president of the United States words from the eyes of a lot of Americans that are using these social media feeds.
And one big one, which I for sure am against, is the permanent ban.
Yeah, I don't like that. I hate that. Even in my community, if somebody comes back after like a year, like I mean,
Did you just compare yourself to the president of the United States?
no, I compare myself to Twitter banning the president of the United States. Let me put it this way: if I banned Donald Trump in my chat room, I'd unban him in a year.
A year.
Yeah.
What's the process for unbanning Donald Trump? What would he have to do?
Usually, people send me an email and they're like, "Listen, I did this stuff. I'm sorry, I was dumb. I'll give him another chance."
But a year. What if they send an email a month later?
Usually, I'll unban him. That's usually my policy. I ban pretty quickly in my community, but if you ever ask me
You're
to
a
come
big
back,
softy. Look
yeah,
at
I
you.
usually let him back. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
very well because I used to be the worst type of internet person, and I think I'm a little bit better than I used to be. So
Now that you're older.
yeah, now that I've matured, yeah, of course, age bestows a wisdom that just can't be gotten any other way.
What's your sense in general? Is there something interesting you could say about your view on free speech? It seems like one of those terms that's also overused to mean a lot of different things. What does it mean to you?
If you have a democratic style of governance, you are entrusting people with one of the most awesome and radical of responsibilities. And that's saying that you're going to pick the people that are going to make some of the hardest decisions in all of human history. If you're going to trust people to vote correctly, you have to be able to trust them to have open and honest dialogue with each other. Whether that's Nazis or KKK people or whoever talking, you have to believe that your people are going to be able to rise above and make the correct determinations when they hear these types of speeches. And if you're so worried that somebody's going to hear a certain political figure and they're going to be completely radicalized instantly, then what that tells me is that you don't have enough faith in humans for democracy to be a viable institution, which is fine. You can be anti-democratic, but I don't think you can be pro-democracy and anti-free speech within reason.
So what's the within reason? So
I mean, you can't post like child porn or something on Twitter where people try to get you on that stuff, or like direct calls to violence are probably not. You shouldn't be tweeting out like we're gonna meet up tomorrow and go bomb, blah blah blah. Probably not.
So do you think it's okay to allow racism and anti-Semitism and hate speech?
Hate speech, yes, because that's can be very broadly defined. I can understand there being some basic rules of like no slurs on like a platform. That gets into like acceptable forms of moderation or like excessive harassment and bullying. I can understand, but past that, when the moderation becomes ideological, I get a little bit nervous because for there's a whole other host.
Yeah,
of reasons.
there's of course it's all a gray area, but when it feels like ideology has seeped into the censorship,
Not good.
yeah, which it's so fascinating to think, especially now that Elon bought Twitter. How do you engineer a system that prevents ideology from seeping in, and nevertheless is able to create a platform that has healthy conversations? Because if you have one guy who's just screaming nonsense nonstop, it has this effect where the quiet voices at the back of the room are silenced.
Yeah.
So like that's what you usually don't talk about. Like if you let one annoying loud person in, that's actually censoring the voice of a lot of people that would like to speak, but they don't get a chance.
That's one of the things, especially around like trans discourse. I have to constantly do that like reminder for my audiences. So like when I'm dealing with these types of people on the internet, a lot of them might seem really crazy. A lot of these types of people might seem insane, but like in the real world, outside of like the crazy Twitter activist world, like the vast majority of people you're meeting from LGBT communities are like the coolest, normalest people. All they want is to like to live their life in the way they want to and to be like unobstructed and like, yeah. But people will get this impression of like an online activist, like a vegan or LGBT person or whatever, and then they think that every single person in real life is like that, and it's a really negative stereotype. And then even the other people in that group.
Oh, is Melina coming over?
Oh yeah, actually, I don't know if that's her.
Okay, Melina just joined us. What were we talking about? Was it interesting?
You were saying that you were going to talk to Elon about getting @OmniDestiny, the verified Twitter account, unbanned. I said that
sounds like a lie.
That's so gracious of you. I can't even believe you would do that for me.
And then you admitted that you tried to evade the ban multiple times, which
Yeah.
I'm sure would be very looked upon.
You know, I heard that in Norway, in their prison system, they don't actually punish you for trying to escape jail because that's like the natural human thing to do.
They hug you? What do they
I don't know if but they don't punish you because of course you're trying to be free. That's all I'm trying to be on Twitter. I'm just trying to be free.
Oh, that's the natural human
Yeah, that's the natural human. Of course, it's to ban it.
You're not a destructive force. You're just
No, I'm a force for good. That's why all my accounts only get banned for banning. I don't get banned for doing bad things.
Break
And I'm a
out.
progressive shill. I'm like far left. I love like progressive causes.
I thought this is what you criticized Hassan for being.
I show them from a place of first principles, not from a mindless AI echoing kind of thing, you know.
Okay, so you're a free thinking bot. I got
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
All right, cool. Well, I'm sure we'll return to some politics. That was beautiful. Malia, can you tell us about yourself? You're also a fellow streamer. What's your story?
I stream and I started streaming because I met him basically, kind of, but I don't do the politics. I do like travels or talk about relationships, talk to my audience basically.
And you're from that part of the world,
Sweden.
right? Sweden.
Yeah.
So did you escape from prison and they didn't?
That was Norway. You just
That's-
mentioned Norway.
That's different.
That's a different-
I've been to Sweden a bunch of times. I love it. There's a tech sector there that's really like flourishing.
Where did you go? Which city?
I went to Stockholm. I think I gave a few lectures there. There's a vibrant tech sector. It was cool, and people are super nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're friendly. We're not like very deep. Like we don't really have much deep conversation. It's like a meta.
There's not many intellectuals that come from Sweden.
We don't really speak very highly of ourselves. We kind of like just chill
Yeah,
all the time. We don't make a scene. We're just like.
There's
talk,
a.
you know.
Do you know what the name for that is? There's a specific name for it. It's in-
Jantelagen.
yeah, Delagen.
Yeah,
I think Norwegian.
Jantelagen. Yeah.
Oh, there's a philosophy behind it.
When you're part of like Sweden or Norway, you don't talk too highly of yourself because it's seen as kind of like rude. Like think of like America, except
Yeah.
the exact opposite.
You don't even really want to you don't want to make yourself into a victim too much. You don't want to be too much of anything. You're just like stick into the group. Don't make a big scene about yourself.
But that said, you came here and you put yourself in front of the camera and became a
Yes.
streamer.
Do you understand how weird that is for my friends in Sweden?
Do you
I
have
just
anxiety?
didn't talk about myself and just like make a big deal about myself for hours every day.
Was that like terrifying? Did you have anxiety about that?
No, because I don't see them. But then I come back and I'm like, ooh.
Also, what
Yeah.
do you feel like when you're actually streaming? You feel like you're just alone in a room,
Um,
one-on-one type of thing.
No, I see
Is it
chat. I'm thinking, oh, they're like little fairies. They're not really real. They're just like out there. I don't know what they look like. I just see little names and they're just cute. And just colors, you know.
So you're talking to little fairies inside your head.
That's what I do.
Is that how you feel about chat?
They're demons for me. But
They're demons. Okay, mine are not fairies.
Are they? So is chat a source of stress or happiness? Like, is there a
no, for
competitive-
me, that's a source of happiness. I've been very intentional with like the construction of my community, so I'm really happy with where it's at.
How are you able to actually have deep political discourse while playing a video game at the same time?
I have a really good chat room in terms of like the way that people engage in conversations. Like I was one of the earliest people to embrace the philosophy of like I am in total control of what people watch me think. That like I have a high level of responsibility for how they conduct themselves, and that if I conduct myself in a certain way, I can expect a certain level of conduct from them. And for the most part, it's like worked pretty well for the past, 9 or 10 years. Yeah.
What about the actual playing of the game? Like you're able to parallelize the brain, like
Oh.
Like it seems like Factorio seems like a super complex game.
Yeah, I don't actually think that's possible. I don't think multitasking for a human brain is possible. If you see me playing a game, usually what's happening is the conversation is like, I've had it a million times, so I'm not thinking about it. I've automated that. Or if the conversation is very challenging, then if you really watch what's happening in the game, I'm probably just running around in circles because I have to think about the conversation.
Okay. Because with Factorio, it looks like a lot of stuff is going on. at the same-
Sometimes, yeah.
So it's hard for a person who hasn't played the game to detect that you're not
Does that
actually.
come off as like you're super intelligent and multitask, or does it come off as like he's not interested in this conversation at all?
Yeah, there's a coolness to it. Like when you're not paying
Yeah.
attention, like if you're looking elsewhere, like you're checking your phone, you're too cool for this conversation. There is a sense like that.
Yeah, the reality is, though, is if you watch, it was easier to see in Minecraft, because in Minecraft, when there was a challenging conversation, if you watch me play, I'm literally just running around and jumping in circles, because I have to think about the conversation 100%. I can't do a complicated task and think about the conversation. Or like the people always joke in my chat, like, oh no, the notepad came out. If it's a really challenging conversation, I'll get rid of the game and I'll bring out a notepad and I'll start writing stuff down to keep track of what's going on.
So what kind of stuff do you stream? So advice. You talk about.
Yeah, like
relationships.
either I talk to chat or I travel around, basically. Like we just have a conversations or we like go to countries. I've been to like Italy. I was in Italy for like 1.5 months, just like traveling around alone, going to cities, like having like my camera with me and like streaming for hours.
Where's
pretty
the coolest place you've been to?
Ever? It's probably New Zealand.
New Zealand.
I think so.
Yeah.
After it's probably gonna be Italy, I think, because
So-
I like history and yeah.
Also, both history, because New Zealand is also beautiful.
Mhm. It
So
is.
it's both natural beauty and historical beauty.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's just really like the Polynesian sort of culture. I think it's very interesting, like the ocean people, and it's just really beautiful. People are very relaxed, chill. They're very far away, which is interesting as well. Because whenever they talk about politics or they talk about
What up?
It's like the
What's up,
world
dude?
feels really far away.
So where's home for you? Is Austin home?
Hey, how do you feel about
a human being is home?
Yeah.
that one game
We've lived in a lot of
that you
different
were
Yeah.
So that's what you think of
playing?
I
Harvest
think
something?
so. Yeah. I mean, if they're gonna be a
I
place,
actually
it's probably
haven't
gonna
been
be
back
like
to
my
it.
childhood
I
places,
started doing the
probably.
Flicker Strike stuff
Like my
and
old
got
country
super into
house
it.
or something
So
like that. We don't have it anymore,
haven't,
but like that's like home for me, I guess.
So how'd you guys meet each other?
haven't really played too much
You're currently
Harvestella.
married.
Yes.
I
Each other.
I mean, just got reaction. Probably just wait until it goes on sale.
All right,
If
cool.
it goes on like
How'd you guys meet?
30-ish
I was
percent
watching
off,
his YouTube stuff,
worth it
like,
then. But
2018, I think.
probably wouldn't buy it at full
because it was
price.
the Swedish election around that time, and I was interested in politics. And then I think he said in one of his
Yeah, man,
videos that he had an Instagram and that he needed.
I
to
am
stop DMing him.
super
That wasn't
relieved
PewDiePie's.
and like
then I
happy
messaged him
that this
and
build
said, "Am I
turned out
PewDiePie?"
as
And he
well
replied
as
in,
it
like, 2
did.
minutes.
I'm about to hit maps.
then,
I took a
that-
while to
that's when I
try and
was in
farm
New
out like a Tabula
And,
Rasa.
I guess you wanted to
and
escape America. and, like,
I
live for a little bit.
probably spent like 3 or 4 hours
What were
in
you-
Blood Aqueducts
what
and
were you
got
mentally
3 out of the
prepared?
9 cards.
Because we
So,
talked through his timeline.
I just gave up on
Where's
that.
2018?
So I'm just rushing the rest of the way to maps,
Where was
but
the low point? Or that was way early.
I mean, it's tanky. It's more than tanky enough.
2018
So
was probably your peak.
that was like the
when it
big
got
thing
bad.
I was trying to make sure.
That was my peak. Why would you
Okay,
say
but
that?
No,
before that, okay?
nobody ever admits being
Yeah.
past their prime. Just
That's good.
Well, I mean, my prime is.
Okay, it was around. It was probably around the time where you were getting a lot of lefties through your community, and you were really like thinking about that they would go too far.
Maybe that was. I think
Yeah.
that was still when Hassan and Vosh were both in my community.
Exactly.
Up
So I would say it feels like there was not really like much issues when it comes to like to your stuff or like your work stuff back then.
Oh, something we didn't talk about is that like there were no politics on Twitch. I exclusively inhabited that place for like 2 years because nobody else did it because it was a really toxic environment for politics. So for a couple of years, as it grew, like I kind of grew the whole space because nobody was doing that yet.
What did that look like? You're having like political debates, political discourse.
Yeah, mainly like going into YouTube people to try to argue with them, or just doing politics on stream, like reading stories, researching stuff, talking about stuff. But there's not like other people on Twitch to debate about politics because there was no politics. It was
Was there a debate in the space of communism, socialism, social democrats, kind of like this? Are you trying to outline your own position during that time?
I think it was mainly me fighting against conservatives because it was like Trump stuff, and then it was coming off the back of like there was this movement called Gamergate, and there was all this anti-SJW stuff on the internet, and I was like the SJW, like the progressive that was fighting on the progressive side of things. So I think that's what I was known for. But I was fighting with people off of Twitch because on Twitch there weren't very many political discussions happening.
So you were holding the SJW flag.
Yeah.
To what degree do you still hold it? Like, what's the Steelman case for SJW?
I mean, like, I'm still very much that SJW from 2018, 2019, but the positions have moved so much farther left that some people might not call me that anymore. I'm not sure. It depends on who I'm talking to.
So it's basically, what is a social justice warrior? Like, being sensitive to the experience of others.
Yeah, being sensitive and empathetic towards the experience of others, and then trying to build a better world that like suits as many different types of people as possible, while being like aware of like their needs.
Okay. So you guys met. From your perspective? Is she telling lies? Is it accurate?
No, it's pretty accurate. Yeah.
Okay. When did you guys actually meet?
I flew out in 2019.
19, yeah, like in February.
Yeah, basically there was like weird stuff happening in LA. I just come off of kind of a weird, not kind of sort of relationship, and I just wanted to like go away for a while. Another company reached out to me, and they had like a fun streaming device, and they said they'd sponsor a trip if I went somewhere. And I was like, oh well, I know this person. I know a couple people in New Zealand. Molina's one of them. It's like I'll go to New Zealand. It'll be fun. And yeah, I did that for 2 weeks.
Do you guys believe in love? I feel like you lack the gotcha got us into this. I'm not sure the degree to which you have human emotions.
I have quite a few.
Okay. From your perspective, when did you fall in love with Melly?
When you fall in love with Melly Mel.
The minute I saw her. I don't know. Our first 2 weeks together were a lot of fun. We had a lot of chemistry in person.
I was kind of shocked. I wasn't thinking about it because it was like we spent like a week together, and you said, "I really want to tell you something," and you were like,
I don't remember that.
You were like stalling that for the longest time.
I think she's.
Oh, he said that like I love you.
No, he basically just said like, "I really like you," and it never really happened. That's what he said, and I was like,
No,
"Oh,"
no, no,
and
no,
I thought, "Hey, I thought."
So let's still run. We said Trump getting banned from Twitter. Is that what we were talking about before?
Oh yeah.
Hey, you agreed
Wow.
to me coming
That
on
took-
here. Of course, I'm gonna be doing those
How
to
long?
you.
So how long did that take? 2 weeks, you said?
Well, that took like a week. No, I don't know. I think it was just like.
Thing is, my
Yeah.
mind processes like information so quickly. 2 weeks to somebody like you is actually like years for me. So
Like me, yeah. There was like a lot of like Factorio type of strategic thinking.
yeah,
leading
going
up to
on.
it.
I was seeing like all the events, like Doctor Strange or whatever in the Avengers when he's like seeing into all the
Also, when you
futures.
saw me, you just saw the future. just
Yeah, I
like,
was looking
this
at all
is-
of them.
Yeah.
So you're doing like some game theoretic simulation of all the possible outcomes.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
Okay.
But no, yeah, it was probably pretty soon I realized that we had a lot of chemistry.
Yeah.
I think before I left after my 2 weeks there, I was like, we need to make sure you get like a ticket to come visit me in the United States because it'll be fun and everything. And then
We
yeah,
kind of
was
decided that last minute too. It was
a little
like
bit, yeah.
really like 5 hours before you fly back. We kind of realized because it was kind of like meant as just like a one-time thing, and then that was it. But we're like, oh no, this is a lot of fun. We should probably hang out again.
Oh, so you realized you were
Finishing up Abyss because
Yeah.
had been trying to do it with the two man.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he like hated.
Figured
me.
I'd just
I
get
don't
my
know.
stars before I
Not
forget
hated
about
me,
it.
He still thinks I hate
But no, no, I.
I
I
need to get
remember,
around to
like,
doing
when
that.
He said that he really liked me. I was kind of a little shocked about that because I don't know. There was a lot of like random things happening in New Zealand. It was a lot of fun, but it was definitely like very interesting.
But
like,
the
things that
Abyss
happened.
just reset, right?
Because I was like around a lot of other
like
people as well,
a
so
week
I thought
ago?
he might have had like a
Okay.
really bad
So
time.
sometime next week.
But when he said that, I was thinking about it more, and then we spent like more time together, like a week
Sometime
after
this
that, and
upcoming
it felt
week.
like that was
I
more
need to do
like,
this
real.
shit.
And I think when he was about to leave, I kind of realized like, no, I really like him.
Do you guys ever say love to each other? Like, I love you?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Wasn't sure.
Why would you ask that? What does he say before?
Because I haven't sure. I don't think I've heard you speak. The only time I've heard Steele talk about love is when you're like criticizing the red pill community, saying they don't ever talk about love in relationships.
Almost all the time I'm giving criticism to people, like I said, I'm kind of stepping in. I'm very disconnected from my own emotional experience because I'm trying to talk within there, so it's pretty rare that I'll talk about
What
my-
is your own emotional experience exactly?
highly blunted, I guess.
There's a lot. Okay. I mean, what's deep in there? Are you? Is this just who you are genetically, or are you running from something?
I think I have a pretty good understanding of myself. A lot of people make that accusation to me, but I don't think I am.
Okay. This is just who you are.
It's just who I am, yeah.
Okay. There's not childhood stuff like trauma.
It's all sorted and done.
You figured it all out
Yeah.
in your old age.
As I grow every year, I figure out more and more. Yeah.
He did mention, I think I heard this somewhere, that this was a source of fights for the two of you, the age thing. I felt the ageism throughout this whole conversation.
He's saying that he gambles like with time. He's just like, oh, I think she will be good later, and then just like
It's like an investment, yeah.
yeah, that's like what he's doing.
When this treasury bond matures, I'm gonna be able to cash
What
it
do
out
you
for
think
a
so
good.
far? Is the stocks going up or?
It's tumultuous.
What's that mean?
It's like
A lot of up
Bitcoin.
and down.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
like Bitcoin. Don't know.
All right. If you guys don't mind, one interesting aspect of
That's
your
really
relationship
fucking
is you're in
bad.
an open relationship.
Mm.
What's that like? From a game theoretic simulation perspective, what went into that calculation? And like, how does that?
Like how that started, or?
Yeah, how did that start? Sure.
The only
What?
relationships I've ever done has been open relationships since I was like in high school, because I didn't really understand like why wouldn't you be able to like do other things with other people, but then just like have your main partner basically.
So what is an open relationship, generally speaking? That means you have one
like
main
a
partner.
non-monogamous relationship. Like you're somehow allowed, like in different ways, you can see other people sexually.
Sexually, but like there's one main.
Yeah, or it doesn't
station.
have to be there for some people, but like I
Okay.
think it's probably easier, and we probably don't really have time or the energy for like more than like one person to like really like.
What about like emotional?
It's really complicated. There's a lot of complicated stuff going on under the hood there.
Yeah.
I think broadly speaking, you've got like polyamorous relationships and you've got like open relationships where polyamorous is like, oh, I've got like 3 different girlfriends and we all hang out or sometimes even live together, or 3 boyfriends, whatever. And then you've got like open relationships, which is like, oh, you know, like you can basically hook up with other people, and then you've got like your main relationship and that's it. I think ours is probably somewhere in the middle of that.
Oh,
where,
dude.
like, we've got like long-term friends. some of them we
I didn't
hook
get
up with,
stunned.
and that's kind of how we, yeah, it's a delicate dance that explodes every 6 months on itself. in a
So
way.
it does explode. You guys fight over it.
We fight over some things, yeah.
That's so annoying.
Things happen, yeah.
I think it's mostly because a lot of people can't handle it.
What happened?
And they agree to something, and then they realize
These
that you're
dudes didn't
way
get
too
stunned
cool,
by
and
my
then they get really obsessed,
ult,
and
so
they
then
think
I
that they can, like,
fucking died and got
then
one-shotted.
It gets really dramatic.
Lucky.
Have you
So-
figured it out? Like,
Now I have to do this
I-
whole shit
I
over
feel like
again.
we figure out things more and more, like when it comes to like what's a good person for us to hang out and what's not a good person for us to hang out with, or Like I probably have more opinions on like who he hangs out with because he likes the fucking psychos.
Yeah, so you like to surround.
He likes the not like the crazy ones, like the baby trap sort of women.
Yeah.
That's the ones, and I don't
Crazier.
like that because that affects me.
That affects your game theoretical
Yeah,
calculation.
obviously, yeah.
Right. You like to surround yourself, like in general, you've talked about, with crazy people.
I say crazy, and I really shouldn't.
It's a
just
humorous
more-
way.
It's like, yeah,
They're
it's
very unstable.
can be unstable,
Yeah.
but people that are very unique. Like when I meet this person, that's like
Not boring.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not boring. Yeah.
And you said that you're progressively becoming not boring yourself.
No, I think I'm pretty stable. I don't let them affect me.
So you don't think they affect your?
No, if I've said that, I've said it jokingly. I think I've got my stuff like really well figured out. It's what allows me to engage with people like this so easily because I can engage, I can make them feel seen and heard, and then if it gets insane, I can cut off and I can be chill. Like very few things affect me in the long term.
You guys experience jealousy?
Usually, like whenever I feel like he's not spending the amount of time that I'm asking for, and he spends it on his video games or his stream, or like he sees someone else like more than he sees me or something like that, that would like not be good because then it affects like our relationship.
Do you have a good sense of like, is it literally time or is it the energy put into the?
It's probably like if he's with me, that like the attention in the time like when he hangs out with me, and then there's also probably the time. So if I feel like something else is distracting too much, like it could be work or it could be a friend or it could be anything, like if I feel like it starts to take away from like me, then I'm having an issue with it. I don't think he really cares much. I guess the only jealousy you experience is probably when you feel like if I get upset about him seeing someone too much and then I go see someone more, and then he's like, why can't I go see my friend more, like as much as you? So like that's the sort of like thing that we're trying to navigate on, I guess. Mm-hmm.
I think we are like diametrically opposed sometimes in terms of how we view like engagement with people or engagement with the world sometimes. So like on her end of the spectrum, like a perfect week for her might be like being in a cabin, watching like fireflies at night, going hiking every morning, going swimming at the beach, because it's like you're taking in like the grandeur of nature. You're like connected with yourself. You're like very at peace. Everything is like chill and cool. There's the wind, the feeling of nature, everything. That's like her peak living experience.
I like being present.
Yeah.
Just, like,
And like my
enjoy the
peak experiences are like people trying to destroy my life, like the challenge of like navigating a really complicated discussion, like, you know, several different dramatic events unfolding that might end my career. Like these things are like I like the stress and the action and the entertainment and everything's like very cool for me. So when we're together, she generally wants me to be like more chill. But if I don't feel like I'm being like stimulated a lot, then it's easy for like my mind to wander or
To
like I'm on
wander
my
somewhere
phone
else or-
yeah,
yeah.
that's kind of the issue. Yeah. We have a very different way of like engaging with the
So how can you find happiness in the stillness?
I feel like if we're just like aware of it and we're trying our best, like whenever we're supposed to do this one thing. So let's say that we want to go to New York. and,
Sure,
like,
I'll-
we should just like go out and
No,
do
that's
this
my
one
man.
specific thing. We try to find something that he enjoys doing. Like now that we're in Texas, we can go shooting or do something fun that he enjoys. Then we can do it. And then I think like
So the Abyss this
just like
rough
for
this
me
week?
also to be aware that like when he
I'm
spends
just
lots of time with
sandbagging to
crazy
get
people,
to the
it's
last
not because
floor.
he like loves them or wants to be with them. It's just because he likes being like having his life destroyed, like you said, which I don't really do. It's a completely different thing. So like for me to like understand more like how he's thinking, because it's so different from mine, and for him to understand how I'm thinking about things and like what I prioritize in my
Bullshit.
life, I think that's like how we navigate. But I think it's good. I think the differences can be good, like when we're finding a way. Yeah.
Well, I think you're relatable.
More of a human.
No, I'm
you're
definitely
an AI.
very difficult to get along with. Like I always tell people that like if you're dating me for like more than a few years, like you get like an award.
It's like
for
a
that.
war zone that you've survived.
pretty sad.
Absolutely. yeah.
You're like a veteran. You get a medal. and
Holy
stuff.
shit.
And it's always like I think there's probably been like
Wait,
6 different-
fucking
I don't know if he
Kazuha
says it
died.
more, but there are like 6 different times.
God
in my relationship
damn
where I
it!
was Like, is it always like this? Is this actually real?
Yeah.
And like
but
every
you
next year,
lied
it's
in
like
the beginning of about like you were lying about that. at the
Well,
beginning.
it got
Wait,
more.
You were not. You were like, nah. It's just like right now I'm having a huge argument online about saying the N-word in private. It's just gonna be like this, and I'm gonna be streaming 24 hours a day.
It's just there's. just a
And I'm
lot
like,
of-
we're like, when are you gonna come to bed? It's been a week.
Yeah.
What is this?
Did playing League come into this?
a little bit, but I'm
Oh, yeah, it
clean.
does.
I'm clean of League like
Yeah.
6 months right now.
Yeah.
so
What do you hate about League of Legends? I never
the
got.
humans.
Well, speaking of which, my participation in League involved on the robot side
Good.
because
That's an improvement.
because both with StarCraft 2 and League of Legends, because OpenAI and DeepMind both participate in creating bots in those.
I was a professional StarCraft 2 player, so I remember when the AI started to play. It's interesting the types of restrictions that you'd have to put on like a gaming robot to make it like functional and not totally unfair to the other side. Yeah.
Yeah, to make it human-like. Yeah, was that interesting to you to see AI be able to play those video games?
I think in some ways people think things are more complicated than they actually are, and I think video games is one of those things where we're like, oh my god, there's like a million possibilities at every second, and who knows? And it's like, no, there's like 3 or 4 things going on at any point in time, and I'm willing to bet that like an AI could probably solve some of these games like pretty easily, especially if there are no constraints on how they can learn. Yeah.
Can I talk to you about relationships?
Yeah, we already have. So
Yeah, I know, but more generally speaking, we didn't get a chance to talk
Mhm.
about the Red Pill community.
Oh, sure.
Well, first of all, what is the Red Pill community, the manosphere in general? I'd love to get both of your opinions on this.
Sure.
I know you're probably not as opinionated. On that
Let's
point.
go. Time for maps.
Like probably not as you, like as much as you, but I do have opinions. And
You do? Okay.
I usually don't like speak out too much on it because I feel like there's like a language barrier. That's why I don't really do politics because
Yeah.
this is my second language. Yeah,
That's right. You,
Mhm.
you have to know
a little bit like
you
that.
know
yeah.
how to have to use derogatory terms every other sentence.
Yeah.
So they understand you, right?
Exactly, and
As-
yeah,
I
as
don't know
Ste-
anything about that.
but
Steven
you also
and I
you need
talked
like a
about-
good like you need to be able to like speak really well for people to take you seriously. I think, and like that's the thing. Like if I don't have like the words and I don't have the like I can't pronounce things correctly,
Yeah.
then
And
people
a
are not gonna
ESL
say.
person searching for words looks stupid.
Yeah.
Essentially, so that's how people view it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell me about it. I have
And I'm
a
a god.
podcast that a bunch of people listen to, and I mumble, and
Wait, what's your first language?
Russian.
Oh, okay.
But I speak both languages horribly. I'm just not. I'm not like. There's definitely a big disconnect between my brain and my mouth module. Like, I'm not able to generate the thoughts efficiently. Like the things you're able to do, like like speak like that. I'm not. It's very, very tough. Plus, there's huge amount of anxiety and social interaction that I have, which makes speaking even harder. Yeah, it's tough.
I understand it.
Gotcha. I can.
Makes sense.
Yeah, the gotcha is both a symbol of compassion and derision at once.
I'm just letting you know I understand what you say. I'm
Yeah.
just gonna sit there and stare at you and
confirm.
No, you can
Echo.
just say like, yeah, I get it. Like,
Yeah, I
yeah,
get it.
I
like,
get it.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah,
I
no,
get it.
no,
Got you. I got
gotcha
you. I
sounds.
got you.
No, it's so short. It's
I
like
got you.
say
Gotcha.
say a longer sentence, but that means the same thing.
I understand you.
Yeah, good. That's good. That's like
Okay,
not
don't die.
chills.
Okay.
You know, you get
Easy.
chills, so
Yeah.
you understand me.
Yeah, it feels good.
Yeah,
I hear you.
I hear you.
And like if you just like hold the other person's hand.
Logged
and
into
gotta put
14
in
this
some emotion
morning.
there,
Just
okay.
sat
Show
there
that you
and
have
stared at the
some-
weapon for like 10 minutes.
What do you think about?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to
What do you
believe.
think about Red Pill? What?
It feels like we started that so long ago.
Yeah, the
It
red
was so
pill
long ago.
community,
Yeah.
obviously it's the Matrix reference. The red pill that you take is when you realize what dating standards and norms really are in the world. That men are providers and have to become some great thing to hunt and attract, the women who are just kind of there floating around looking for people to give them the most resources. And it's like coming to a realization of what the world of dating really is, broken away from the Hollywood standards and the romantic stuff
Dude.
that they try to sell you in stories.
Oh my
There was
god.
kind of- maybe you can kind of.
Really annoying.
But Red Pill used.
I
to
might
be
just stop trying to have
associated
fun.
with Just maybe anti-establishment views. I don't know. Maybe Republican conservative viewpoints.
People
maybe
use
alt-right.
yeah, they use red pill a lot in like different communities. Like when you say the red pill community,
Yeah, that
then-
usually means dating.
the dating thing. But a lot of people say, "Oh, Trump voters, they're red pilled." Are you red pilled on like politics, or whatever? People say stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then there's like the manosphere. It's all the similar type of stuff.
Mhm.
And Andrew Tate is somebody that represents kind of the figurehead.
Of the manosphere of like the red pill stuff, yeah, I would say so. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. So, what are some ideas that they represent, and what do you think about them?
I think they do a good job at speaking to disaffected young men who feel like the rest of the world
I
is
need
kind
a
of
new
left them behind or
weapon
isn't willing to
so
speak to them.
bad.
And they do identify some true and real problems. Feels like on the left we have a really hard time doing like self-improvement or telling people how to better themselves. We focus too much on like structural or systemic issues rather than what can an individual do to uplift or empower themselves. And it also feels like they do a good job at speaking to some of the positive aspects of masculinity, that it's okay to be like strong and brave and a soldier and a warrior and provide for your family and blah blah blah. So I would say like those are like positive messages, like self-improvement and everything that come from the red pill community.
What's the negative?
I think the analysis on how men and women interact is a way too transactional all of like the romanticism and love and chemistry is totally sucked out of it. Everything is very like sex based, like how do you basically have sex with the most amount of women possible, and that's going to make you happy. And then I think people's motivations sometimes are just spoken about in such a shallow, derogatory way that I don't think is always reflective of reality. Like, a woman only wants you because you make 6 figures and you're tall, and a guy only wants you because he wants to have sex with you, and blah, blah. Like, it feels like there's a lot of that going on a lot.
Yeah, and that misses some fundamental aspect about relationships, about meaningful relationships and so on.
I don't think I've never heard red pill people ever talk about like meaningful relationships. It's always just how to get in one or how to have sex, really.
Mel, what bothers you about some of that philosophy?
I feel like the people that are like the red pill people, I feel like their solution is something that doesn't actually work out. It works out for some people that makes a lot of money, is like really successful in that sort of way, but it's not going to help most men out there. So I feel like it's just like a pointless like speech to give to these like really lost guys, and they really do believe that they can become successful, they can get money, and like and when they get all these things they can get girls, but most of them is not gonna achieve that ever.
To get the money part or become successful.
Just become a billionaire, you know, like, and you will get all the girls, and which is true, but not everyone can do that. So I feel like when these guys are speaking to these men and they're just like, we just care about these men out there, you know, they need to hear this, it doesn't really help a lot of them.
And it doesn't inspire them to develop compassion towards the opposite sex, which is probably something required to have a meaningful relationship.
And also, like, they seem to complain a lot about women, like only wanting men that have money and that's tall and that's muscular, whatever, you know, all those things. But they complain about that, but that's like also kind of what they're trying to make the men try to do for themselves. So they kind of like fall into the same sort of behavior, and it seems like they're kind of unaware of that as well. They're just playing a part of the game instead of trying to find a woman that doesn't look for those things and that are looking for not those things. Yeah.
I actually would love to have like straight up data on people in that world versus not in that world, how often they get laid.
Yeah.
Like literally, so I think for sure people in that world have fewer meaningful long-term relationships that are fulfilling, that actually help them succeed in life, that help them be happy and content and all that kind of stuff. But just even the straight up the shallow goal of getting laid, I wonder. Because it's very possible that like just the roughness with which they treat intellectually women, that might lead to lower success, not higher success.
It's very adversarial, which I think is always disappointing. Anything that talks about men and women, I think it's good to acknowledge differences, but when it becomes like adversarial, especially when you talk about sex is something that men are getting and it's something that women are giving, and that type of like trade-off and the way they talk about it is like, yeah, it sets people against each other in a really toxic way, I think.
I don't know what to do here.
Like, would you ever
actually
talk to
struggling
like Andrew Tate?
Oh yeah, if I had the chance to. I've been on the Fresh and Fit podcast a few times, and then I've got a friend Sneeko who's like very red pill, that stuff. If I'm trying to talk to them, usually it's kind of like approaching a scared cat. The first thing you have to do is like be very gentle and say like, I understand your issues, I understand your complaints, I know that I'm scary because you think I'm going to say like toxic masculinity and feminism and all these scary words at you. So the first thing is always to recognize that like a lot of what they talk about, there are like true aspects to what they're talking about that people on the left won't recognize. So I think it's good to acknowledge those things, that like men and women are kind of different. We do look for different things in general when it comes to relationships. It's okay to say that. There's nothing bad there. And then it'll usually be like, once I've got your trust and I'm in your bubble, like, let's talk about the things that you want. And maybe like some of the strategies that you're employing aren't necessarily going to get you some of the things that you want. So for instance, if you're really worried about like shallow girls, like ruining your life, like Melina said, it's probably not best to build your entire worldview around trying to get shallow girls that are going to ruin your life. Like if your way of attracting a girl is to go to the gym, get a whole bunch of money and try to like flaunt your wealth as much as possible, you're going to be attracting the very same type of women that you're here like decrying on your stream.
Yeah, I think we talked about that on the podcast. Like, you probably want to have a woman that's going to be there if you lose your job, but still there. Like, that cares about the things that's not just your job.
Yeah.
It's more stable.
And also, I don't help you become a great man or a great, like, grow. Like, I feel like a great friendship and a partnership. Like, it helps you make you a better person. Some of the most successful people I know, I mean, they have families, and there's clearly a dynamic there that's, like, that makes them, they wouldn't be that without.
They're not an island, yeah.
Yeah, and the kids actually are a big part of that too. Like for most people, if you're like a good parent, they make you step up somehow in life. you have to take responsibility for getting your shit together and excelling in ways that I guess the philosophy of the Red Pill does not quite get to.
That's always an interesting. I think I've asked that a couple times where it's like, would you let your daughter date Andrew Tate? And it's always funny to watch them kind of like squirm around those answers sometimes. Yeah.
But see, if they don't have a daughter, like I don't have a daughter. I think your whole philosophy changes once you have a daughter.
Sure.
Like you
well,
can
but even at that, like they know that what they're answering, they feel a little bit weird about it. It's funny to watch them. Like they know it's like, ah, fuck, you know.
Well, they might say like, I want my daughter to date like a high value male, to the degree that he's a high value male. Yes, but like I don't think you'll feel that way. The definition of high value changes completely.
For sure. Yeah.
Certainly, the stereotypical measures of value contribute to the calculation, but it's so much more than that. I think the chemistry of the whole thing is bigger. You've also mentioned about body count. You guys both have a high body count. Does body count matter, or it depends? Like you said, it's low in some people's eyes, it's high in other people's eyes. Does body count matter in relationships? Does the past matter?
Yeah, well, the past matters. I don't think body count. Not to me. I don't really care.
Not just as it is, no.
Yeah. I mean, it could be.
The past does.
Yeah. Well, the past is who you are, right? Like if somebody tells me like they have a 200 body count and they're 16, something's probably going on there that's not good.
I was thinking
right?
about that too, like because there could be like really young people that are having some sort of like mental
there could
problems
be.
going on, or
somebody's like 45 and they've like never had sex before. There's probably something going on, right? So it could be indicative. But if somebody's like in their 20s and they've had sex with 100 people or 50 people, or whatever, it's whatever.
There's more experience, which can be good.
Sure.
Okay, so that just represents you're like sexually open, and so it doesn't really necessarily mean any kind of.
Not necessarily. It could though.
The number alone doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you could meet a guy that's like, I just really, really like want to fuck a lot of people because it makes me so cool. Like you can meet someone like that, which is like.
So
maybe.
the body count doesn't matter, but like where it comes from.
Like like why have you slept with the people that you slept with? I guess.
Does it hurt like the romantic aspect of the relationship, knowing that there's a lot of people in the past?
I don't.
Not for us. No.
Is a part of the relationship fundamentally romantic?
For us, yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah. For us, yeah.
Okay.
What?
You come off as such a cold person.
No, I was just in my head thinking I wanted to just say gotcha right there.
Oh, nice.
It's so judgmental.
I think when it comes to the sex thing, there's always like the way that I explain it is, and I understand like I have to say this because I don't advocate for what I do for everybody or what she does for everybody, because obviously there's a whole bunch of natural feelings of jealousy that pop up for a lot of people. But when people ask me, it's always like, oh, like, isn't this like horrible that you guys are doing this and you don't love each other? From my perspective, I can have sex with like any person and it can be sex. Like that's not like a special thing between two people in my eyes. It's like anybody can have sex, but there are like certain activities and ways that you can spend time with each other where you're like carving out these like precious little moments in time with a certain person that can do things that are special to that person. And those are the kind of like events that I remember more than anything else. So like the idea of like, oh, wow, I had sex with a person that was so special doesn't mean as much as like, us traveling to like New Zealand or sharing some special moment, doing like some really fun activity or event or whatever. That's usually how I look at it. Yeah.
So a shared intimate moment.
Yeah.
I kind of agree, but I can definitely connect the romance with sex.
Boring.
I'm curious
because
why
she's
you
a woman.
can't do
See,
that.
that's where the red pill's right. That's exactly.
We've also talked about misogyny, which is you're clearly the embodiment of that. What were you saying? So there's a connection between romance and
I
sex?
think it is, because I think sex could be a lot of things, right? It's some sort of bonding, I'd say, in some way. They say that you really like BDSM, you kind of like you become submissive to someone or you take control over someone. It's like a very bonding, like intimate moment, I'd say.
And that's romantic. The intimacy is romantic.
I think it is. If you can show yourself as really submissive or like weak, or you have like absolutely no control over yourself and you let someone else do it, or you are the one being that, like you are the dominant for someone, I think that's a really like intimate thing, because you show like the weakest part of yourself, kind of.
I just feel like I personally, to me, some component of romantic, but to me, this is not judging to others. To me, maybe it's how it was brought up. The romance increases if the number of intimate interactions are limited to one person. Like, for me, for some reason, spreading it out decreases, like, exponentially the feeling of romance you feel. I don't know what that could be, just like sort of having grown up in the Soviet Union. There's the fairy tale stories, and you're kind of maybe living through them.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Yeah,
what you're saying is like
makes
really
sense.
normal. Like
Yeah.
most people probably feel that way. Yeah.
But because you guys are able to successfully not do that, I just want to question my own understanding of it. You know, like
Like, why is that?
why is that? Why am I being very jealous for no reason? Like maybe you can maximize the number of intimate experiences if you just open up and let go of the jealousy. Essentially,
I think I feel like in Sweden, like in Scandinavia, we're extremely just sexually open.
Mm.
Like in general, we're not like super religious either. We're very like relaxed. We don't feel bad about ourselves. Like it's just like a different sort of thing. And I would say like we're more progressive when it comes to feminism and stuff. So it's more common that you will meet women with a higher body count than like when I meet like American girls. All of them have like vaginisma, like super suppressed like sexually, and
Wait,
they have like
what word did you just use?
they have
Is
like
Diona the only
issues
bow
to, like, they can't
healer
relax
that we
during sex,
have?
It just hurts for them.
Goro doesn't
They
count.
get really nervous. Vaginismus.
I
is
don't
yeah.
count Goro as a healer.
So like I meet so many girls that are having like a lot of issues
I
with sex, and they have like a very
think
low body
so.
count because they just can't relax, or they and it's probably, and usually they come from like a very religious background, so they have just been told like you cannot wear that, you cannot be like that, you can't like and like where I grew up, it wasn't like that at all. We just see it as more like a casual thing.
So then you can just maximize the
I don't have
awesomeness of the
ever-
experience.
Yeah, I guess I
you
don't,
don't
like
have trauma
like
over it.
exactly.
I think that the important thing I think for everybody to realize is there's always pros and cons to everything. Like my lifestyle, like obviously I get to have a lot of fun experiences. That's like a huge pro, and that's super cool. And if you're like a more monogamy brained person, you're not going to get those experiences. But if you're a monogamy brained person, like when you're sharing that special moment in time with somebody else, like that moment could be really, really, really special, because now it's the thing that you're showing yourself and opening yourself up to another person, and they're only trusting you to do that. And that's like a really special thing that only the two of you are sharing with each other. So I mean, like there's always like pros and cons to everything.
Like I think we both would say like doing an open relationship is probably not like we would not recommend it.
Yeah,
I
no,
don't
of
think
course
we
not.
would. No.
Yeah, I recently fasted for 3 days, and I ate a chicken breast at the end of that, and it was like the most delicious food I've ever eaten.
True.
So like, there's some aspect of fasting and scarcity and so on that. Like, you
I
have
just
to
gotta
figure out
jump
what
off the
balance.
Albedo platform in Zhao's
It's good
alt
to be a little
to
bored
then
or
dash
not
into the
do
weak point.
something or
I can clear this.
Yeah, I
Work,
don't-
because you can just enjoy the time when you're doing something really fun. It's more fun. Otherwise, you're just gonna get numb. In general, with everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I personally just never get bored. Like, I guess the boring thing is exciting to me. Just like
You're like me, because you
'Cause-
say everything I like is boring.
I gotta ask you. We talked about misogyny in the
Mhm.
he's trying to battle it out on the internet.
Mhm.
What's your sense as a woman about the level of misogyny on the internet and the streaming community, and how to fight it?
For me, because I guess I get it every single day somehow, like because I have an online, like I have a chat that's live, right? And but I have like mods moderating that all the time, so I don't really need to see much of it. I think it's just pretty annoying because you get to like see it all the time.
So it's
And
become like background noise.
yeah, a little bit, and it's like the same comments over and over again. But it's usually for me, I
Here,
don't
but-
personally care that much. much. I understand that other people do, especially when it comes into like when there's like a lot of sexism and stuff, and when there's a lot of like men not taking women seriously. Like I definitely get that, and I used to get that even more like a few years ago. With my accent and everything, and like I used to be blonde as well, like a few months ago. So I feel like people wouldn't take me seriously because of that. That's a bit annoying, but I feel like it's pretty easy to like see through when someone acts that way. And for me personally, I don't really care. But it's a bit annoying, like being online and like getting stuff every single day. I would say like probably the worst thing is when you feel like you put in a lot of effort into some sort of work. Everyone is just gonna say you just got that because you're a woman and you're attractive, and that's probably like the worst thing.
Is there a way to fight that, you think?
Yeah, I don't think you can. I think it just comes up all the time. It's just like it is what it is, I guess. You just gotta keep doing whatever you do and like not let it like emotionally control you somehow.
I think
guess.
having more women in those spaces is always good.
It's probably good, yeah.
Like a lot of the guys you can tell online that
Yeah,
they
don't
ever
bring
talk.
on the worst ones then, Steven.
See,
on
she's
your
being.
end.
See, she just did it. She did the misogyny thing by having some bad women on. She's saying all women. See,
Well, you know it's true, right?
See, but yeah, I disagree with you, and I'm older than both of you, and therefore wiser, right? So,
well, combined we're older than you.
I think
so
we're-
careful. We're
The
one
combined
holy
wisdom.
matronomy. Yeah, we've got combined age.
Or it could be the same thing as like also the age thing and like the woman thing. A lot of people think that I'm just copying every single thing that he says, which I think is a bit annoying as well. So I can never really like.
Hassan accused her of that one. time.
Yeah, which
That
is a
guy
bit
that you like
annoying.
so much, you know.
It was about the defunding police. Like
I
my dad
like
is a cop.
friendship, camaraderie, and love and respect, which you both have had for a time and have lost it, and I would like you to regain it. Let's try to increase, not decrease, the amount of love in the space. What do you think about some of the harshness of his language, which we talked about? R word in the past when he used N word, all of that kind of stuff.
What he used to do. I mean,
No, like, what do you think about it? Like, do you give him advice?
to not speak a certain way.
No, like a little more civility. I'm just trying to get a second opinion on this.
Second opinion about.
Normie people, non-internet people, are way more extreme than.
Yeah,
She's
yeah.
way more extreme.
No, that's not true. Okay, so here's the thing for me. Okay,
Uh-huh.
I was not online until 3 years ago, at all. Like I would watch YouTube. That's pretty much all I would do. I wouldn't do anything else. Really, I didn't grow up playing video games or anything, so I'm like extremely new to everything. So when I came into this world and I started seeing clips from him in the past, I don't think I really had much of an opinion because it just sounded like it was just a different like words they were using, but it didn't mean anything. That's what it feels like. It was just like if you're saying the R word, it's because you just want to call someone stupid, but you want to like do it a little bit more. Like, but it's not like it didn't feel like it was like a.
Yeah.
It's not like racism or like
Yeah, man, I'm not
you know,
getting
it's not.
agreement on this side here. All right.
So
But
like
I
if he
get
was
it.
saying the F word because it was just like a word to like insult someone and he wasn't like I don't think you were ever homophobic back in the day or anything like that. But I think it
No.
was just like a way to express yourself maybe back then. I don't know. I didn't do it. There's no videos of me or anything because I wasn't even online back then. But I
Yeah,
was
so
never
my
like-
case was I definitely don't think Steven is homophobic or racist or any of those, obviously. So there's a good heart there and a good mind. I was just saying it's
he just
not,
likes being mean. I think.
well, there is some you lose yourself and forget the bigger picture that he's pushing for more effective discourse on the internet. He's like an inspiration to a lot of people, especially now, of like how you
Yeah.
can use effective conversation to make for a better world, to radicalize people and so on. And then you lose some of that power by losing yourself in like the language, just more language of emotion versus effective communication.
I would say
But it's a gray area.
I would say like something that is probably recently done in that case because he's been joking about women a lot. Like it's women's fault, they're bad. Like it's been like a lot of jokes when it comes to misogyny, I guess, in your community. And I think it's actually turned people a little bit that way.
That's why we've done the recent misogyny
Yes.
event.
So that I guess that's actually true because I don't think it was clear enough. I don't think it actually was. I think you did that mistake. But I think back then I was even saying like, hey, you should probably not like you probably should not do that. Because it actually is pretty hard for me because whenever I come into his community, like his chat, people are just going to spam. It's like a woman moment. It's a woman moment whenever I say something. And it's kind of like, yeah, it's getting pretty annoying. As I said, it's just annoying when you see it every single day. Yeah.
There you go. Wisdom from somebody younger than you.
Wow, wisdom can come from
All kinds
many
of
people.
places.
Yeah, of course. Just
You
sometimes in
open
very
your mind.
limited quantities. Depends on the age.
Boy.
You can learn something from anybody.
What advice would you give to young people, the both of you? That you have both audiences where young people look up to you. in general, if you were to give advice to somebody in high school, like how to create a life they can be proud of, what would you say?
The most important thing that I've learned is to view people as different and not better or worse. And when you view people as different instead of better or worse,
Holy shit.
you learn that there's almost something that you can learn from anybody. Like be open and empathetic towards other
Give me
people's
pretty pumped
experiences.
to go do this abyss now.
Enemies they chose were so annoying. Like in the order.
Mm-hmm.
God. Alright, now to do it on my ult. Okay.